It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, July 17th, 2024. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Welcome back to the program. Lovely day here in New York City. My last stop before I'm off to Tampa for the highly anticipated Jake Paul versus Mike Perry fight. And we've got a big one for you today, my friends. A big bang type of show. If you feel me, well, I hope you do. Very excited about today's program. Excited to talk about a whole host of things going on in the world of combat sports. Before we get into everything, I do want to wish a very, very, very happy 77th birthday to my father, the great Claude Helwani, who was born on this day back in 1947, amazingly. Hardest working man I know. Biggest inspiration for me as a father, as a husband, but also as a businessman, as an entrepreneur. And so happy that he is healthy and able to celebrate. And it's unfortunate that I cannot be there and that my two brothers cannot be there. But we are there in spirit to celebrate in Montreal. And so I do want to wish him a very, very happy birthday and say that we all love him so much as a father, grandfather, husband, of course. So happy birthday to my old man, CH. Also, happy birthday to the patron saint of the Emerald Isle, the host of the critically acclaimed podcast, The Crack, the great Pete Carroll, enjoying his birthday today. Happy birthday to him, yes. Claude didn't get one of those, but Pete did, which is interesting. Didn't feel appropriate. Okay.
Don't want to upset Dad.
No. He would be confused if he was watching this. Right. Probably not watching this live at the moment, but maybe after the fact. Good chance my mom.
No problem, mate.
Yeah, that's right. And also a happy belated birthday to our very own GC, who celebrated his, I do believe, 31st yesterday.
Yeah, big 3-1. Thanks,
man.
I appreciate it. Got my custom glasses here.
Oh, yeah.
Let the people know it is my 31st birthday. Yeah.
When's the last time?
I feel really old now. I really feel old now.
Yeah, I saw you mention that you're quote unquote old as dirt.
Yeah.
Dirt's pretty old.
I think I had more of a existential crisis for 31 than I did 30. Feels like I'm really cemented in the 30s now.
So this is interesting on a couple of levels. First of all, you are aware that, like, I don't know, the likes of me, Frank, Eric, Joe, not sure about it. We're all like much older than you, yes?
Oh yeah,
much
older, yeah.
As a newly turned 42-year-old, when I hear someone say 31 old as dirt, it makes me feel some kind of way.
Oh, Ariel.
Right. Yeah. We all of us are pretty old. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, we're not. We're all young and we're all full of life.
Yes.
But
42 is ancient.
Thank you.
It just feels like I was in college like two minutes ago, and now I don't even think they'd let me in a college town. I would just be too old.
You just wouldn't be allowed in.
Yeah, they're like, we can't let you in.
You go into the bar on campus, like, no, sorry, this is problematic.
If I walked into a bar on campus, people would be like, who is the old guy in the corner? Who's the bald old dirt bag in the corner? Get him out of here.
Connor, did you get your AARP letter in the mail yet?
Yeah, I got it. Joe gave me some nice encouraging words. Yeah, senior citizen. Joe said I won't have another existential crisis till I near 40. So I think we're all good for now.
I feel like I disagree with that.
It's every day.
I actually think he's right. I think there's a case to be made that once you get over the 30 thing, what's the difference between 32, 33, 34? Once you get closer to 40, you might start thinking about it again. Till this day, one of my greatest birthdays of all time is 33. I hold it near and dear to my heart. So you've got some big birthdays ahead of you.
Now, is that like your actual birthday or like just the entire year of 33?
Oh, I would say my 30s were, I enjoyed my 30s like exponentially more than my 20s. Not even a question.
I could see that.
30s were great, career stuff, life stuff, kids, all that, house. But 33 in particular is the infamous New York Rick and I seeing newly drafted Kristaps Porzingis at the airport en route to UFC 189 And then later in the
Legendary.
day, seeing Giannis and Thanasis at In-N-Out in Las Vegas and all that stuff. I mean, that was all on the 33rd birthday. So,
Did you get a pic with Thanasis?
oh yeah. Yeah. Thanasis
that's a
and
good one.
Giannis in line at In-N-Out. Not a single person recognized them. And they were both wearing their summer league outfits. Like the Bucks and the Knicks. Thanasis was on the Knicks at the time.
That's amazing.
But what I wanted to ask was, first birthday in the state of Georgia since
2017, 7 years ago. First birthday I've been with my parents, and in almost a decade.
That's a blessing in its own right.
2017. Oh yeah, it was very enjoyable. And I guess me saying old as dirt really makes it sound like a negative thing. It's just me acknowledging that I'm getting older. I don't mind getting older. I don't think it's a bad thing. I'm just sort of ever present for it now, you know.
I spoke about this actually earlier today with my grandmother, who I talk to every Wednesday. And we were talking about my dad's birthday and about getting older. And I said you could look at birthdays one of two ways. Sad that you are now 1 year older, or grateful that you are now a year older, because the alternative is not that great. That's
true, man.
It's
a great
inevitable.
way to look at it.
It's inevitable. We are all going to get older, but what is not inevitable is that you will get to see the next birthday. And so I've always chosen to take a look at my life that way, especially since when I was a very young kid, my mom turned 40 and we were on a trip in Boston. And I remember vividly her locking herself in the bathroom in the hotel and crying and not really understanding why, as a 12-year-old, why my mom was crying on her birthday. Birthdays are supposed to be fun. Later in life, understanding it. But I always kind of told myself, like, no, you're supposed to be thankful and grateful on your birthday and not lament the fact that you are now a year older, because the alternative is you're 6 feet underground. So anyway, happy birthday to you, to PT, to my dad.
Thank you, man. We really took got deep with this. I love it.
No problem, mate.
Yeah, you know yourself. Thank you to our good friends over at DraftKings, as always, supporting the show. DraftKings Sportsbook, official sports betting partner of not only this program, the UFC as well. And also thank you to Shopify for sponsoring today's program. More on them later on. So back into the show, we'll get the picks for this weekend. Massive Apex fight, our very own. She's one of our own. Virna Jandiroba, she's one of our own. Listen, when a member of the Wall of Immortals headlines an event, it's a big freaking deal. So that's going down in Las Vegas. Over in Tampa, of course, Jake Paul versus Mike Perry. They had a very entertaining face-to-face yesterday, which we may talk about later on in the program. Prior to that, we'll answer some questions on the nose. We'll do some of that in the first hour as well. Prior to that, we'll be joined by the big man, Zhilei Zhang, in studio, the man who just defeated, about a month and a half or so ago, he just defeated Deontay Wilder and may have ended his career. Had the two gigantic wins over Joe Joyce, had the loss to Joseph Parker back in March. He rebounded very nicely. One of the most famous athletes to come out of China these days. And he trains out of Bloomfield, New Jersey, and he'll be joining us in studio. I'm very excited about that. Now, prior to that, we'll be joined by a legend from the world of combat sports. Some of you newer fans may not be familiar with Burt Watson, but in the heyday of the UFC's rise, so to speak, like when they really exploded, he was a part of the DNA of the company, a part of the fabric of the company. He was the backstage fighter coordinator, if you will, and he would get all the fighters ready for the weigh-ins, for the walkouts. I mean, a true legend of mixed martial arts. And 2015 left the company shortly thereafter, linked up with Bellator. He has a book that has come out recently, Being Burt Watson, it is entitled. You can buy it on Amazon and other places. And so I haven't had him on the show in quite some time. One of the most beloved figures in the history of mixed martial arts, the great Burt Watson, who, by the way, is also celebrating his birthday today. How about that? I stumbled upon that factoid earlier today. So Burt will join us at 2:30. At 2 o'clock, Jared, the real big baby Anderson, who is returning to action on August 3rd on that star-studded Riyadh season card in Los Angeles at BMO Stadium. Jared Anderson is an up-and-comer. He's maybe the face of American heavyweight boxing. He's the guy that everyone wants to be the face of American heavyweight boxing. He is undefeated. He's going up probably against his toughest opponent to date, Martin Bakole. He's 17-0. Fascinating guy. A lot of layers to him, and I'm curious to see which layers we are able to dig deeper in. So Jared Anderson is going to join us, and that card is just absurd. The likes of Terrence Crawford and Israel Madrimov on the card, Isaac Cruz against Jose Valenzuela, Andy Ruiz on there against the other big baby, Jarrell Miller, David Morrell on there, absolute stud, 10-0 from Cuba. The other undefeated Cuban sensation, Andy Cruz, the Olympian, on there as well. Jared Anderson on there. I mean, it's a real who's who, and that's August 3rd at BMO Stadium on DAZN. And part of that, Jasmine
Jasudavicius.
Yeah, she will join us as well to talk about her big win this past weekend at the UFC Denver card against Fatima Kline. But as you know, we like to shoot on Wednesdays, and we got a little time here before we get to the interviews. And so time now for everyone's favorite segment of the day.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans.
I'm coming!
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived.
Thank you, Yuri.
To hear from the man himself, Ariel Helwani.
Shut up, Booze! Suck it, man!
In beautiful New York City.
I was wondering if we get another one in there.
And now, to answer your questions, get out of your seats and on your feet, because here he is, Ariel Helwani.
Who the fuck is we?
That's oh, this is so good. It's your best contribution to the program.
Thanks, man.
Maybe ever. You know, if I'm
remember that microphone in front of you, and
yeah, all that other stuff. Anyone watch the All-Star game yesterday? The MLB All-Star game, the Midsummer Night's Classic?
Passed on that one.
Man, GC definitely watched it. It was your birthday. You probably didn't.
No, did not watch it.
I'm a sucker for the All-Star game. I always loved the All-Star game as a kid. They are... what they are doing to the All-Star game is a true travesty with these uniforms. I don't know if you guys saw these uniforms, but these uniforms are just absolutely hideous. Back in the day, I actually loved watching the uniforms where it was like the clean home and it was just the hodgepodge of the different teams. So I would see like the Expo player on there with the, with the Mets player, with the Cardinals player, with the Cubs player, with the Brewers player. And it would just be like a nice clean hodgepodge. And then you'd have the AL with their road or vice versa. And now it's these god awful. I don't know what is going on with baseball uniforms these days, but it was an eyesore. So much so. It bothered me so much that I turned it off out of protest.
Do they do like All-Star game hats?
It's awful. Just quickly Google All-Star game uniforms.
I just did.
So my favorite would be like they all wear the same jersey and then they all wear different hats, kind of like the Pro Bowl back in the day. They used to have the red or the blue jersey and then they would all wear their own helmets. Used to love that.
I like the individual jerseys. Wearing your own team
perfect.
jersey.
It was so nice because in baseball it's either all white or all gray for the most part, right? They're not like red.
But yeah, these are bad. Yeah, these are bad for real.
Do me a favor if you
the
can.
Hats are
can you just throw up a
atrocious.
picture if you can for a second, just so people know what I'm talking about? Like it actually might be the worst jerseys, the worst uniforms I've ever seen in my life.
It's pretty heinous. It's really bad. But to your point, I really love the wear your individual team because like I would watch it and I'd discover somebody who I don't watch regularly because they're not in my market. And I'd be like, oh, I love that guy. He plays for the Mariners now.
Exactly.
I like it was great.
Exactly. Or if you're a fan of the one team, let's say you're a Mariners fan and they only have one guy. Because in baseball, you have to have at least one player from every team, unlike in basketball or whatever. So like that's your guy. And he comes in, he's representing your town. He's representing your city. That was always very exciting. There was one year in '94 where the Expos had, I think, 7 guys on the team. And so during the intros, it went like down the line. It was, and they were all wearing just our uniform among the Padres and the Pirates and the Cubs and the Cardinals and the Mets. And it was very cool. It made me very, very proud. And then I turned it on yesterday. And this is like the 3rd or 4th year in a row that they've done this. And I was like, what the? You know what I said? I said, you know what I said? I said,
what the fuck is that?
Yeah,
yeah, exactly. Come on, Frank. It's like
we just went from this is your best contribution to
it was like literally right. It was like
the most disappointing of it. I thought maybe you developed a speech impediment. I didn't want to.
Jasudavicius.
Yeah. Do you have just for reference? We have a photo by any chance?
Yeah, it's the best I can do.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, that's the AL. It's awful. The socks are awful. The hats are awful. You can't even tell what team that guy plays for. I think that's Marcus Simeon of the Rangers. That's just because I just know my ball. You know what I mean? But like, would you know this? You wouldn't know this. Anyway,
That it's Marcus Simeon, or that it's a Rangers. I can kind of tell by the hat. It looks like
where's
they
the
got their own
Rangers?
individual-
Does it even have the logos on there?
T's on the hat.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
I think it's on the hat.
Did you know that was Marcus Simeon, second baseman, World Series champ?
No. I still don't know that. That's
Former
Marcus
Blue Jay,
Simeon.
former Mariner. Joel D up first. Hey, Ariel and the Parlay pals. The Dustin interview was one of the best in-person interviews I've ever listened to on your show. I rarely fanboy out, but him and Poitin are on another level right now. The Plino interview was awesome too. Dustin dropped a list of fighters that he said he 100% would fight one of them in his next fight. Nate, Volk, Gaethje, Oliveira, Colby being a few of them. What do you see as the most likely / realistic to happen this year? There are some rumors of him versus Volk in Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi? What? There are no rumors. What rumors? The guy still has to get a surgery on his nose. His knee is still... I would be absolutely shocked if we see Dustin Poirier in 2024. We're not seeing him in 2024. Like I said, maybe not back end of next year, but, spring, summer, that's more realistic. And so much can change between now and then. There are 2 fights that I want to see for Dustin Poirier before his career is done. The number 1 is Nate Diaz. The number 2 is the Conor one, the 4th one against Conor. The other ones would be great. Another fight against Gaethje would be nice. The Volk one's all right. I prefer Volk at 145, if I'm being honest. Dustin's not the biggest 55er, but he's certainly not the smallest. Volk would be smaller. Colby, Dustin has always said that he doesn't want to fight at 170, so I don't know how that's a thing. Oliveira would be fun, but I don't see it happening this year. I really don't. Gil, hi Ariel. The in-studio guests often comment on how the trip into the studio was not what they were expecting and that it was much nicer than they anticipated. Any chance you could get one of the staff to film the trip from the street to the studio so we can see what the guests see when they visit? Thanks for the great weekly content. I suppose. I mean, I think it's just because it's a big building in the financial district of New York City and it's very professional and we're not the only company here. It's, there's like 30 floors in this building. And so they come in and there's a security desk and there's a nice kitchen and there's a huge office space here and all this. And then this is a professional. And I think maybe on the stream, they think it's just, me in my basement. And then they come in like, wow, you're a real show. I think that's what they're referring to when they say this. I do love it. Our control room is beautiful and it's very professional. It's infinitely better than what we ever had at ESPN. And I'm not knocking them. It just, something has to be better than the other. And this is like, I've been on a lot of shows, a lot of web shows, a lot of digital shows, whatever. And it's a great setup. So I think they're referring to that. Some people have been here and have filmed things. I don't think we've ever done like an official thing. And so maybe we will. But I do appreciate it. And it always...
I feel like if we did like a whole street to studio thing, it might let people down a little bit.
Oh.
Because I'm with you. It's like the office is nice and everything, but it is just like an office. And I feel like that's what the guests aren't expecting.
Right.
Is like this nice New York City, Manhattan office. I mean, the control room and the studio are definitely impressive, but...
Yeah. I think I think they're just... they're thinking it's just a rinky-dink operation. They come here and it's like, oh, wow, this is real.
Exactly.
Dominic, hello, Ariel and crew. My question is, with the rise in popularity and rankings of fighters from the Caucasus region and Central Asia, example, Tarukian, Armenia, Merab, Ilya, Dolitse, Georgia, Shevchenko, Kyrgyzstan, Shavkat, Kazakhstan. And by the way, shout out to the great Action Bronson. His new album is tremendous. And the MMA/pro wrestling references in particular are a delight. Like the one time where he drops Shavkat Rakhmonov just because it rhymes and the way he says it, tremendous. I know you loved the GC as well. You listened to it from beginning to end.
I mean, I listened to it from beginning to end probably like 4 times. I mean, it's 30 minutes. You can go on a car ride and listen to the entire thing. Yeah, the Francis Ngannou shout out when he talks about Mel Gibson giving him COVID at Poirier McGregor 3, dropping Shavkat Rakhmonov out of nowhere. I was like, wow, this is deep level stuff. I love it.
Yeah, really, really good. If you haven't listened to it, Hideo Nomo is great. The Sega song is great. It's all very great. Anyway, do you think we could see the UFC potentially bringing a UFC fight night or even a pay-per-view event to any of these countries. Pay-per-view might be tough. It would be in the middle of the night and not ideal, and you don't get as much media and you don't get the same buys and all this stuff. Fight night maybe. I mean, they've gone to some places pre-pandemic, not as much these days, but maybe. It's just they get paid so much to go to these events here in America, and you can charge so much. Like, look at this event that they just had in Denver and the gate that they had for, an okay card. Financially, it just makes so much sense to stay around here. But maybe. White Whale, Holy Grail. Hi, guys. Is the watch party going to watch the Iron Turtle's long-awaited return to the UFC and the continuation of his amazing winning streak? Last fight was a robbery. Plus, is Ariel going to talk to Jun Young Park so I can be happy? Thank you. I mean, we can't commit to that before the fight, Are you going to do a watch party for this?
Yeah, I think we can commit. I think we can commit just because he's going to win.
Okay.
I mean, it's a no-brainer. Not going to be able to do a watch party for it, but I'm going to be locked in. Don't worry. That is the main event on Saturday. Don't let the poster fool you.
Hell yeah. Alec. Hello, Ariel. Was wondering if you could talk about Dana's comments of only 10 Sphere fights. Do we know why that would be? I feel like a light pay-per-view is at least 12. And with 5 of those fights already being out, I feel like the Sphere card could turn out to be a letdown. Just wanted to hear your thoughts. I don't mind a 10-fight card, to be honest. Again, you have to remember it's a very expensive card. And I think that goes into it. And who knows? Maybe there's a reason. Maybe they don't want people sitting there for 7 hours. Maybe it's too much. Who knows? Let's just see how it all plans out. They haven't officially announced a single fight. I know there are some that are out there and some are okay. Nothing that really jumps out. So let's see. The one thing that I think people are confused about is it going to be called Noche UFC or is it going to be called 306? Yeah? I think it's both, right? But they're not calling it 306? Who knows? Or maybe they're going to just call it Noche UFC, Riyadh season. I think it's also the first time that there's an official sponsor for a card like this. Like Riyadh season presents Noche UFC. What a crazy thing. September 14th, Riyadh season will be sponsoring that card, and then they'll have in Las Vegas, and then they'll have the Wembley card 7 days later with AJ and Dubois. Wild. Hakeem the Dream. Hello, Ariel and team. This question goes out to the mysterious one. The uptick in fighter sound clips has been fantastic. Yes, you. The Francis one is especially hilarious to me. I got to think that there are ongoing bets in the back on whether Frank can break you while you're lighting up the microphone and how many times. I'm curious to Frank's process here. How does Frank find and select these clips? Any help from the gang? Has a fighter ever reached out and asked you, what the F is that? Additionally, the variety keeps the sound bites fresh. But does Frank ever get concerned about overdoing it? Y'all make my days better. Thanks for everything you do. And shout out to the team pulling the strings. Keep on rocking in the free world. Sam from Clemson.
Shout out to Sam.
Yeah, Sam's a goat.
He's I've spoken with him before. I actually spoke to his class at Clemson.
Yes.
Hakeem the Dream, man. He's the man.
Frank, you want to answer those?
Who the fuck is we?
Yeah, I select all these on my own.
Yeah.
Edit them. Got them ready to go.
Yeah.
Has never gotten a suggestion for one.
Not
This is
one.
all Frank
In fact,
off the rip.
I would like if you guys would take time out of your busy days to just throw me a bone and be like, hey, how about this one? How about that one? All right, I'm joking. Most of these are things that these guys have come up with.
This is good.
We workshop them. Some don't make the cut. Some do. Like Bosch got botched, right?
I never botched it.
God, I love the Bosch one.
Yeah,
The Bosch one was great.
Iron!
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. What's funny is that it'll just continue to grow because it only goes a few days before like Helwani or somebody just says something that's iconic instantly, and I'm here for it.
I do feel we're light on I want a Frank one. We said we'd have the GC. It's tough, but we never got it. I do feel like we need to add some of these in there. Frank's gonna say, "Go find it yourself."
Who the fuck is we?
That's what he said about the It's Tough one. He demands that I go find it.
I just asked for some help. I mean,
I also
Health
feel
demand.
like on Monday, didn't he also say that we've kind of reached our quota?
No, so we've reached our quota of ones that are like in the immediate, I can press this right this second dashboard. He has
Got
to
it.
kind of search for other ones a little more.
Okay. Well, we're happy to help you, Frank, if you need any help.
Thanks. I'm still waiting on the it's tough. And then once I know that you guys have the integrity, I'll start asking for more.
I love how this person gave him all the credit, and now it's been revealed that like he literally does nothing, and we have to do all the legwork, and he just presses the button. That's good though.
Jasudavicius.
We have to admit that the genesis of this was like this one
Jasudavicius.
was on my own.
You're
Sure,
right.
yeah.
You did start that off. I'll give you credit.
Is
for
the
that.
first
All right.
one Jasudavicius and then the second one who me?
Yeah, from what I can remember.
Also
Who, me?
weird. I think Jasmine's was like a year ago, right?
Has it been that long?
Well, no, I was gonna say like, what about the first 2 years? Why didn't we do this at the beginning?
You know, I
I
didn't
feel like
even
we've had
have the
Tom Aspinall
technology
one
to do
forever.
that.
Oh, we had Aspinall. That's right. We did have Aspinall.
I feel like we've
Aspinall,
had that since March of 2022.
Yeah, Aspinall might be the original.
That's the OG.
Mr. Clean asks, "Hey Ariel, love the show. Been watching from the beginning. You're the best. Keep up the work." The other day I saw a post. I think it was Dan Ige calling out Ryan Garcia in the Sphere. Yes, definitely not happening. And I commented saying, I don't know if he's heard, but he's suspended. To which some people said, no, that's just boxing. And when I read the article about Garcia being suspended, it did say specifically that he's suspended from boxing, but MMA and boxing is the same athletic. No, Nevada would never allow him to compete because if New York suspended him, if any commission in North America suspended someone, doesn't matter what sport, the other commissions would honor it. There are some rumors that he is going to show up at the Ryzen event in July, the one that Manny Pacquiao is on, but I'm not sure in what capacity. Now, if Ryzen wanted to use him, they don't have to honor or adhere to any commission in North America, so that could be a thing if he actually did fight, and that would be insane. Again, it doesn't have to be MMA with Ryzen. But no, in North America, like he will not fight for a year. That is 100%. And that is retroactive to April. So we're 3 months in. You know, he fought in the 1 year between Tank and Devin, he fought once. So, you know, he's averaging like 2 fights max a year. So it's not a huge thing for him.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if he were to fight, let's say he went to Ryzen in an actual fighting capacity, even though they don't have to abide by the suspension if they don't want, would the commission not be within their right at that point to say that he is trying to skirt the suspension and then further punish him?
They would
beyond that once
they may not be happy, but ultimately, it's people have gone to the Middle East and stuff while on suspension and done things.
And there was no punishment on the back end.
I mean, I can't think of every case, but I can think of a couple where people have. I mean, for example, this one's a little bit different, but look at the Conor Benn situation. He can't fight in the UK, but you know, America doesn't have to listen to the UK and vice versa, and they're cool with him fighting here, but the UK isn't.
I'm not. Let me be clear. I'm not talking about the international promotion or whoever allowing him to.
Yeah, you're saying New York would be upset.
Yes, then New York saying, "Well, now we're going to lengthen your suspension or add."
I don't think they could do that because they're suspending him for something he did in New York, and then it's just like not a gentleman's agreement, but it's just kind of understood that the other commissions are going to honor this. They can't. They can't expect that same type of, you know, commitment from Japan, for example. And then they. I don't think that they're in their right to then further his suspension because he did something like that.
I don't know. It seems like a flagrant disregard of the suspension. I'm not trying to. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I understand. But I don't think so. Jordan, hey, Ariel, fellow Canadian here. Just want to say it's amazing how much Canadian pride you show, although you do talk in Fahrenheit and say Z instead of Z. I mean, it has been, what are we in? It's been 23 years. But it's a given considering where you live. As a proud Canadian myself and with the Olympics around the corner, my question is if you could remember where you were during Canada's greatest Olympic moment, Sidney Crosby's golden goal. Such an amazing moment for Canada that I think everyone remembers where they were. Cheers. P.S. It was a heartbreaker for Edmonton to lose to Florida and its 4 fans. Indeed. Yes, I do love Canadian sports, in particular Team Canada soccer and basketball. I have almost more affinity for them for some reason than the hockey. Maybe just because I like soccer and basketball more, and because they're more underdogs and we're seeing them blossom in front of our eyes. So I'm very excited about the Olympics. I leave next Tuesday. Very, very excited about that. Regarding Sidney Crosby's golden goal, I remember exactly where I was because I was working for AOL at the time. And Casey and I, Casey, who of course still works for MMA Fighting, were sent to Vancouver to cover the Olympics for AOL, which was an incredible experience and a learning experience as well, because when we got there, we realized that unless you are a rights holder, and there are only, a select few, right? The only rights holder in America is NBC, Canada, CBC, etc. You can't get any access. So we had to be very, very crafty and creative, which actually I think made for our coverage to be even more interesting than it would have been if we were just like in the mix zone getting interviews. Until we did fun pieces on the Japadog sensation in Vancouver, the pin trading. We were able to set up interviews with athletes outside of the village. For example, there was one with a Canadian women's curler who was 7 months pregnant, and she taught me how to curl. We interviewed Matisse, whose song was the official song of the games that year. A snowboarder outside after she won gold medal, Tora Bright, I believe her name was, from Australia. In any event, for that gold medal game, Canada versus US, we went to a viewing party in this big kind of like barn tent, and we filmed the entire time, but we were just filming the reactions. And then, of course, when Sidney Crosby won, everyone went crazy, and I had a little jar of maple syrup, and everyone was drinking out of it. The video's up on my YouTube channel. And a lot of our stuff from the Olympics is still up there. So yeah, that was a great, great time, a great experience. And that's the only time I've ever covered the Olympics. And hopefully in a few days, it will be experience number 2. This one completely different. I actually just found out, if you're in Canada and we'll be watching the opening ceremonies, a lot of the stuff that I'll be doing will be for digital, YouTube, whatever, but I will be on the opening ceremonies broadcast, like on actual CBC on the TV.
Who, me?
Yeah. That's kind of crazy, Frank? Like, what the hell am I doing there?
I, for one, am excited for you.
Will you watch it? Will you fire up the
Absolutely.
VPN?
What time will it be broadcasting in good old New York?
Well, I think Paris is 6 hours ahead. So
That's not bad.
So I think if it's like at 8, I don't know exactly. Stay tuned.
And then how does one watch the CBC from the great US of A?
Well, I think if you get a VPN.
Oh, a VPN, all right. Shout out to our sponsor. No, I'm just wishing
but I do.
One.
I personally like NordVPN. They're not,
that's what I use as well.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a great service. So anyway, yes, I do remember it. It was incredible. And I don't know if it's the greatest. It's certainly up there. Donovan Bailey is up there as well. I would say maybe top 5. So let's see. Let's see what, of course, we're all very excited about Summer McIntosh. You know Summer McIntosh? She might be Canada's most decorated Olympian, Frank. 17-year-old swimmer.
Fucks with that.
Already, I believe, 7 medals to her name at 17.
It's more than I have.
Hello, Ariel from Jake. Just wondering if you ever plan to remove any of the fighter memorabilia that you have up in your set up to make way for future editions. I mean, we keep adding. We don't take away. I like a crowded room. I'm a bit of a hoarder.
Jasudavicius.
Oh, is she here? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah, man.
Oh, how long has she been there?
Couple minutes.
Okay, sorry.
Suck it, man.
I didn't see. I was locked in.
I saw that.
Anyway, I like to hoard things. I like to, have all kinds of things at my desk, and I don't know. So I like to add, not subtract, if you get what I'm saying. All right, a great question so far. We'll get to more of them back into the show. There's a nice one here about naming your child as a father. So I'm looking forward to answering that one. But for now, we'll put a pin in things, and we will welcome our first guest of the day. She was victorious on Saturday at UFC Denver. We're still repping the great Jasmine
Jasudavicius.
Yeah, we still are. A lot of people may have jumped off the bandwagon, but not us. She's now 2-0 since that fight against Tracy Cortez. Looked very dominant on Saturday, and she has great lighting here today. This is quite the setup, Jasmine. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Where are you right now?
I'm at like a sponsorship thing. It's called Air Locker. So it's like a altitude training facility.
Oh my gosh, there's quite an echo in the room. I don't know if you know this about the setup. Did Frank say this to you that there was a big echo?
No, I didn't know there was an echo.
Okay, you don't have headphones, do you?
You have headphones? I might. Let me
Go
check
get
that.
it. Yeah, no problem. Frank, when you were setting it up, you didn't notice the echo? You didn't feel like that was worth... Frank?
Who, me?
Yeah. No?
I mean, it was noticeable, but
Worth a mention?
I just thought I would let you down.
Okay, no problem. It's great to... And this blue background is very nice. I like this as well.
It was like blue or black. I had the choice between, but I don't know. They said the blue was better, so I said okay.
Well, thank you for coming on. By the way, is everything okay? Are you back home in Ontario right now?
Yeah, I'm back in Canada. Everything.
I saw there were some crazy floods. Did that come to your neck of the woods, or was that only in Toronto?
No, it was only in Toronto. I was able to miss it all. Like I don't even think we got any rain. Or like when we left Denver, there was a bit of storm there, but all good once we got here.
Okay. Congratulations. Oh, you're grabbing them?
I have these, so I have to connect them to.
Let's see. No problem. No rush. It's okay. This is the joys of live. Well, not quite TV, but you know.
We could try going in the gym.
Or I could try.
There are other floors in there.
There's another place I can just move to that might be
okay.
less
Whatever
quiet.
you want. I don't want to trouble you, but it would probably sound better if you were in a less echoey room.
Okay, let me see if this.
Okay. No, this is good. It's good to do this live. It's better than.
I thought maybe you wanted it for the spectacle.
Yeah, no, this is great right here. Oh, you look at this whole setup. I mean, we should show this. This is good stuff. Look at this.
We'll turn off the music. Can you turn off the music? And we'll turn.
Wow, we've really inconvenienced everyone. I like the lighting in here.
Luckily, it's on a tripod too. So.
Oh man, this sounds a million times better.
Is this better?
Much better. But are you okay standing?
Okay. Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'm an athlete, man.
Okay. I feel like we just interrupted someone's workout though.
He's good. He'll finish after.
All right. Fine. I'm very concerned about everyone's well-being. Anyway, congratulations on the win. Great performance. It seemed in the aftermath, correct me if I'm wrong, like you didn't love the performance. A few days later, do you feel better about it?
Yeah, now that I've watched it, I definitely feel better about it. But yeah, after the fight, I wasn't jacked up. Like, I'm always trying to have like a better performance than my last. And kind of hard to top the one prior to this one. So I think that's like a little bit why. But no, now that I've watched it, I'm happy.
How was the experience fighting in Denver? How did you feel afterwards? Did you notice the elevation?
I did like that altitude tent leading up. So I only noticed it kind of like briefly in like the first couple of days I was there. I was like, "Ooh!" I didn't notice it like too much.
Okay. And then the switch in opponent, you went from like, a ranked opponent to a relatively unknown opponent. Did you feel like you were searching for motivation? Did you feel like you were less enthusiastic about the fight? How did you process it?
Yeah. So it's like going from being able to fight a girl that's like number 10 in the world to a debuter. Like that's not moving up my spot. Like the whole reason of getting into this is to become the best in the world, and fighting a debuter is not, making steps to becoming the best in the world. Nothing like disrespectful to her, nothing against her skill set, anything like that. It's just she didn't have a number beside her name. And I'm trying to reach the top. I know that I need to get, smaller numbers to get to number one. So that was like kind of a kick in the nuts, but I mean, I'm here to fight. So whatever.
I thought the performance was dominant and impressive, but I really liked the post-fight interview. That was my favorite. The first the suck it man was amazing. And it wasn't just suck it; it was suck it man. It was almost it was very personal. And then whatever you did afterwards as well, it was just a whole package of greatness. What propelled you to do that in the moment? Because you're such a nice, kind of warm Canadian, and we got to see this darker side of you in that moment.
I think it was still like I still had that like poison in me from the fight. It was still kind of lingering, hadn't released yet, and so I felt like, I was just in there. I worked so hard. I tried my hardest, and then I'm like trying to talk. I had all these like nice things to say in my head, and then this guy, all I hear is boo, boo, and it just kind of got me off guard. And so, but I knew that we couldn't swear. So then I couldn't, F you. I know I can't do that. So that was the first thing that just came out. And yeah, I don't know. He kind of got me.
Would you have liked to swear in that moment? Like if you weren't on ESPN, would you have done it if it was like a Fight Pass or ESPN Plus?
I'm trying not to swear as much because I think I have a potty mouth, and I know that like little girls are watching me, and I don't want them to have the mouth that I do. Just because I grew up with boys doesn't mean that I want them to. I want them to be better. So I'm trying to be better to be a better representation.
Is suck it a part of the repertoire? Do you use that a lot? Because you don't often hear that from women. It's more of like a man thing.
Yeah, I guess I grew up with guys in the gym. It's all guys. I have a very like a masculine speech just because that's what I hear all the time. So it's I don't know. I don't really like actually think about it.
I know you're big into the merch, and there was once a time where "suck it" was like a big wrestling phrase from DX. Yes, there it is. I think some Jasmine "suck it" man. I think you need to have the man in there. Merch would be. I mean, I would rock it just for the record. I think that would be a killer.
I mean, I guess that will have to be the next ones I make.
This is not in the works already. You're not working on this.
I didn't even think about it. Like, it's still, I'm embarrassed of it a little. Like, I get it. As long as my name's in people's mouth, it's good. But at the same time, I don't want to be known as like, hey, suck it, man, like that hug too, girl.
Yes. No, I understand that. We have immortalized the phrase on this program. We use it now quite often. Do you know about this?
I saw that. I love it because it fits.
It's incredible. You can use it in many different ways. So I enjoyed it immensely. And I was wondering how you feel about it after the fact, if you're a little bit embarrassed. But I don't think you should be. I think you were reacting. And do you think that the boos were warranted? Do you think that's fair, or do you think they were unfair?
Well, I get it. It's like America versus Canada. They're going for their girl. Like, I kind of like it. I feel like if the fight was in Toronto, it would be like the same thing the other way. So I mean, in the fight when it was like USA, UFC, that was like kind of getting me hyped. So like anything that gets the crowd going, whether it's like for me or against me, I am into. However, like, come on, get on my side. I just won.
That's fair. Yeah. It's a weird thing. The boos are very strange. It's happened before where they are. Sometimes when the UFC goes to a market that they're not often there, they all just want knockouts or they want quick finishes, and sometimes don't appreciate these fights. And in the moment, I can understand why you would be very annoyed. Like, you just fought 15 minutes against another human being and beat them up dominantly and be like, yo, just give me my 2 minutes to speak here. So I sympathize with you.
Thank you.
And so, you get that win, and I know you said that it wasn't, the win over the ranked opponent, but I tend to feel like a win is a win in the UFC, and it's just a matter of racking up as many as possible to go on a run. I know around a year ago, you were disappointed with the Tracy fight, but now do you feel like you're in a groove? Do you feel like you've got your mojo back, that you're primed for a run here?
Yeah, I think so. I think that look what I just did to a debuter, like 30-27, right? So like, give me a rank a ranked person, and let me see where I'm at against the best in the world.
Aaron Blanchfield, you want that one?
I'd like it.
Do you think it's possible?
I think it's possible. I mean, like, why not? Her team already studied to fight me, so let's just set it up.
Did you watch her last fight against Manofiro?
Yeah, I watched it, but I don't really remember it.
I was just wondering what you thought of her performance in that fight. That was the one where she main evented against Furo in Atlantic City.
Yeah, no, I remember watching the fight, but it's like when I've got a fight book, I kind of don't pay attention to anything else, and so now that I'm kind of free out of camp, out of everything, then I'm gonna catch up on everything, see who I'm gonna call out next. She's obviously a good option. I remember her being on the radar before, so we'll see what Mick has in store for me.
What was it like being on the card and Tracy, who you had fought, being in the main event? What was that like for you?
That bugged me, obviously. I feel like, I broke my orbital in that fight, so I was fighting two of her first one, right away in the start. I still arguably think I won the fight. In the fight, watching it now, I'm like, okay, I can see how the judges maybe gave it to her, but I still think I won that fight. But I mean, whatever. It made me a better fighter in the future, for now and everything. So I'm thankful for that experience. However, yeah, it kind of bugs me, but I had my own shit going on. I had a fight going on, so I wasn't really if paying attention to any of that stuff. People are like, "Oh, did you see your eyelash thing?" I'm like, I don't really give a fuck about any of this stuff. If her name's in my mouth, that's more popularity to her, and I want my name in people's mouth, not hers.
That's fair. I understand. Did you see her at all, in the hotel or anything like that?
Oh yeah. I saw her around a couple of times, but I don't know. Whatever.
No interactions.
No, really, no.
Okay. Did you see the eyelashes fly off in the fight?
I didn't. I was at dinner.
Oh, okay. You couldn't be bothered. Would you ever fight with eyelashes? With extensions or whatever they're called?
No, I personally wouldn't, but I don't wear that. I don't do a lot of that girly stuff. I kind of wish I was better at it because that hot girls get opportunities and get better sponsorships and all that kind of stuff. So I kind of wish I was more girly and able to pose and all that kind of stuff. But I'm more like the guys, relax, sit by a car and do shit like that. I don't know. So I wouldn't, but that's just because I'm not good at that stuff.
Do you think that there's an unfair double standard where it seems like, the girls who are quote unquote good looking will get opportunities, but as far as the men are concerned, it's not so much based on your looks?
Yeah, I think so. But I mean, whatever. That's the world we live in. I feel like I get more opportunities because I'm a girl. So it's whatever. And I feel like my fans are true fans. They're not just because I'm hot or something like that. I feel like they're behind me for sure. Win or lose, they're genuine fans. So it's more quality over quantity for me.
I like that. By the way, if ever faced with the predicament, would you cut your hair to make weight?
Yeah, but I don't think it would work. I don't know. I kind of think that's a little bit bullshit. I don't know. But I think I'm a conspiracy.
Why bullshit? Why bullshit?
I don't think the hair weighs that much. I feel my hair, maybe if it's wet, but I don't think hair weighs that much and breathe out. I don't know. I can't imagine. Whatever. I don't know. Who knows?
You thought it was a little suspect.
But, yeah, a little bit. But the fight still happened, so I get it.
Okay. You did train with Rose, right? Leading up to this. What was that? No, did you not? I thought you did.
Well, we didn't train actually. We said hi and everything. We were gonna, but then our rounds kind of got like mixed up.
Oh.
And so I only ended up training with Miranda, but we ended up taking a picture together and I like
right.
met her and everything. So we didn't like train, but we trained in the same room.
Got it. Because it was a weird thing where obviously Rose was fighting Macy, Miranda was fighting Tracy. Tracy gets taken away from that fight to go fight Rose once Macy is out. And then Miranda was left without an opponent. And then didn't you say to Miranda, like, I'd fight you once your opponent fell through?
Yeah. So after that, then it was like, hey, you're fighting a girl that's like only one fight in or something like that. I'm fighting a debuter. Would it make more sense? Like, we were really like talking about it, but like, you know, I thought she was like from Denver, so like maybe she would want all her family and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's like cool that we can fight each other and train together and like potentially fight each other in the future too. So I don't know, it's like she's a cool chick and she's got good pickles and good honey. I grabbed some from her. But yeah, like it's really cool. Like the girls that are kind of like up like the best in the world, there's like a humbleness to them, and they understand that kind of like about the sport and about martial arts, and I don't know, they're two really cool chicks.
She makes her own pickles and honey. What does she do? She harvests it.
Yeah,
Wow.
So I guess she has like a family farm as well as the local like honey farms that are around there. She'll kind of like harvest it and she'll make like different flavors. And yeah, I got like a mixed pack of the variety of like the honey. So that was nice when I was like cutting weight. I was like sucking on those. So that was sweet. And then pickles as well. Like we got dill and bread and butter, and both excellent.
Sweet, both literally and figuratively.
Exactly.
You did, correct me if I'm wrong, train in Ireland for a little over a month, and you were there at SBG and in the room with Conor. I saw you take a photo with Conor. What was that experience like?
That was really cool. That was like inspiring for me to kind of like see his town and his gym and like the people that are around him, and like just seeing everything and seeing where he came from and like what he's become through martial arts and like through the sport, and he takes care of the people around him. Like, you know, a lot of people talk shit about him, but like, I don't know, put yourself in that guy's shoes, and he's a good dude. Like he's in the room, he's like humble. He's always taking pictures when people want to, like, and said that I'd be able to knock someone out. So we'll see what's coming up.
I love it. Did you go to the Black Forge Inn?
Yeah, we ate there all the time. It's like probably the best food in Ireland. The menu always changes up. It's like that they have like seafood on there. They've got meat. They've got anything that you could like want. There's like really cool steaks on the stove.
That's my favorite. That's what I had too. Isn't it incredible?
It was unbelievable. The meat there is phenomenal. Like I can't say enough good things about Ireland and SBG and everything there.
And how did you end up there? Like, why did you decide to go? How did it all go down?
So Aaron Jeffries was fighting in Belfast, and so Chris was already going out there, and I didn't have a fight booked, and I kind of like didn't have any plans of anything. So then I'm like, oh, you know, like I'll come out and I'll train there. Like I have a Forge sponsorship, so we're like, okay, we can make it like a business trip kind of thing. And so I ended up going out there and training at the gym for like a couple of days, and then we went over to Belfast and watched Aaron fight, and then I was there for a couple of days after, and the gym was awesome. The girls there are top notch, and it's nice because they're fighting in other organizations, and so it's like they're still high level, but I'm not like worried, oh, I might fight them one day. Like, yeah, I know I might, but there's like less of an opportunity. So that was like one thing. And they're scrappy as hell. They're down to scrap. And then the coaching staff was all awesome. Like I'm just a person coming in, and they were like very, very nice to me, help me out. Like they, you know what I mean? Like they went above and beyond to make me feel like welcome and at home. And then so once I got home, then I was like, oh, Ireland was awesome. And then I got a fight booked. And then so I was like, okay, well, I always like traveling prior to a fight to like, you know, get different looks and prepare. So I'm like, I had an awesome time in Ireland. The Chris and John, they talk to each other and they have the same mindset about things. And so it just kind of made sense. And then so I went back to Ireland for like a month or whatever. And yeah, look forward to going back again.
So you will do it in the future for future fight camps?
Yeah, definitely. I like actually coming outside of fight camps because then I have more of like an open mind for learning as opposed to like kind of like dialing in on like, you know, my skill sets, I guess.
Mm-hmm. And when you're there training, is Connor there training with everyone else, or does he do it all in private?
A little bit of A, a little bit of B. So one of the guys, Tristan, a wrestler that we have in Canada, he was coming down, and so he trained with Connor, and then Connor ended up like keeping him in Ireland to train with him. So there were times where like we're with Tristan, and then he'll get a call like, "Oh, Connor's training. Now he'll come pick you up," and then. Yeah, and then Tristan will get picked up and get brought to like his home gym and everything. And like, no, he was training. Sometimes it was in the room, sometimes it was at home. It kind of depends on what the coach wants him to work on, and you know, if they want people there or anything. Like, you know, he's getting ready for a huge fight, so a little bit of A, a little bit of B.
But we were just talking about this Olympics starting next week. Are you a big Olympic person? Are you patriotic? Do you follow Team Canada?
I don't always watch the Olympics, but a friend of mine, Hannah Taylor, she's representing Canada in the Olympics. And so I'm like super invested this time around, like, you know, this cycle. Yeah. Because of her.
Which sport?
Wrestling.
Okay. Which discipline?
Freestyle wrestling. Okay. So I think she said she was on Tuesday, but I'll put it on my story on Instagram and everything like that.
I love it.
She is a beast. I wrestle with her as much as I can, and I'm excited to watch her perform.
And so regarding yourself, Blanchfield or not, how soon do you want to return?
I heard that there's a card coming to Canada in November. That would be awesome. But like literally, I didn't take any damage. I got a little bit of black eye scratch. But so I can turn around and I can fight again, you know, next month or next week, whatever. So we'll kind of see. I'll take a couple of days and then we'll see what the team says. But I don't know. I'm ready to jump on opportunities.
Yeah, November. That's 4 months away. Feels long, but maybe not. Maybe not. Which part of Canada? East Coast, West Coast?
I heard it's Edmonton.
Oh, that's nice. Beautiful arena. Mm-hmm. Have you been there?
I drove through, but I've never like really been in Edmonton too much. I've never seen the mall.
Oh, yes. Fantastic mall. One of the biggest in North America. I think third biggest now. Minnesota, Edmonton, there's one in New Jersey. That would be nice. Rogers, is it Rogers Place? I think it's Rogers Place over there. It's beautiful. So that would be very cool. And I hope you do that Suck It Man merch. I would like to purchase.
I think I will. I might as well, you know.
And by the way, what kind of a workout area has this type of lighting? What is going on over here? Is this like one of those cycling rooms?
It's all different things. There's like heavy bags and everything, but the room is like sealed in so you can train for altitude. So they were still building it. It's only been open for 2 weeks. They were still building it when we were in camp, but it's like something that, we'll be able to use moving forward. Mike Malotti's on his way.
Okay.
And so yeah, we're doing a cool little thing here.
I love it. Send Mike our best. I know he was supposed to be on that card as well, and looking forward to his return, and very impressive stuff out of you on Saturday. So enjoy the victory. Thank you as always for the time, and keep up those post-fight interviews. That was phenomenal. We like that.
Also,
yes.
I publicly shamed him before, but now I want to publicly praise you're better, because he bet on me. He bet smart this time.
That's right. That's right. You see, we learn our lessons around here. We learn our lessons. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Very kind of you. Well done, Jasmine. Thank you so much for the time, and congratulations.
Thank you so much. Always great chatting.
Yes, sir. Here she is, Jasmine Jasudavicius. She is here. She is the 2 wins in a row winner in the flyweight division, and looking to continue to climb. She did fight Miranda Maverick back in the day as well, and had that fight against Tracy Cortez at the first UFC or Noche UFC event. And now with a win over Priscilla Cachoeira and Fatima Kline. She was supposed to fight Viviane Araujo. Let's see where she goes from here. What's her record overall? 11-3. And a shout out to GC over there for picking her.
Yeah, the better.
Yeah. I thought first she was talking about like better, like the betting site.
Like Jake Paul's brand?
Yeah, that's what I thought. She was like, shout out to better. Wait, wrong.
No, the better on the show.
Yeah,
big dub.
You're okay with that?
Underdog money, plus 110. I don't think I have a choice in being okay with it. I just got to accept it.
By the way, she was a plus 110 against Fatima.
Yeah, that's what I took her at.
Wow.
I want to say she closed at like minus 120. So
okay,
smart people betting on Jasmine.
Why does your camera look so far away now?
Who picked her for Parlay Pals?
But you didn't have full faith in her, Frank. You took the plus 3.5 points, man.
Better odds.
Because it is farther away. During the interviews, I keep it farther away.
You weren't expecting this little.
Also, Connor,
yeah,
wasn't a weird echo coming from your room.
Yeah, there is a weird echo. We'll talk about that later on.
Oh, no. I'm trying to get ahead of it.
No, we'll talk
I can't tell if there's actually is there a weird echo.
No, there isn't. There isn't.
Okay. All right.
All right, let's move along now. Great stuff from Jasmine. Still to come. Zhilei Zhang in studio and the legendary Burt Watson. But as I said at the top of the show, I am extremely excited to talk to our next guest because I find him to be a fascinating guy, obviously a rising star, and maybe no longer rising, but just a brutally honest individual, a real and authentic individual, and a really interesting character in the world of boxing. He's returning to action on August 3rd, that big card at BMO Stadium in Los Angeles. Perhaps his toughest fight to date against Martin Bakole. He's 17-0. He is the real big baby. Jared Anderson joining us right now. Hello, Jared. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm blessed. Happy to be able to continue to do my job and be here.
Well, it's great to have you on the show. I appreciate the time. Love that you're rocking that famous necklace there. We were talking about it before the program. We have a bunch of pictures because my guys were trying to figure out like how much could a thing like that possibly cost with the Cuban link with that thing. Plus, how much does it weigh? It looks like it's pretty heavy. No?
It is very heavy. Not gonna lie. Almost every place I go, I do end up taking it off. And 9 times out of 10, if I'm with somebody, I give it to whoever I'm with.
Who made that for you?
Nick, the big one. Iceman Nick made it.
Damn. Oh, there's 2 there.
Yeah, it's this one now.
Oh my dear gosh, that has got it. Which one's heavier?
Definitely the bigger one.
Okay, all right. Well, it all looks great, and you're doing great things, and you're fighting on this big time card. By the way, how do you feel about sharing the card with the other big baby? Is that whack to you? How do you feel about that?
Hey, listen, I'm just here to do my job. I don't really have no preference. I felt like if that fight was needed or was being, called to be made, it would have been made. So I'm just here to do my job and put on the best show that I can. I'm trying to steal the show. I know Bud coming to, make the show, but I'm coming to steal it.
I love it. And, I said at the top before we introduced you, I find you to be a fascinating guy, a real guy, an authentic guy, because I feel like you don't sugarcoat things. You say how it is, how you feel. And some people don't know how to process that. Like, you know, and we're not going to talk about all the same old stuff. But like when you say things like, I don't love boxing, boxing is my job, I feel like sometimes the boxing media doesn't know how to process that. They're like, what do you mean you don't love it? Like, you're supposed to live and breathe this. But you're just saying, and I appreciate that you're speaking from the heart. And so I wonder if when you do that, and maybe some people can't process it or understand it or don't want to understand it, if that deters you from continuing to speak from the heart and be real in future interviews and future, you know, appearances that you make.
In the beginning, it kind of did, you know, it kind of made me shy away from it to a point. But, you know, the more people that I heard reaching out to me and telling me that they loved it, love that part of me, you know, just made me want to push for it even more. Because I can't hide who I am. And it's always been on me to, even when I have a feeling towards something, I can't hide it, the expression on my face. If I don't like somebody, you gonna know I don't like them. I can't hide it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not one of those people. So I've always thought to just, you know, keep being me. And I think it's worked out for the better. And I really do appreciate you thinking that and saying that I'm very intrigued and that you know, appreciate that I'm honest and speak from the heart, because that's all I can do. I want everybody to understand that I'm a real person. You know what I mean? Like I'm an average person. I'm a regular person, just like anybody else. Although I may be under the bright lights and I may be in a great position or a different position, I'm still a regular person. You know, I go through things. I have emotions. I have my ups. I have my downs. And sometimes my how do I put it? Like the emotions come. Sometimes they come pouring out. You know, and I can't control it. So it just is what it is.
In short, I love that, because I feel like sometimes people are putting on a front and are just saying what people want or they think they want people to hear, right? So that they're beloved, so that they're, you know, accepted. But you don't seem to care about that sort of thing. And right now, it does feel to me like, just looking at you and feeling your demeanor, it feels like you're in a good place. It feels like you're in a happy place. It feels like you're content. You're excited for the upcoming opportunity. Is that an accurate description of how you're feeling right now?
100%. I think this is my best camp yet. Things have been a lot smoother this camp. You know, I've had a lot of extra help. Thank you to Turkey Al-Sheikh, who has gone out his way to, you know, be a part of helping me out this camp and, you know, bringing in the extra help that I ain't gonna say I felt like I needed, but I knew I needed an extra boost. And he, you know, he added that extra boost. Just bringing in a lot more of everything, whether it's the social side, the work side, the mental side, you know, just speaking his words of affirmation into me and stuff like that, and letting me know that I'm here for a reason, you know, and that I'm going to continue to do this for a good reason.
How did you link up with Turkey? Because a few months ago, I saw the photo that you took with him. I think he was in New York, and there was like a string of like famous people who stopped by to take photos with him, and he was meeting with them. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, Jared Anderson, interesting. And we knew that he was doing this show in Los Angeles. But to me, it kind of came out of left field. So how did this all come about, you linking up with him?
Me and Turkey have always, I ain't gonna say always, me and him started a relationship like late last year. But the pictures, all those are old pictures and stuff of us just posting and everything. But me and Turkey have had a relationship, you know, and he reached out and DM'd me personally. First I DM'd him. He followed me on Instagram. I DM'd him, let him know, you know, that I appreciated what he was doing for boxing. I thought that the fights that he was making were great. And soon after, I ended up getting invited to the Tyson Fury and Ngannou fight. When I went out there, it was an amazing experience. I got to meet with him, talk with him. He told me what his plans were for boxing, who he thought I was as a fighter, who I was as a person, and that he liked me as a person and appreciated what I was doing. So it just became a great relationship. You know, he texts me on the regular, things that he does and are doing, you know, as far as the plans go, as far as fights and things. So we always kind of in contact. It's just, you know, a good friendship to have.
Well, yeah, a very good, I would say. And do you think that his belief in you gave you maybe the boost of confidence, or just maybe like the overall motivation that you needed to feel better about your position in the sport?
I wouldn't say a boost or better, because I'm a very confident person. Like, I don't show it as much as a lot of people think, or a lot of people think or say I should, honestly. Because to me, I'm a very humble person. A lot of people may not believe that. I don't believe that I speak too highly of myself, but I have the confidence because that was what my parents instilled in me. They instilled that in me when I was a kid, that I was going to do a lot of great things. So him backing me just made me want to go for the sport more or less, because I know he's a huge fan of the sport, and to see him recognize my talents and see like the difference between me and an average heavyweight, it kind of just gave me the extra boost to be like, okay, well, maybe it is some boxing fans who really do want to see me and see what I can do in this sport. Because like I said before, like it was a means to an end. You know what I mean? I think he gave me that extra push to want to be there for the legacy part, you know, even though I'm still not all the way there. I still don't 100% agree with the legacy part, but he definitely makes me want to push for it, to know that he believes in me that much, to know that I can do it.
What do you mean you don't still agree with the legacy part?
Like, I believe in it. Don't get me wrong. Like, I understand where people come from with it, but I think that's a dream thing. Like for the Olympic part, a lot of people told me they felt that I should have went to the Olympics, or I should have just, because at the time when I turned pro, I couldn't make it was cruiserweight basically for heavyweights. It was 201. I couldn't technically make it no more. So they told me, like, why not just go to heavyweight? Why not just fight, you know, your sparring partner who you've been sparring? You already know what he fight like, how he look, all that. And I was like, that's not my dream. He been telling me since I've been on the team when we're at 15, now we 18, 19. He been telling me since we were 15 that was his dream to go to the Olympics. Why would I go fight him? Even if I know I can beat him, not saying that was the case or whatever it is. Even if I know I can beat him, why go fight him for his dream when that's not my dream? My dream is to make sure that my family never has to worry about anything anymore, you know? So that's really my goal, my end goal, like to make sure that my family don't have to worry about anything anymore. So I took the pro route, and as of now, still so far, that's my end goal. You know what I mean? Like I'm not saying that once I get there to the point where they won't have to worry no more, that I won't take the next step to be like, you know what, let me do it for the legacy now. That may come, but at this moment, you know, it's just a means to an end to me. I do understand and respect everybody when they, you know, say that that's what they're looking for or whatever, but I'm here to put on a show. My job is to entertain. So if I come to every fight and do my job correctly and entertain and put on a good fight, then I feel like I did my job well, and especially to get paid. So I'll leave it at that.
17-0, rising up, you got this big opportunity. Do you feel like you're close to the point where your family is taken care of, or not even close still at this point?
I feel like I'm at the door.
Okay.
But once you get to the door, you still have to go through, you know, things. And I don't think just opening the door is enough. You know, you have to either kick down the door, or you have to, you know, get through that door and then step foot in the next door. So I think I'm at the first door. This is, you know, the breakthrough fight, letting the world know who I am as a person, as a fighter. And then that's when everything will start rolling in.
Do you agree with my statement that this is arguably your toughest fight as a pro?
100%.
Do you like the fight on paper?
Yes, I love it.
Why?
Simply because, you know, he has had some opponents, like some named opponents, especially. He got a good knockout ratio. Mine is just a little bit better, but you know, we fought some pretty good opponents, you know, and I think that me dominating this fight is going to prove who I am and what I am as a fighter.
When Turkey first announced your involvement in this card, he did say that he was hoping that you would maybe fight Deontay Wilder, right? But obviously plans changed on June 1st. When you watched that fight, when you saw him get knocked out by Zhilei Zhang, what were you feeling? Did you feel like a big opportunity was slipping away? Were you bummed? How did you react to that?
Yes, and the only reason I say that is because two big American names, like one saying, well, one, he's reigned America for, you know, a decade at least, and then one who he's had the title since 19 years old, the next great American heavyweight. That clash in America would have been insane. So yeah, I did kind of feel like, damn, that was a great opportunity that slipped away. But I think everything happened for a reason. So,
did you know that Bakole was the backup, or did that only materialize afterwards?
It materialized afterwards.
Okay, but were you confident you'd still have a spot on the card?
Oh, 100%. Turkey had reassured me that regardless, I was going to fight on that card, because he had been telling me for some time now that he wanted me on one of his undercards.
Okay, and I think when he announced you, like he referred to you as like some kind of an ambassador. What does that entail? What does that actually mean?
that you would have to more or less ask him. Just
Okay.
know that I appreciate him for everything, and Riyadh season, because I am somebody who is going to endorse everything that comes with it. As far as trying to spread the word of Riyadh season and their beliefs and just the season of the sports and everything that they do with it. I want to bring as much attention to them and what they have going on as possible, because when he approached me with it, it was just it was him trying to tell me like he wants to help push the agenda with me, So that was why I'm like, okay, well, why not? Let's slap Riyadh season on everything that I do, hashtag it everywhere so that we can spread the awareness to with their movement and what they have going on.
And are you still affiliated with Top Rank?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so do they have any sort of ties to this particular fight, or is this outside of your deal with them?
Their ties to this fight is me.
Yeah.
At the moment, I don't believe they have any other fighters on this card. And so them allowing me to fight on this card was a deal made between them and Turkey's company as far as the promotional rights go. And so that's why my fight I believe the main card will be showed on ESPN Plus.
Oh wow, okay. And are you happy with the relationship with Top Rank now these days?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, no problems anymore.
Where did you see the problems?
Well, I know
when I made the post.
Yeah, and
okay. That was okay. So a lot of people misconstrued that, and I was even wrong in that, and I had to own up to that myself. I was wrong in that because Top Rank is not ESPN, and ESPN has their own agenda. They make their own news, they make their own reports and everything else. So the people who work for ESPN were making pretty much a assessment of what they believe was the situation on their behalf. And that had nothing to do with Top Rank. So I that's why I took it down so fast. It literally was up for 4 minutes, but it was more or less me just being angry in the moment because I didn't understand that was ESPN doing what they wanted to do and not Top Rank. Because I felt as though if that was the case as far as it being Top Rank, then why promote me if you were going to just negate what you were trying to do? You know what I mean? But that wasn't Top Rank. That was ESPN, which was them still reporting what they had to report. And at like I said at the time, it was just me being a hothead in a very hot moment. But I mean, it's life. I live and I learn. And I know that it was a mistake in the first place. So it shouldn't happen.
I'm happy to hear that because from just my perspective, I feel like Top Rank has promoted you and put you on some big cards, brought you back home, things like that. They've really pushed you since you linked up with them. So I know there's a distinction there, and I know maybe, reporting is reporting and maybe you may not be happy with it, but I feel like they've always kind of put you in the limelight and tried to make you seem like the star that you are. And referring to those, maybe lessons that you learned and those run-ins that you had, do you feel like you have turned the corner? Do you feel that you seem to be in a great spot here? Do you feel like you've matured, you've learned from it, you've grown from it, for now you may not make those mistakes in the future?
I learn from everything that I do. I learn every day. That's always been my goal, to never be stagnant and never get stuck. So I don't feel like that I ever got stuck or was at a point that it was like I had to battle with myself about any of those things. It was just a young, dumb mistake. That won't happen again. You know what I'm saying? And I do believe Top Rank did what they needed to do, because they were one of the first people to call when a situation came about, so that I could get out, and be able to go back to Houston to finish training camp for that upcoming fight and stuff. Because they didn't know if we were going to be able to finish the fight originally, but they made sure everything happened so that I could, get back to Houston and get back to training and get my head focused. So I appreciate them for that, and we handle things.
If I refer to you as the future face of American heavyweight boxing and all that, are you okay with that, or would you rather people not?
100%.
You're okay with that? You've.
Yeah.
Am I wrong in saying like maybe a year ago you didn't love that label, you didn't love that title, you would prefer not to have that title on you?
I mean, I'm okay with it simply because it's doing nothing but promoting me more. So the more people say it, the better for me. You know what I'm saying? I had to realize that. Do I care for it? Really don't. But that's just because I that's a personal thing for me. That's like in a legacy way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a personal thing that I just don't care for. If you say it or you don't, it's your opinion. You know what I'm saying? Anybody else's opinion, but it helps promote me and makes me look better. So of course, I mean, I have to take it in now. I have to appreciate it. and know that it's coming from a good place rather than somebody. It's not like anybody's ever trying to tear me down when they say something like that. So I have to be appreciated for it.
Do you agree with it?
Yeah, of course. And the reason I agree with it is because of my caliber of fighting. You know what I'm saying? Like I know what I'm capable of. I know who I've been in there with, and I know what I've done behind closed doors.
How far away do you think you are from like the real big dogs in the division? How many fights away do you think you are from that?
Well, with Turkey playing a part, I mean,
sooner rather than later,
maybe a fight or two.
Oh wow!
Yeah, sooner rather than later. For sure.
Damn. Okay.
I mean, with him being involved, if everything, like I said, like him having the confidence in me and wanting to push me, I don't see why. I mean, well, of course, with contracts and stuff being in the way, things are gonna have to get taken place first. But I'm sure a Tyson Usyk fight, Tyson win this, there's gonna be a trilogy. You know what I'm saying? And then after that, they already set up the AJ fight. So that's easily year and a half, 2 years right there of stuff still being tied up. And that's, because I'm not saying that it's not possible, but I don't personally right now see Dane Dubois upsetting Anthony Joshua. So that stays with those three at the moment. And I could see that being another year or two before anything opens up. But by that time, having the fights with Turkey or Top Rank, I do believe that I could be in position.
And we do have the Zhilei Zhangs of the world, the Parkers of the world, like those. When I say big dogs, I refer to them as well. So and they've had fights on the Riyadh season card. So that could be next, a fight against a guy like that.
Yeah, I actually asked for Zhang. Everybody's seen, the post I made about Top Rank, but I'm not sure if everybody's seen the post I made about Zhilei Zhang when I said I want to fight him next.
Okay.
I was turned down by him by a birdie. I won't release a name or anything, my source, but for sure, directly after the fight, after he beat Deontay, I said, well, why not fight Zhang? Oh. Why would I wait to fight anybody else or, pick a different opponent when he just beat up the person who I was supposed to fight? So with that being said, I did get turned down for that fight at the moment. I'm not saying it won't happen in the future, but I did get turned down for that fight. So I'm not against that fight at all.
Actually, he's going to be in studio here in about like 40 minutes. So I'm going to ask for his side of that story, if you don't mind.
Okay. Hey, I'm perfectly fine with it. Like I said, I was told I was turned down. I didn't hear it out of his mouth.
We'll see.
So I can't go to say that it didn't. It took place 100%, but I know that's what I was told, and it was by somebody I know and trust. So I believe that it happened.
You're known for your incredible walkouts. What can you give us a taste for what we have planned for August 3rd? Is there anything?
Oh man, it's crazy y'all caught me. I'm so upset with myself, but at the same time, I know that it's coming from a good place. I've been so focused this fight. I swear I haven't put in much thought on all of that, in the fight outfit and everything. So it won't be as fantastic as it usually is.
Okay.
But hopefully this fight means a lot more to the people back home and, the people I truly care about, because it's more of a devotion fight to, some people I lost.
So it's like you're all business. Like you're not here to be dancing with.
No, I ain't with none of that. I'm here to show out and show up and show out. I'm here, like I said, I'm here to steal the show. I know Bud coming to make it, but I'm here to steal it.
Can I ask you? You say it's about honoring people that you've lost. Who are you referring to?
It was somebody just passed who was a close younger friend of mine who I used to box with. When I was about 15 or 16, he just passed, but me and him had very, very close conversations about him getting back into the ring and me trying to, help get him into camps or something like that. And the street life ended up getting a hold to him.
I'm sorry to hear that. Very sorry to hear that. I saw, in one of those photos with Turkey, you're wearing a Shakur Stevenson shirt, and he's kind of drawn the ire of some fans. He's been on Twitter and stuff like that. I don't know if you've seen. How do you feel about things that people are saying about Shakur and the reaction to his last fight and just like everything going on? Like, he's one of the most talked about fighters in the world, but he's coming after everyone. Cameron and Mace are coming after everyone's. I don't know how much you've seen of all this stuff, but you seem to be a fan of his. So I was just curious what your thoughts were on what's going on with Shakur right now.
I'm one of, if not the biggest fan of Shakur Stevenson, and my reasons come more from moral reasons. You know what I mean? I've known him as a person, and when I originally met him, I swear it's the funniest story ever. I thought he was like a huge, excuse my French, dickhead. I thought he was like a complete butthole. I didn't think he was a good person at first, but the more I got to be around him and see him, I realized that he was like a huge family man. He was about nothing but respect. He was just a very, very huge competitor. You know what I'm saying? He always wanted to win and whatever it was. And when we originally met, it was about basketball, and it was him expected me to act like a bigger man than what I was, but that's not my sport. So I didn't care that much to, really be bullying people around in the paint or nothing. So as I grew to know him, personal reasons, I grew to be a bigger fan of him. You know what I'm saying? I love him personally. So with everything that's going on, I'm gonna be biased regardless. And I completely admit that. And that's why when I come off to say things, I let that be known. So it's never like somebody come and think like, oh, well, he's an unbiased person. No, I'm not. And I'm a gladly admit that, you know what I mean? But with that being said, I know him from a boxing standpoint. He's one of the best fighters in the world. I don't care what anybody says. And if you are an actual boxer, then you understand that the skills he has and he possesses that he uses are skills that people wish they had. The reason they talk about it so much is because they don't have those skills, because they don't have the ability to not get hit as much as in fights. You know what I'm saying? The more you get hit, the more damage you take, the more possibility you have of getting knocked out. You know what I'm saying? It only takes one punch in this sport. So when people realize that, the sooner they realize that he is doing his job and he's doing what he's supposed to do. Some people call it boring. They call Floyd boring for years. You know what I'm saying? And he just took on the role of being a villain. I hope that's not the role he has to take on. But I mean, if that's the role he takes on, then I'm happy for him, because it's still going to make him a lot of money. And everybody who bets against him is going to lose. I love it.
I love the support as well. Did you see Boots' fight on Saturday?
Yes, Boots did amazing. Boots is another amazing fighter. I know him personally, been knowing him personally since the amateurs. And it's such a clash between, because I know Bud too, you know what I'm saying? And I know how everybody always, that's the first thing people go to. So I'm not saying that's where you're going, but 9 to the 10, that's where you're going. And I hate to, even speak on that, because it's like they both in great times in their life. I can't speak on what's going either way. I just know they both great fighters. I would love to see it happen if it happens. And I'm going to be like a kid in a candy store front row trying to watch it.
That would be incredible. I did want to ask you about one last thing before I let you go, and this has been great, and I really appreciate it. That clip last year, you and Roy Jones had a moment in the ring, and it went viral. And I rewatched it again this morning, and it's such an amazing clip because, again, it's just real. It's a legend talking to a rising star. Roy's one of my favorite fighters of all time, and like, who doesn't listen to him? But when I don't know when's the last time you saw that clip, or if you saw it at all, you lived it. But there's a moment in there where you talk about the pressure of everyone putting on you as the face of American boxing and all that stuff. And when you said the word pressure, it's like almost like your voice cracked, and you seemed to be a little bit emotional. And it seemed from the outside that the pressure was getting to you a little bit, or it just made you feel some sort of way. And so I'm wondering if you'd watch that clip again a year later or so, how you would feel about it, and if that is an accurate assessment of how you were feeling at the time. I don't think you're feeling that right now. Maybe I'm wrong. But it just seemed like you were a young guy looking up to a legend, talking to a legend. There happened to be cameras, and you were really, a lot of people, I give you credit, sorry for going long here, but I don't think a lot of people would want that clip out there. And that's when I first realized this guy doesn't really care about how people feel about him or what people think, because a lot of people, I feel like athletes would say, don't put that out because that may make me seem soft. But that's what made me intrigued by you. So anyway, all to say, how do you feel about that clip a year later? And is that an accurate assessment of how you were feeling at the time?
Accurate, yes. And to clear things up, everybody knows TV is TV, and it came out in the episode. So when you realize that, that there's things that were put in there and things that weren't. So if you honestly want to know, people don't understand. I've never had to, clear anything up, because it really don't matter to me. When they ask me could they post it, could they put it out? I say, yeah, why not? It's not gonna do anything harmful to me. You know what I mean? And even if it did make me look weak, it just give me an advantage, because people gonna come in thinking I'm a softy, and then they gonna realize. But regardless of that fact, it was more or less about life itself. You know what I'm saying? People always try and make things about just boxing because I'm a boxer, but that is not my life. You get what I'm saying? Yes, I've done this almost my entire life. I've been doing this since I was 8 years old, but boxing is not my life. Every day that I walk out of that gym, I gotta go home and face my problems. I gotta go home and face what's going on. I gotta go home and face the problems that I have everywhere else. You know what I'm saying? So that's more of the pressures. Like I was saying, at that time, I was 23 and I have a mother who she's in her 60s, let's put it like that. A father who's in his 60s. I have a sibling that's in jail, been incarcerated for 10 plus years now. I got 8 or 9 other siblings who, aren't doing financially the best. On top of that, I'm introducing a daughter into this world now. At the time I wasn't, but regardless of that, I got so much going on in my life to where it's like, that's the pressure that I'm feeling, that everybody's banking on me. I got a call from my brother. It probably was like a few months before then, where my brother was trying to figure out like, well, how can you help me get out because of your position? And that hit like a nerve for me, because it's like, okay, I understand I'm in a great position, but I've never done anything legal. I've been boxing my entire life. And I started this as a kid, so I still got a kid mindset, you know what I'm saying? So me not understanding how to, get through certain challenges through life to help the people that I truly, truly want to help is a lot of pressure. You know what I mean? Like, want to help my mom financially, even though I've never had $1 million, knowing that I ain't say I need, but having $1 million to help my mom so that she doesn't ever have to work again is a pressure. Wanting to talk to certain lawyers to get my brother out, to get him a judicial release is a pressure. Dealing with, things with my father because the person I call my father is not my biological father. So dealing with issues of not having my biological father there and taking on my brother's dad as my father, things like that. Like, those are pressures, and trying to not impress, but make people proud of my family and stuff like that. Those are pressures that people just don't understand. You know what I mean? So it was more of a pressure from just trying to make the people around me proud and also still enjoying life, and not being able to do what I want to do, but have to do in order to do that. You know what I mean? That's a huge amount of pressure on such a young kid, while at the same time being called around America the next to great American heavyweight. You know what I mean? So that's stuff that people just don't understand, because they don't understand that I'm a human too. And it all kind of boiled over in that one moment. Because like I said, it was for my brother, my mom, and everything that was going on. And I was asking Roy, like, even though that was the only part they added, I asked him, like, what about the girls, the cars, the money, and all that other stuff? But they didn't include everything else that I asked him about. You know what I mean? So they showed what they wanted to show, and it gave people their own opinion and their own depiction of who I am as a person. So, I let it ride, but I know who I am, and I'm true to who I am. So that's why I continue to speak from the heart.
Much respect to you, Jared. I'm rooting for you, man. I'm really looking forward to this fight. And I love the fact that you are who you are, and you're not afraid to show the world who you are. So I really appreciate this. I really enjoyed it, and can't wait for your fight August 3rd. I think you're going to have a great performance against Martin Bakole, and it's a great opportunity for you. So much respect. Good luck to you, and thank you so much for the time.
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. I love being on this show.
Thank you.
I can't even lie. This was a completely different interview than I thought it would go. I appreciate the kind words, and I appreciate the real questions. Those weren't questions that usually people ask.
You thought we were going to ask you some BS questions? What do you think? We're going to waste your time here?
Listen, I get a lot of Tyson Fury. What happened in the criminal case? Why are you with Top Rank? What is Top Rank done? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of weird BS questions that don't really, speak to me as a person. You know what I'm saying? You really, I feel like you kind of connected with me as a person to ask the right questions and stuff. So I appreciate that. I love doing interviews like this. This is the type of interviews that I actually like to do.
Well, hopefully the first of many. And I would love to have you back on. So thank you, Jared. I appreciate those words as well. Good luck on August 3rd.
Thank you so much.
There he is, the real big baby, Jared Anderson. Great stuff out of him. I told you I was really looking forward to that fight. And or that interview, I should say, and the fight. For those that may not have seen that clip that I'm referring to with Roy Jones, because I do think it's very powerful, and even after his answer, even more powerful and interesting. Here it is. Take a look at this.
So one thing I do want to ask you, what stopped you from falling victim to all the extra stuff, all the fast cars, all the beautiful women, you know, going to different countries, and what didn't deter you from, you know, staying focused into your craft?
Like you are right now, you want to make the money to change the world, right? In order to make the money to change the world, you got a choice to make. You can take chances, drink, party, smoke, bad women, fast cars, motorcycles. All those things are risky as to stop you from getting where you want to go.
My mom, my parents, they instilled in me as a kid who I was and what I would be. That I was gonna change something, that I was gonna be better. I was gonna be different, period. And boxing is never gonna make me not be that. I know I'm good at this and I know I can have fun in this, but like, this might not just be what completely make me happy.
Well, I'm gonna say it like this. The higher power gave you more. When there's more given, more is expected. So guess what? Jerry has an obligation to the higher power, to all of those back in Toledo where he came from, to his mother, to succeed. That's just the obligation that comes with it. You let a lot of people down if you quit right now. People that love you for real. Some people that'll give their life for you, because your mama give her life right now for her son. You understand that?
But it's the pressure, though.
I understand the pressure, but God built us different. Did you just tell me that?
I'm 23.
So sometimes there's a lot put on us, but it's put on us because we're the ones that can take it. Jared may not think he can sometime. Jared may get messed up sometime, but Jared can wear these shoes. That's why Jared has it. You understand me?
But Jared ain't asked for it.
Too bad. Jared has a destiny that Jared can't run from. And Jared ain't no coward, I already know that. Right? So Jared may as well make up his mind and let's go. You gotta ride that horse, son. I'm sorry. You gotta ride that horse. I rode it. You ain't gotta ride it till the wheels come off, but you gotta ride it. You understand me? You gotta ride it till you get where you wanna be in life, then you can get off of it. But we're gonna ride that horse. That's just what we gotta do, all right? My man.
That's incredible stuff right there. And I really do think Top Rank has done a great job of promoting him. So I'm happy he cleared that up. Jared Anderson returns August 3rd. Hope you'll check it out. A real talent worth watching. Now, our next guest has a book that is out right now. You can get it on Amazon. He is an absolute legend, a hero, a pioneer in many respects in the world of combat sports and certainly in the world of mixed martial arts. One of the most beloved figures, as I said on the top of the show, one of the most beloved figures in the history of the sport. And I understand there are some new fans who may not be as familiar as the old guard, if you will, with Burt Watson, the babysitter to the stars. He was a part of the fabric, a part of the DNA of the UFC for many, many years, and then went on to Bellator as well. He has a new book called Being Burt Watson that is out right now. And if you went to a UFC event, and certainly if you worked as a media member, you worked backstage, if you went to the weigh-ins, like he was a part of the show. And then that crossed over to the UFC. But like I said, to Bellator, like I said, you may not be familiar with him. And I understand that because it's been a few years since he was a part of the UFC, 2015. Just a quick glimpse as to what makes Burt Watson so special and why he is so iconic in this game. Take a look at this.
Excuse me, baby. Time to go to work. We rolling! Yeah! All night long, baby. Yo night, yo fight. Let's go get that right, baby. All night long, baby. Time to go to work, baby. Hey. Time to go to work. I want a good line. You know what that means? Time to go to work. We rolling! Yeah! All night long, baby. Yeah! We rolling! Yeah! Woo! All night long, baby. Yo night, yo fight. Get it right, baby.
It is a great honor to be joined by the birthday boy, the inimitable, the often imitated, never duplicated, my man, my old friend, Burt Watson. How are you, sir? And happy birthday to you.
Oh man, you know what? You never cease to amaze me, man. How the hell you know today was my birthday?
Everyone knows everything about you. You're a legend. What, 24 years young? What are we, 24, 25?
75 today, baby.
I love it.
half of 150, and I am proud, I am honored, and I am blessed and thankful, and it's beyond words to have lived through this and to have seen people such as yourself come along that trail, along with me, along beside me, in front of me, behind me, and all those things that go with it. And you know, I get more honored and I feel more blessed, like when I just saw that clip with that young man, Jared.
Yeah.
And you know, young people have to stop using that word pressure. You know, pressure is not paying your rent. Okay. You know, pressure is somebody repossessing your car. You know, as much as life is a series of choices, it is also a recipe of opportunities. And that's how you have to look at it, as opportunities, and that there's so many of them and they come so quickly. And if you look at it as something that it's not, such as pressure or any other negative thing you may put in front of you, you're going to lose the opportunity to have those choices be significant in your life. And I can't stress that enough. I've always tried to express that with everybody. And, you know, I don't want to get on a soap opera, man.
I love it. I love it.
You know, hearing that is what motivates me and what motivated me to writing my book and putting my experiences in words, because as you said, there are guys right now that I can't touch, that don't know of what I did or how I did it. And I want to continue that some way. And the way I do it now is through this book, Being Burt Watson. You know, focusing on mindset and game plan and commitment, which are stark reality, are the same things that you use in life as you do in professional sports. And that's what I try to instill into all of the young athletes. I don't want to say old athletes, but you know, I've been around a minute, and I've worked with quite a few, and I see the same thing. And when it comes time for the fight and for them to perform in that ring, octagon, cage, or dojo, then instantly there is a mindset. Instantly there is a game plan. And instantly there is a commitment to winning. Bring that into life, everyday life, that mindset, that game plan, and that commitment. And I can guarantee you, it'll be a much easier road, and you won't struggle thinking that there's a lot of pressure. I'm done.
No, well put. So could I ask you, so the book is Being Burt Watson. It's out now. You could get it on Amazon and a bunch of different places. What compelled you to write this? 75, like you said, you've lived an incredible life, and hopefully there are 75 more great years to come. But what compelled you to do this now?
The fact that I at this age in my life, I've learned a lesson. And I learned my lessons from everyone that's been around me in all those years. And I wanted to continue teaching that lesson. I do motivational speaking sometimes, and I had an opportunity to speak, my grandsons who went to Yale University, to speak at his one of his football classes, and a couple of other opportunities that I had to speak. I spoke at Bergen County Community College, and I see that there are still, young people who are confused about how to navigate through the system, how to achieve success, and what direction to go into. So I felt that I needed to somehow keep that train of thought and keep that consistency going. And someone just said to me, you know what? Put it in a book so that when you go and you talk about it and you sit and you explain it, you got something to leave behind. And it was, but I've always wanted to write a book. I remember, Ariel, the first time that it came to Joe Frazier actually told me, you should write my book.
Huh.
You know, and at the beginning, I found it a joke. But then as we went along and I got to really see Joe and to live him every day and to chase him out of my window at 2 o'clock in the morning because he wanted to get up and go someplace, I knew that I had the best connections or the best ammunition to put that on paper and to pass that on. And that's the way I feel now with everything that I put in this book and everything that I express and all the stories that I tell and all the people that I talk about and the collaboration of my experiences. The same thing you need to achieve success in sports, you need to achieve success in life and living and get to be half of 1/5, you know?
and of course you know the great Joe Frazier, Smoking Joe, the late great, used to manage him, very close friends with him. So you know,
yes.
Your time in combat sports is unbelievable. In boxing, obviously in MMA, later on in life, is it a daunting task as you're beginning to write about your life, about your experiences, because you have lived? I mean, is it like 50 or so years in combat sports, right?
Yes.
Like is that?
Yes.
And I know it's not just about that. It's about life. It's about words of wisdom and whatnot. But like just to try to whittle it all down into a book initially, is that a daunting task?
Oh yes. Oh, it absolutely, because the first thing I said was that what I don't want is that I don't want a book that thick.
Yeah.
You know, because if you're somebody like myself who's not really a reader, you know, per se, because some people can take a book and sit down and read a book in a week, but they read 100 pages a day. And I'm not. So I said, I don't want to have a book that's that thick that someone has to put it down and go back to it and think about finishing it. I wanted something that was simple, quick, pictorial, and to the point. And then when I started trying to do that, that was the hardest thing, because then I had to leave out names, then I had to skip over things, and then I had to try to decide what was the best thing for me to do, or the best way to say it without being sued. And you know what that is, you know, because I got some things to say about some people or some things that I had to be careful about. And there's some things in the book that I kind of take credit for. Well, no, I'm not going to say I took credit for. I know things that I know I did, okay? And things that I created, you know, that are staples now in boxing and MMA, and simple things, you know, if I could just throw it out there, like the red and blue tape, the use of red and blue tape.
Wow. That's you.
Yes, sir. 100.
Wow.
And I don't care what anybody says or who. And very quickly it got to a point where, you know, I would do all these fights and I would do MMA, and all of a sudden one day I'm sitting there in the back and I'm looking, and the guys in MMA were up against the screen. And that's all you saw, and there was white tape on both hands. And in my head, I'm like, I can't tell who's who until the camera pulled back. There was no way. So right away, you know, and I ordered everything that we used, from the scale to mouthpieces, everything. So I said, you know what? If we could identify each fighter specifically. Now in Japan, some fights they used pink tape, some fights they used white tape, but there was no consistency in putting red tape on the red corner and blue tape on the blue corner. And I did it. And even Herb Dean came to me to say, you know, for me to, from a peripheral point, I don't have to look anymore. Because if I see that red, I know where that guy is, or that blue, I know where that is. And, you know, it came to fruition that right now the UFC glove, and I know I'm gonna get in trouble for this one.
No.
You know, Brock Lesnar.
Yeah.
You know, his hand is as big as my foot. He has about a 10.5-inch hand, and so does Shane Carwin, who are fighting. And we wrapped his hands and went to try to put UFC gloves on him with the band, the elastic band on. And we couldn't get that damn glove on. And this was 10 minutes before he was supposed to step in that cage.
Wow.
And we couldn't get a glove on his hand. And we're pulling and we're pulling and we're pulling. And I said, you know what? We're gonna wing it. Cut that damn band and wrap the top of that glove with tape.
Wow.
When they cut the band, that glove opened up that big. They put it on. We wrapped it up with tape. The next day I held on to that. And I had Stitch Duran and Don House there. And Don House is a bit of he's a tailor. And I don't know if a lot of people knew that, but he did. So I took that glove that was open and I said to him, fix this up because we're going to figure that out. He took that glove, he opened it up, he stitched one side on one side and Velcro and brought it back to me. UFC glove was born.
Wow. Wow. Legendary fight too.
I didn't get a dime.
UFC 116. Can I ask you mentioned, it's crazy. You mentioned that a few minutes ago, like there might be some people now who don't know your impact, don't know who you were. I mean, I remember being back there, we rolling. I wasn't fighting and I would get chills just listening to it and experiencing it. Does that bother you? Does it bother you that some time passes and that there are new fans who don't know about what you used to do?
You know, it doesn't bother me, but it does when you're used to having people know what you do and what an impact you have. It was always easier to perform because people knew that what you were doing was not coming from a bad place or being disrespectful, because you got to know how to talk to fighters. You have to know how to talk to cornermen because they're already on the edge. And the minute you start going in a space of being disrespectful, you're going to get more than a fight than you need. So, you know, but if they knew that what you were doing came from a good place, you know how they say you get more SHIT with honey than you do anything else? When they knew it came from a good place, then they gave it to you. And when guys know that that's the guy that's going to give it to me from a good place, then you know what? You get the best out of them. You get the best in their performance, their mental attitude, the mindset again, the focus, you know? So it didn't bother me. It just, you know what? Truthfully, it lets you see how time is passing by you.
Yeah.
And if you don't make them prints deep enough, somebody's going to step in them or cover them up.
I went back and looked at an interview that we did after you left the UFC, and you were a little bit vague about what happened. Are you ready to finally tell us what happened? Why did you leave the UFC? It was such a dark day. It was such a dark time. You were a part of the fabric of the organization. It was never quite the same.
I can tell it, but I'm going to give you half of it because I want you to buy that book.
Okay.
Not you specifically.
No, I am going to buy the book. It's in there.
But not you specifically. But you know, there was a situation with Mark Munoz, and I'm mentioning names.
Yep.
And Mark had missed weight, which he didn't normally do that, but he had missed weight and he had an hour or so to make weight. So I went with him to cut that weight, to run back and forth, yada, yada, yada. So he came back finally. They gave me an extra half an hour, meaning the commission, for him to make weight. They gave me that, which they don't normally do. They gave it to me. He made weight. Now, at the time, the UFC had this young man who was a sponsorship manager from a legal standpoint when they were just starting to let guys wear patches and stuff, and now they can't because they've got a certain sponsor that everybody wears. So, and that young man was not a very nice person. You know, Mike Mersch was not a very nice person. He was very disrespectful to some people when he spoke to them. And I knew that, so I tried to keep people away from him. So that night, after Mark made weight, I went on back to the hotel, stopped at the bar and got myself my typical shot of Grand Marnier, you know, just to kind of ease me down a little bit. And I went up to the room, and the next thing I know, my phone rings. The phone rings, and somebody says, "Where are you at?" Or "Where are you?" in a tone that I felt was disrespectful right away. But then I kind of, I'm from Philly. I kind of let that go a little bit. I backed up a little bit. I said, well, I'm up in my room. Why? He said, well, I need to see you. So I said, well, you know what? First of all, you need to take that bass out of your voice and stop talking to me, in a disrespectful manner. Right now, I'm being nice at the way I said it. And he said, well, if you don't get down here, when he said that, I stopped him. I went, and I say this in the book, in one shot, he got Mad Burt, Black Burt, Hood Rat Burt, and Upset Burt all in one shot. I cursed him O-U-T. And I said to him that it got to a point where I was feeling that he and I could not function in the same space. And if he didn't like that, one of us need to go in a different direction. And he said to me that no one was going to side with me on some silly shit like that. And I went off on him. And at the end of that conversation, I said to him, you know what? You can take this job and put it on the seat of a chair and sit on it. That was nice, what I just said.
Yeah.
The way I said it. But I said that, and somehow within the next 3 minutes or 5 minutes or so, he must have gone to Dana to explain that. But when he went to Dana with his story. Because when I came downstairs the next morning, I saw Donna Marcolini and Tony Barbosa, and we were talking. And Dana had gotten the story, and they had gotten the story that I had just quit, bad-mouthed everybody, talked about everybody, and that I had gone home. And that's the story that they got. And that was not true. I mean, yes, I did tell him to take that job and stick it up his rear, but not that I expected anybody to come to me and smooth things over, but I expected a conversation which I did not get. And I was told that, well, you know what? Let's just discuss it at another time. Just like that. So you know what I did? I went home. I called my wife. I changed my flight. I got on a plane and I went home, Eric. And I never got a phone call. I'm not saying anything with this because you need to read the book to get the rest of it.
Yes, sir.
But I never got a phone call. I never was asked why or anything. But he questioned my integrity. He questioned my work ethics. And he did it in a way that was disrespectful. And I went to the left. Now, I had 2 Grand Marniers, which might have helped it a little bit. But I'm going to tell you, I cursed him out from what they say, ass to appetite. I just went on and I expressed myself and I told him what to do with that job. And I left. And I went home. My wife and I sat and we talked. She didn't ask me nothing. She just let it go for about 3 or 4 days. And we finally had a talk about it. But I heard nothing from anybody. Got no phone calls, no ask why or how did it happen or what happened or nothing. That was the end of it.
When the dust settled, no one reached out to say like, hey, that was it. There was no talks of that ever.
Not
2 months
not at
later,
all.
3 months, 4 months.
Not it went not at all.
Did
To
that
this
hurt
day,
you? Did that hurt you?
you know what? I was probably more struck that I hadn't because of the fact that I had spent 14 years there, 14 good years that I thought that I was not asked what happened or how it happened. So right away in my head, it said to me that they took whatever explanation he gave as me disrespecting him and me quitting on him, the company, the organization, the brand, and everything else. And that's the way I took it. And I heard nothing, absolutely nothing. And you know what? It didn't hurt because I was more surprised that I didn't. And then when I stopped to think about it, where it did hurt, it was too late because I wasn't going to call anybody and I knew anybody by that time. And we were already into about four months out. or 5 months out, and I had gotten nothing from anybody. So I just said, you know what? I'm moving on. And I did. And the first phone call that I got from anyone to ask me anything was you. And you know how long that was. That was the first anyone asked me to explain what, and I'm not talking about this conversation, but I'm talking about back then in 2015, the very first phone call I got from anybody to say what happened. And you also had other guys on the line. I don't know if you remember that.
Of course.
There were other guys on the line who had a word for me, you know, about me leaving and expressed how they felt. That was it. Ariel was the only one that called me and asked what had happened. And I think I was just more the fact that it was 14 years of my integrity of what I put into that I felt was not, I won't say not appreciated, because every time I see people today, you know, and the response I've gotten from the book, you know, and sitting here with you on your show, there must have been, I did something right. And, you know, there must have been some kind of impact that I had more so than what was put out there as to me just walking away and saying, the hell with the UFC and my career and everything that I had put into it. So that was not it at all. And it just, you know, gone.
Well, it was great to see you link up with Bellator later on. What was that like? We never spoke about that experience. What was it like being with them?
Well, it was definitely awesome. And I had known Scott Coker and Carrie Anna for a while because they were with Strikeforce.
Yeah.
And when the UFC was buying everything up,
yeah,
you know, and bringing everybody in and buying stuff to shut stuff down or whatever, you know, because it was Pride and it was WEC. I got to know everybody that was coming over because they brought those executives from those companies in for a little bit.
Yeah.
And then they were gone. So I got to know Scott and Carrie from those days from Strikeforce. So when the situation happened with a chance phone call to Scott Coker one day, because I always reach out to people. Everybody, every now and then I'll pick up a phone and see a phone number in there that I hadn't spoken to a while, and I'll dial it. And his was one of them. And I dialed it. And it was kind of surprised to him. Hey, how you doing? I'm fine, yada, yada. Where are you? They were at Mohegan Sun in Connecticut.
Yeah.
And he said, you know what? We got a fight coming up. What are you doing? I said, if you can put some gas in my car, I'll be up there. And he damn sure did. And I got in my car and I drove up to Connecticut, put my wife in the car. We drove up to Connecticut. I worked the fight.
Oh, wow.
That was the first fight that I worked with them. And it just kind of went on from there. And I ended up three years with them. And my last fight with the one record that I do keep, and again, you better go get that book because it's in there.
Yes.
The one record that I do keep since 1985, and Bellator is the last one. Since 1985, I've done 403 fights.
Wow.
I've walked 8,069 fighters to the ring, the cage, the octagon, and the dojo since 1985. And Bellator was a big part of that. And the end of my record was me walking Bellator. And when you get the book, you'll see who that person was. But that was my last walk to the cage.
Was there any talk of you moving on to the new Bellator?
No, nothing real heavy. But I had been speaking with quite a few people, and honestly, at this stage in my career right now, Ariel, I don't want to get on a plane no more.
Yeah,
I don't like flying anymore. I just did a show at Madison Square Garden. I got one coming up at the Prudential Center. That I get in my car and I drive.
Yeah.
And I have a good time, and I enjoy that. But getting on a plane and going out of the country, getting on a plane for 7 hours and sitting at an airport, I really don't want to do that anymore. I will, but I'm not crazy about it.
Yeah.
And I had a few conversations with people who were connected to PFL and Bellator of that and my feeling. And I got asked once, and I expressed that again, that, man, you know what? I don't think I want to get on a plane to go to Ireland or wherever it was.
Right.
And that was it. I haven't heard anything since. And you know what? And I'm good. I understand that. But if I can avoid getting on a plane right now, and getting in a car and driving to someplace, which I still get that fire in my gut, baby. I still enjoy working with the fighters, giving them a piece of me and my energy and my experiences and sharing it with them. But sitting in an airport, even if you don't sit past 5, that means first class. Okay, it's still, I'm kind of wavered away from that now.
I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
I'm good. I'm good.
What are the shows that you're doing now? Tell us about that.
Right now, I've got I'm doing, believe it or not, I'm doing sumo, and my International Sumo League, which I've done a show at Madison Square Garden with them. I did a show with them at the Prudential Center. The next show coming up is back at the Prudential Center in August, and it's amazing. They're professional athletes who are very good at what they do. There is an object to sumo wrestling that Americans or people that aren't aware of it, it's a thing where the only thing that's allowed to hit the doyo is the bottom of the feet. If anything else, the hand, the hair, or anything touches, then the match is over. And it's the best 2 out of 3. So I get to still be Burt Watson. I get to coordinate and organize and put things together and work with young guys who are trying to navigate through, and achieve a certain level. And it's just, you know what? It's me still working with professional athletes in combat sports. Just doing that with this was the same thing I did with the UFC, the same thing I did with women in combat sports, with working with Layla Ali and Ronda Rousey and Kat Zingano and Shannon Knapp, who, as a promoter, that was a task because it was something different and something that UFC was at the beginning. I forgot the senator's name, and I don't want to talk about him because he's passed on. But he said it was nothing but cockfighting. They wanted nothing to do with the UFC. But same thing now with this sumo, which I'm enjoying. I'm having a good time, and more than anything, I'm excited because I get in my car and I drive, and I enjoy doing that. I gotta figure out, some other logistics of it, but I'm having a good time,
I hope we all have the kind of energy that you have at 75. And I know you had a bit of a health scare a couple of years back. Are you doing okay? Everything all right?
Yeah. I did prostate cancer out of nowhere, just from a doctor's visit, and found out. And you take care of your body and your mind, and it'll take care of you. I also found that out in my 70s. I paid attention to that because if I had not taken care of my body and my mind when I got that diagnosis of prostate cancer and had to do 52 days of radiation and treatment, my body would have given out on me but it didn't. And as you can see, I'm still rolling. And it's you know, so I'm good from that. And, you know, I'm 2.5 years cancer free. No signs of it coming back. I'm enjoying it, having a good time, and, you know, just talking. And if you don't mind me going to the left a minute, I do a show on MMA Junkie called Legends to Legend. And the last one I just did, and it's on now, and you can go and watch the past episodes. And I just did the last one with Cain Velasquez. And then I did one with Chael Sonnen. And then I did one with George St. Pierre. 3 different people, 3 different personalities that I just said to you, and I just named to you. But I learned as I went along how to navigate through those personalities and how to adjust with that. Just as this situation now with sumo and everybody else and everything else that I'm doing has to learn. And I say that, Ariel, all the time. And I try to make sure that it is a teaching point for me and a teaching point for that book I got back behind me. I know I'm
No, you gotta sell them.
plugging
You gotta
myself.
sell them.
But you know what? I'm definitely having a great time and enjoying it, and I appreciate everything that I get, you know, in terms of helping me, because I'm still navigating. I'm still navigating my way through this. I'm still, you know, the only way somebody opens the door is if you knock on it. If you just stand there, ain't nobody gonna open that door, baby. They got to know you on the other side of it. You got to knock on it. And I'm still knocking on that door, you know? But hey, that's the lesson that I try to give, and I keep giving to young fighters, young professional athletes, my kids, my grandkids, and anybody that I get around or I get a minute to run my mouth. That's what I'm going to do, baby, all night long.
I love it. So great to talk to you again, Burt. Happy birthday once again. Thank you for spending some of your birthday with us. I know 2 great men born on this day. My father, 77 today as well. So I love the fact.
No way.
Yeah, how about that? July 17th.
Wow.
So
Wow.
enjoy the rest of your day.
Wow.
Congratulations on the book. Can't wait to read it. I urge everyone to check it out. I don't say this lightly. You were a part of the fabric and the DNA of that organization, and the events weren't the same without you. And I remember there were some times where you were in like 8 weeks, 10 events. You were sometimes doing them back to, it was absurd what you would do,
Yes,
and
sir.
the energy that you would bring. You know how much the fighters loved you and how much you meant to them. And that will never change. And as long as people like me are doing shows like this, that will never be forgotten. So, you know, it's an honor to have you on. Much love to
Appreciate
you, and congrats and good luck with the book, and keep in touch, my friend.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate you. You've always been an inspiration, even though you're not as old as I am, but you know, because you keep rolling, baby. And I see you, and I appreciate you. Thank you for having me, man.
All the best.
It's been a blessing.
Happy birthday,
Appreciate
Burt.
it.
Thank you.
Peace. Thank you.
There's the man, Burt Watson. Go check out the book. Go get it right now. Do yourself a favor. Get a birthday present for Burt. How about that? Over on Amazon, Being Burt Watson. He would come out before the weigh-ins. There it is. Look at that. He would come out before the weigh-ins. Joe Rogan would call him the babysitter to the stars. Just an absolute legend, really. An absolute legend. And what an infectious personality. What a charismatic guy. And what stories. Dating back to the great Joe Frazier back in the day, who he managed. He managed Joe Frazier, Smoking Joe. Amazing. All right. One guess, and it's a big one. The pride of China is here. Can't wait for this. Is he ready? Are we good?
Absolutely.
Let's say hello to Zhilei Zhang. Big Bang Zhang, is he here? Oh, yes. What a great honor this is. How are you, my friend?
How are you?
Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Oh, and there's Kurt, the famous. Please have a seat. Thank you so much. Good to see you again. Yes, we met each other. You know, we saw each other in Riyadh, If
Oh,
you
yeah, we
remember.
did.
Yes,
Yeah.
we were talking. Please have a seat. Hello, guys. Oh, hey, guys. How are you? Thank you so much for coming. Yes, we talked about Bloomfield, New Jersey, and all that.
Oh,
You
yes,
remember
yes,
this?
yes, yes.
Just got back a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
A few days ago, actually.
All right. Well, welcome, and you look great. I like your outfit, what you're wearing, what you came to the show wearing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
盛装出席，非常感谢你这个。
Thank you.
This is a great honor for us. We really appreciate you coming in. I think you're the biggest guest to ever sit in this chair on the show in the studio. So thank you so much for coming in. I hope you're comfortable. Are you comfortable?
重量级嘉宾来过，你坐在这个椅子上是最重的一个。
Yeah.
舒服吗？这椅子？
Yeah, very good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saw that you were recently back home in China, right? What was that? So you went after the Deontay Wilder fight. What was it like being back home after such a big win?
刚刚是从中国来，去中国干嘛了？打完 Wilder 之后。
打完比赛回中国度假，度假，然后见见家人，陪陪家人，
Yeah, I went on a vacation over there. Actually, I went there to also see my family, having some time off.
然后还有一些商业活动。
And also some ad shooting, some commercialization stuff going on.
Do you feel like life has changed a lot since the Wilder win?
赢了维尔德之后，生活有变化吗？
打完这场比赛之后，在中国引起很大的反响，然后大家在中国的球迷在夜里4点凌晨，然后观看了这场比赛，然后赢下这场比赛之后，中国的球迷也非常兴奋，然后非常开心。Yeah.
Well, I'm happy that everything has happened the way it should be. I know a lot of boxing fans in China. They stayed up until 4 or 5 a.m. to watch my fight because of the time difference. And they saw the victory. They're happy about it. I think things changed dramatically. The whole dynamic changed.
I saw you got a nice reception at the airport, and I'm wondering how comfortable you feel with all the people surrounding you and all the love that you received, the media attention. Do you like that sort of thing?
很多人在机场欢迎你啊！现在家里面有突然多了那么多的人过来，你觉得这种被人包围的感觉让你觉得舒服吗？
怎么来讲呢？当然也有好的一面，也有不好的一面，然后也再次看到大家的热情，因为通过我的比赛，大家观看我的比赛，真的，然后非常喜欢我，非常喜欢我呢，然后就到我家里面呢，然后合影呢、留念呢，但是家里面人太多了，然后从每天早上一直到每天晚上这一天的时间，家里面的人很多很多很多。Yeah.
Let me put it this way: it's a double-edged sword. I'm happy that people enjoy my performance, and I'm happy being liked by a lot of people. I'm flattered, but at the same time, people flooded to my house. Like early in the morning, I was still in bed, and started to flood into my house.
Oh wow!
And I like this kind of popularity I brought to the country, but at the same time, it's a little overwhelming.
The thing is, if you continue to have great success, you're on a path now. More of that might come. So how do you balance those feelings?
那你赢得越多，来你家做客的人肯定就越多。怎么样去平衡它？
这肯定会，因为大家都希望我赢，一直赢，一直赢，一直赢。当然赢了比赛之后，回到家里面全民的热情，对，所以说，还是非常感谢全民朋友们。
You're absolutely right, but people want to see me win. I want to keep winning as well. I have nothing but appreciation for all the fans. I just appreciate them.
因为全民一直在后面支持着我，然后给我动力，给我力量。
Yeah, they're my biggest motive and power.
Perhaps is that part of the reason why you like living in New Jersey, because maybe you are less recognized and you don't get bothered as much?
你适合在新泽西生活是不是？因为在这儿的话比较安静。
相对来说这边要安静一点，但是也有很多球迷在。新泽西的球迷也有很多，你包括我去超市啊、去商场啊，然后很多球迷也有，但是比着中国可能稍微安静一点。
Yeah, it's relatively less fans, but when I go grocery shopping, when I go out, I still get recognized, but less.
How did you pick New Jersey, and why did you pick New Jersey, and especially where you train out of Bloomfield? I'm not sure if you live there specifically, but that region. Why did you pick there?
为什么在 Bloomfield 在新泽西安营扎寨呢？
因为我刚转职业的时候就来到新泽西，首先在纳特利，然后住，然后在我搬到布罗莫菲尔的，然后训练呢一直在Patterson 训练，然后因为我的团队教练肖恩教授，然后我们住的都非常近， 所以说对训练来讲比较方便一点，所以说我们就选择这里。然后在这边在新泽西这边生活也比较安静，然后又能够更加专注的去训练。
It's where my professional boxing career started in New Jersey, and also I was living in Nutley, Bloomfield. I trained in Patterson. I trained at Sean George's from around, so it's a convenient setting for everything. And I'm getting used to New Jersey. It's quiet. It's nice to everywhere. It's close to everywhere. So that's how it comes down to.
I know that, post Olympics, you had some, some roadblocks in terms of going pro and didn't get the big fights or the big opportunities. And now here you are taking great advantage of those. Is there any part of you at your age now saying, man, I wish all this happened 10 years ago. I wish I could have had these opportunities and got these big fights back then, so I would have had a longer career on top.
你打职业也晚，然后呢，奥运会之后呢，也没有马上转职业，中间又耽误了。转到职业之后，中间的很多比赛又不是特别大。那你现在回过头去想，你宁愿会说，我希望我再年轻10岁就好了，有这样的想法吗？
也没有这个也有过这个想法，但是你要面对去现实，想象中是美好的，但是你要去面对现实。但是不过到现在来讲，对我来讲，年龄也不是个问题。可能说我转职业的时候年龄已经30岁了，但是我刚转职业的时候，我感觉我很年轻。然后包括打这10年比赛，到现在我依然感觉我很年轻。
I thought about it, to be honest with you, but we have to wake up next day and face the reality. To me, I'm in my best time. I feel like I'm in my prime, and looking back, I had no regrets, and I feel like I'm still a young man.
When you say, I believe you're 41, correct? 41 years old. When you say in your prime, how many more years do you envision yourself fighting for?
现在的身体状态感觉正好，你觉得还有多少年能打的？
这个没有仔细去想过。然后现在今年41岁，可能大家感觉老了啊，非常老了。至于打多少年，我也没有想过。可能哪一天，我感觉我打不动了，身体出现没有竞技状态没有那么好了。然后我打不动了，那就不打了。
I never thought about that. People look at number 41 and thinking, oh, this is old. This is going towards the end. But I don't really think so. And I believe when that time comes, my body is going to tell me to stop. But I'm not there yet, so I keep going.
So you've never put a date or an age in your mind, like, oh, by 45 I want to be done, or by 43. Some fighters do that. You've never done that.
因为有的选手会说我45或43怎么样哈，你没有这个年龄，在你脑海里没有这东西。
在我脑海里没有年龄，然后让我通过一个规律的生活，然后科学的训练，然后科学的康复，然后我的身体一直会保持在一个非常高的一个竞技状态，这样就可以一直打比赛。
I never actually thought about it. As long as I live a disciplined life, I train, recover scientifically, I believe my body functions at a very high level.
When you got the opportunity to fight Deontay Wilder, when you were thinking about the fight, when you were envisioning how it would play out, how did you think before the fight? How did you think it was going to play out?
当时你跟维尔德打比赛之前，实话实说，心里面是怎么想的？对这场比赛的结局是怎么想的？
心里面怎么想的？然后可能说我也没有告诉我团队的任何人都不知道。然后我想，如果说这场比赛我再输了，那可能就是我的职业生涯也就结束了。但是维尔德一直在讲，这可能是他的最后一支舞。然后如果他输了比赛，他也可能去退役。然后他只是对外公布了这一件事情。然后我呢，只是没有公布，只是我在我内心里面，然后我有这种，如果说这场比赛我再输的话，可能我就结束我的职业生涯。
Well, honestly, I never told my team this, and I was thinking to myself, if I lose this fight, it's going to be the end. That's it. Later on, I found out that Deontay Wilder was actually saying the same thing. He was talking about something like his last dance or something like that. So I think we possibly thought about the same thing.
Wow.
But he opened up, and I kept it to myself.
Why did you feel like if you lost that fight, it would be the end?
为什么觉得要输了就最后一场了呢？
因为连续输比赛，你要在职业拳击里面，你要一直连续输比赛，会对自己的信心打击非常大。所以说到时候到那个时间，你会怀疑你的能力，会怀疑到最后可能就一直输比赛的话，你都怀疑你的年龄啊，你的身体机能啊，然后方方面面呢，可能我真的老了，我怎么样，会有这种想法。
I think fighters take a big hit in their heart when they keep losing, especially in this position where I am at, if I keep losing, I'll start to think about, is my body all right? Is my age all right? Is everything all right? So with that mentality, I had that thought.
Does that go ahead?
所以说，为了能够打消这种念头，我只能去不断的去训练，然后让自己的身体一直保持一个非常好的一个竞技状态。然后这样的话，你会一直赢比赛。
So I had to train really hard to eliminate that idea.
但每个拳手都希望自己能够一直赢比赛，肯定不会希望自己输比赛。
At the end of the day, everybody wants to win.
Did you consider retiring after the Parker fight?
在打完帕克的比赛之后，输掉了之后，有没有想过退役呢？
没有，那个时间还没有，因为在帕克的比赛，我感觉我没有输，所以说对我的心理没有任何造成没有任何负担啊。
Not then. After the Parker fight, I never thought I lost that fight.
因为我知道打帕克的时候，我的心里是怎么想的。
I know what went wrong, my mentality.
What do you mean by that? What, like, could you expand? Why did? So you don't think at this moment that, like, even looking back, you lost that fight? You think you should have gotten the nod?
那具体展开来说一下，为什么输了这场比赛？然后呢，你觉得为什么没有输？
因为首先在这一场比赛之前，在赛前就确定这一场比赛的时候，然后我 OK 没问题，然后就打帕克绝对没问题，因为他被我以前赢过他，然后他又把乔伊斯把他 KO， 然后我又把乔伊斯 KO， 所以说我的感觉打帕克没有问题，然后所以说可能说心理上面有一些松懈。
When I first got the notice to fight Joseph Parker, I thought it was easy. I beat him in the amateurs. Joe Joyce knocked him out. I knocked Joe Joyce out. So in my mind, I thought that's like an easy walk in the park.
所以说在第3回合的时候，我把帕克第一次击倒的时候，然后我自己还在中立角，然后站自己还在那跳舞，所以说没有把帕克放在眼里。然后所以说到最后进入比赛的深入，然后一直到比赛进入后半程，可能说帕克改变战术之后，我可能要打不到他，让我心里着急，一着急的话，越着急越打不到，所以说最后可能说输掉比赛。
When I dropped in the 3rd round, I thought that was it. And as you can see, I went back to my neutral corner and started dancing. And I thought that was easy fight. And then when the fight went on to the later rounds, Parker adjusted very beautifully, and he made perfect adjustments. And then I was not able to land a shot, so I lost my rhythm.
所以说从那一场比赛结束之后 ，OK， 我们要重新去总结自己。OK， 我们不管在任何对手，我们要专注，要更加的专注。
I learned my lesson from that fight. No matter who you're fighting, you have to stay focused.
所以说这一场对威尔德的比赛，赛前我们就专注，其他的外界的任何因素，然后不要去考虑。
That's what I did.
把所有的注意力就集中到这场比赛上面。
That's what I did with Wilder before the fight. I had nobody but Wilder in my mind. I was that focused.
And as far as the training for Parker, do you think you also didn't push yourself as much because you were thinking it was going to be an easy fight? It wasn't just the fight itself that you had the improper mentality, it was in the build-up as well?
你对帕克的时候觉得这个比赛很简单啊，但你训练的时候，因为这个原因，你松懈了吗？训练的时候？
训练的时候稍微有那么一点松懈，然后从心理上面会有一点松懈。
Yeah, mentally I would say yes. I let myself relax a little bit during training.
所以说，在你不够重视对手的时候，可能说这就是你付出的代价。
But that's the price I paid.
Was cardio an issue in that fight as well?
体能是不是帕克比赛的关键的原因？
体能不是关键的原因。因为到最后你打不到他之后，然后你特别着急，你越着急越打不到。
Cardio and conditioning was not rhythm is.
Got it.
And if you lost your rhythm, it's hard to get it back.
When you rewatch the fight now, do you think despite all of that, you still should have won the fight?
那现在你再回过头去看帕克的比赛，觉得除了这些原因之外，你应该赢这场比赛吗？
我感觉这场比赛可以。我感觉我赢了，然后也打平赢都无所谓。因为这场比赛已经是这样的结果了，所以说现在没有必要去在乎这个结果。然后我们现在可能说更多的从这场比赛中，然后我们找到一些问题所在，然后在下面的训练中把问题解决掉。
I can't live in the history in the past. You know, when I watched that fight, I'm okay with people who said he won, I won, it's a draw. I'm okay either way. But the most important thing for me is what I learned from the fight and what I corrected myself and moving forward with it.
然后包括从技术上面，我肯定是占据优势的，然后从力量上、技术上，我都是占据优势的。对，然后所以说在这场比赛当中，我们也学到很多东西。可能说需要去打比赛的时候不要那么干净，要需要脏一点就脏一点，对不对？因为我之前打拳太干净。Yeah.
And also one thing I learned is that I'm such a clean fighter. Like in the ring, I don't have any little dirty move. But it's professional boxing. Sometimes you have to have a little bit of edge over the other guy.
因为帕克和我比赛的时候，让泰拳副队长在下面就喊他打脏一点，打脏一点，然后他有3个击打过地打我的裆部，然后所以说这也算是一种战术吧，然后也激怒我了，对吧
I could hear Tyson Fury down there shouting at Joseph Parker, saying that be dirty, be dirty, be dirty. So he hit me low 3 times, and I got pissed. But the strategy worked.
Would you ever want to fight like that, though? Is there a part of you that would allow yourself to fight that way?
那你现在心里面想不想把自己变成一个更脏一点的拳手？
有时候可能说在比赛场上需要的话，肯定会啊。
Yeah, if necessary, yes, I have to.
And so we saw the change in mentality. You looked fantastic against Deontay. Now that he did lose, and the way in which he lost, a lot of people think that this should be the end for him. Do you think it should be the end for him?
赢了维尔德之后，很多人觉得维尔德就不应该再打了，休息吧。你觉得他应该再打、休息，还是再怎么样？
这个怎么来讲呢？这个都看他自己了吧，看他自己怎么去想的。如果说想回归拳台也可以，如果说不想再征战拳台，然后现在他也有足够的财富，也可以好好陪伴家人。然后现在最主要的还是一个健康的身体。健康的心理，健康的身体，然后好好陪伴，享受生活。Yeah.
I think it's his personal decision. If he wants to go back to the ring, I think boxing welcomes him. But if he wants to retire, I mean, he's made enough money, has a good family, enjoy your time, enjoy retirement. I think he can go either way, but it's really up to him.
I know he didn't look great in the previous fight, but I'm just wondering if you were expecting more out of him as you were preparing for the fight.
维尔德跟你打上一场，其实他表现的也不太好。你觉得这一场就是跟你打之前，你觉得他会表现得更好吗？
对，我感觉他和帕克打的时候表现的没有那么好，然后我想他和我打的时候，他肯定是会去总结上一场的经验，然后去总结上一场的经验，然后这一场比赛肯定会比上一场更好。我当时我感觉是这样的。
Well, I thought so. That was my expectation to Deontay Wilder because I think he had a not so good performance against Joseph Parker. He probably, definitely came back, study himself, and correct mistakes, and came back stronger. That's what I expect.
所以说我之前都讲过，在赛前我讲过，维尔德是一个非常危险的一个对手，因为他的重拳非常非常犀利的，然后可能被他击中之后，然后可能任何事情都会发生，然后被他所击倒的对手，然后大部分都是睡觉，要么被送往医院，所以说。还是非常非常一个危险的一个对手。Yeah.
Like I said before the fight, Deontay Wilder is an extremely dangerous fighter, and his right hand can put anybody down and put anybody to sleep, or put anybody in the hospital. So I was really cautious approaching this fight.
Before the fight, Turki Al-Sheikh announced that if Wilder would have beaten you, he would have had him fight Jared Anderson on the August 3rd card in Los Angeles. Did that annoy you? Did it bother you that there was like a fight kind of on the horizon that didn't involve you on that card?
因为Turkey 之前就宣布过，如果维尔德赢了你，想让他下一个打这个安德森8月份。
Yeah.
你觉得这东西让你生气吗？因为他的计划里面没有你。
这个计划里没有我，这无所谓。然后这是他们之间的计划，但是我可能就是一个把他们计划打乱的一个人，对吧？然后我就是这样来出现的。我不管对谁，只要让我去了，然后我会全力以赴去做。然后你们的计划是什么，跟我没有关系啊。然后到最后可能说，我把你们的计划全部打乱掉。
I think that's their plan, and I don't really get pissed off by that plan because I was always someone who comes in and mix up things. So that's what I do. I mix things up and destroy people's plan.
So about an hour ago, we had Jared Anderson coincidentally on the show. I didn't plan this. And he told me that when, I asked him if he was upset that Deontay lost and that he was going to lose that opportunity most likely. And he said that once Deontay lost to you, he said, I'd like to fight you. Why can't I just fight him? And what he said was that he heard that you said no to that fight. Is that accurate?
他刚才采访了这个安德森，就说他本来想打威尔德，结果呢现在想打你了，因为你把威尔德给 KO 了，为什么不能打你？然后说你不想打他，是这真的吗？
安德森现在也非常好啊，然后年轻有冲劲儿，然后现在这儿呢，但是你看我现在肯定不会是一个非常好的新秀安德森，然后但是我现在不是打新秀的时间了，现在我的目标就是腰带啊，我现在就是泰森弗里亚、乌西克这些人，我不会再去回过头来去打一个新秀，
Yeah, Jared Anderson is a great fighter. I give him nothing but respect, and he has done this in his way. And so far in my position, I'm looking to fight for the title. And Jared Anderson is a great prospect, and I'm not looking to fight a prospect right now. I'm looking to fight the tough guys out there. Tyson Fury, Alexander Usyk. I'm looking for a championship. I'm not looking to fight a prospect.
Okay. So the information he heard was accurate. You respectfully declined. Is that fair to say?
那可以说你拒绝了这场比赛，带着敬意去拒绝了他。
Yeah. 现在我的目标是更高的。
Because I'm aiming for higher.
Yeah. Were you disappointed? Did you think there was a chance maybe that you would get the AJ fight? Once Hrgovic lost that same night to Daniel Dubois, did you think there was a chance maybe they would go with you versus AJ for that IBF title? Because, of course, you have a history with AJ dating back to the 2012 Olympics.
那么约书亚呢？因为当天晚上比赛完了之后，很多人觉得你应该打约书亚，结果后来打约书亚的反而成了这个杜博，把 Hrgovic 赢了。那你觉得约书亚这跟你的比赛是怎么个态度？现在？
这场比赛我们两个比赛从12年打完之后，然后最近几年就从我和艾迪亨，然后我们合作那几年开始，然后就一直在炒作这个话题，然后一直炒到现在，然后他也不可能给我打，但我想打，但是他不会给我打，为什么？他想打强的，你想他打强的，你看他打的对手，对吗？纳甘诺从 UFC 过来的啊，然后还有那个赫纽斯，然后打这些人，然后之前，然后我的经纪人他们两个还专门飞到伦敦去谈这场比赛，然后明显就拒绝不打。
Mark my word, he's not fighting me. He's not going to fight me ever.
AJ?
AJ. Because after 2012 Olympic Games, that was when we initially collided. And after that, it's been so many years. I was with Matchroom, and I know what happened. I don't think he's ever going to fight me. My manager's right there. They flew to London, and I got words. So I don't think he's going to fight me. Look at his previous opponents. Francis Ngannou from UFC, Robert Helenius, and I don't think he has what it takes to stand up against me. But the way he picks his opponent says a lot about it.
Wow. So you don't think he'll ever fight you? No chance.
他不敢给我打，艾迪也不会让他给我安排这场比赛打。
Neither does Eddie. They don't want it.
因为他是艾迪的摇钱树嘛。
He's the cash cow for Eddie.
When you were with Matchroom, was it ever close? Did you ever think you were close to getting it?
当你跟 Matchroom 在合作的时候，有机会吗？
有机会，然后一直在说这场比赛，然后说这场比赛之后，然后说就像是他和乌奇克2番战，然后在沙特打完，然后我和赫尔维奇打完。然后打完之后说我们两个有没有希望打一场？他们那边也把我的经纪人把 Terry 汤米然后叫到伦敦，然后他们两个专门从纽约飞到伦敦去谈这段时间，然后谈这时间就。
The closest time we got the deal done was after AJ lost to Usyk, and I lost to Filip Hrgovic in Saudi Arabia. And my managers got an invitation. My managers flew to London to talk to them. And got to know.
What was the reason?
为什么呢?
I don't know.
And so I could see maybe someone saying, well, okay, well, why would he not want to fight you? He did beat you in the Olympics, so what would he be sort of worried about or not want to run it back if he got the win? What's your response to that?
那很多人会说了，他伦敦把你赢了，他现在根本就不怕你，因为他赢过你，不跟你打肯定不是这个原因，你觉得呢？
那就不知道了，那就不知道为什么了。那就他要不打，那就不打；那他要打，那就来嘛，随时。
Then I don't know why. I don't have a reason. That's his problem. But if he ever wants to fight, I'm him.
There's been a lot made of the new AJ, the sort of revived AJ, especially now with Ben Davison. He's on this great run going into this fight. Have you been impressed? Do you think that he's a different man, a different fighter? Do you see any sort of changes in him?
现在 AJ 呢，很多人说，哎，回来了，新的教练，新的风格，新的这那的。你觉得他回来了吗？
回来不回来，只能到拳台上打一下才知道啊。然后大家可能表面上你看到 OK 回来了，然后 KO 2个回合 KO 那个诺，呀，然后几个回合 KO 那个叫然后再打富兰克林是吧？然后 OK 打富兰克林打满了嘛，对吧？然后回来嘛，回来那就上台去打嘛，对吧？
Yeah, maybe people say he's back. He knocked out Ngannou in 2 rounds. He beat Robert Helenius. He knocked him out, and he fought Jermaine Franklin.
Yes, Otto Wallin as well.
Otto Wallin.
Yeah.
All of a sudden he's back. Well, I can't say he's back until I met him in the ring and tested with my fist.
Do you think he beats Dubois?
你觉得他能打败杜波吗？
不好说。然后这马上就要比赛了，你看他两人表现了嘛。然后现在杜波正是势头正强劲的时候，然后我估计杜波会赢。
It's hard to say. It's really a difficult question. Let's see what their training camp looks like and what their preparation looks like. Dubois on the rise. He's fantastic, and he has something to prove. So I think he might be a better performance on that night.
Wow. So you give him a chance. You give him a solid chance to pull off the upset, Dubois.
所以你觉得杜博会以黑马的身份去赢吗
Yeah, 我感觉会。
Yeah, I agree.
Now I really want to see this fight. Big Bang Zhang against AJ. I want to see this rematch. Are you going to go to Wembley and you should sit in the front row and put some pressure on him? Are you going to do that?
你应该去温布利坐在第一排，然后给他一点压力嘛。
OK， 到时间比赛到时候看吧。
Yeah, we'll see. We'll
yes,
see.
I think it's a good idea.
应该去嘛。
I will.
Okay, good. Are you going to the card in Los Angeles, the big Riyadh season show in August? Are you going to be there?
利雅得季节在8月份有一场比赛在拉斯维，在这个西海岸，你要去吗？
现在还没有确定，等下一步看看有计划的时候，我们有可能会去。现在还没有计划。
Right now we don't have a plan because my training camp is getting started. I have scheduled training, so we'll see what time and what schedule fits in my training camp. We'll make a decision.
Do you have your next fight yet? Are you training for a specific fight?
你现在有下一步比赛的计划了吗？
现在还没有，这2天估计最近会经纪人他们会去谈下一场比赛什么时候，然后现在还没有眉目。现在就慢慢的开始训练之后，然后等着下一场比赛。
I believe my management team is working on that aggressively day by day, and right now my focus is to get back in the gym and get ready for whenever it's coming.
Do you think we'll see you again this year in 2024?
觉得在24年之前会看到你吗？重返
Yeah, 会看到，然后在下半年肯定会有一场比赛。
Yeah, I do believe so. One fight is coming by the end of the year.
Okay, maybe October, December, something like that.
10月、12月。
Yeah, maybe 12月之前肯定会有。
Definitely before December.
Okay, back in Riyadh or somewhere else?
去利雅得还是在哪儿啊？
现在还没确定，还没确定。
Yeah, right now everything's up in the air.
Okay.
这就由推广人和我的经纪人他们去谈。
Depends on the promoter and the managers to talk about it.
Could I ask, if it was up to you, and obviously AJ is taken right now, who would be your next opponent if you could pick of the people available?
如果你来选对手的话，你现在约书亚要打比赛吗？除了他之外，你会想打谁呢？
我现在最想的当然是泰森·弗里、乌西克，这首选的，然后现在排名靠前的，卡巴耶尔对啊，这肯定是排名前面的。
I'm looking at the top ranked guys because top ranking guys because Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk is definitely ranked number 1, number 2 in the world, and I'm looking to fight them for sure. And then if you go down the ranking, Ajay Kabayel is highly ranked, so that could be on my radar as well.
What about a rematch with Joseph Parker? Does that interest you?
也在，Parker 也在
Yeah, that doesn't need translation.
Yes, you want that. You would love that. You would like that very much?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, this is good stuff. And just curious, because you said earlier, like, if you would have lost to Deontay, you would have retired. Is it still the case? Like if you lose the next one, hopefully not, are you done? Like is the next time you lose a fight, does that mean you're going to be done? Is that what you're thinking? Is that the pressure you're putting on yourself?
因为之前你说如果输给这个菲尔德就退役，那如果下一场你再输，你会不会有这个退役的萌生这个念头？
现在还没有呢，现在还没有。等下一场比赛打完之后，看看有没有这种想法。当然，下一场比赛我估计也不会输啊。
Right now, no. I'll tell you after the next fight, but I don't think I'm going to lose that fight.
Okay. Do you know what your next fight is? Like, do you have a sense? Do you have a feeling?
有没有第六感？感觉这个对手会是谁？
现在还没有。
Right now, no.
Okay. You don't want to give us a hint.
要么就是 Parker， 要么卡巴耶尔 ，Yeah.
Joe Parker or Ajit Caballero.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would love. Tell me if it's a possibility. I would love to see you back in China, fighting back in front of your people. Is that a possibility for the next fight?
现在还想看呢，你回中国再打一场，在家乡父老的面前，这有可能吗？
现在我们这个团队正在和中国的团队，然后对接，然后争取，然后我们也在朝这个方向去努力去做，然后争取能够在中国然后举行一场世界顶级的拳王赛，然后放在中国，然后中国的拳迷在自己的家门口能够看到精彩的赛事。
Yeah, I definitely dream about a homecoming fight in China. And right now, I know my management team is working very closely with Chinese promoters and companies over there. So I hope so.
像我和威尔德的比赛，然后也虽说在中国的时间是半夜凌晨时间，然后但是守在电视机旁的，然后有600多万人在现场在观看。
Yeah. I'll give you a number. When I fought Deontay Wilder, it was around 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning in China. About 6 million people has the fight reached.
Wow.
So far.
Wow.
On that night alone.
Yeah. Before it's all said and done, you have to fight at least one more time there, right? This has to happen.
那必须得中国打一场，这是跑不了的。
因为现在中国的拳迷也希望能够看到在自己的家门口看到这一场赛事。
Yeah, the whole country wants to see it.
I'm just curious, were you surprised at how Usyk beat Fury? Were you surprised that he looked so good in that fight?
乌西克把傅里给挑落了，当时的表现你觉得吃惊吗？
没有太大吃惊，因为乌西克确实打得非常好，然后泰森·富里呢也表现得还可以，但是比乌西克还差那么一点点。然后现在马上12月份要打复赛，的话就看他们两个备战情况啊。
Not really. I always have faith in Usyk's boxing skill and his style, and I believe Tyson Fury did really well on that night too. But Usyk is a better man. They're fighting again in December. I think it all comes down to who has a better training camp.
Okay. Who are you leaning towards? Do you think Usyk does it again?
你的感觉呢？
我的感觉，因为乌西克在一番战中已经找到克制泰森·富里的一个方法，然后我估计他会继续延续。我估计二番战有可能也会继续影响比赛。
I'm leaning towards Usyk because I think he found the key to beat Tyson Fury in the first fight, and he's going to capitalize off of that.
What is that key?
打败泰森·富里的关键是什么？
脑子非常好，然后随机的应变，然后技术用得非常好。
You have to make adjustment by seconds and use your brain, not your body.
Okay. I don't know if you know this, but in mixed martial arts, China is doing very well. There's a champion, Zhang Weili is her name, the flyweight champion. The strawweight champion, 115 pounds. Do you know her? Are you familiar with her? Have you seen her fight?
有没有看过？因为他这个是 UFC 的一个节目，有没有看过张伟丽的比赛？有跟他熟不熟？
熟，非常和伟丽非常熟。然后每次比赛我们都会相互加油，然后回到国内有一些活动我们也会互动，非常好。
Yeah, actually, he's a good friend of mine.
Oh.
And we say congratulations to each other after fight. We say good luck to each other before. And I ran into her sometimes in China because we're going to the same event.
Wow.
And had dinner with her. Wonderful person.
然后在纽约，伟丽在纽约比赛，然后我会到现场去看他比赛，然后比赛完之后会给他庆祝比赛。
I went to Madison Square Garden to watch her fight last time when she was here.
Yes.
And then we had dinner together after the show.
Amazing. And she's become a huge star, and there's other stars coming out of China as well. And it's just amazing to see how the sport has grown over there. And I know you've also trained with Alex Pereira. You've sparred with Alex Pereira. There's photos of you guys from I think last year sparring. Was it just one time or have you sparred with him multiple times?
你跟佩雷拉也打过，但是高度保密，好像都在对外，就是你俩有一张照片。
Yeah.
但是具体什么样子，好像都高度保密。但是打过几次你俩？
我俩就打过1次实战，然后打了4个回合，然后是我那一天是打12个回合比赛，打12个回合实战，然后最后4个回合是和佩雷拉打的。然后因为当时马上我们2个都有比赛，所以说也没有去有录视频呐，也没有，然后就对双方都是保密的嘛。Yeah.
We sparred once, 4 rounds. So that day, I remember it was a 12 round for me. I had 2 guys before Alex went in the ring. So we did 4 rounds, and we both had a fight coming up, and we didn't have any footage or filming about the sparring.
佩雷拉的拳打得非常好，然后他的反应啊，他的拳术啊，他的拳力量啊都非常好，但是我可能说比他又大一个级别，然后对。
He's a good boxer. I can tell you he has good reflection, good speed, and good power.
因为我也看佩雷拉的比赛，然后我感觉他在 UFC 中他的战力打得是最好的。
I watched his fight a lot. In UFC, he kind of dominated everybody standing.
Yes, he's doing very well. Middleweight champion, now light heavy, and people are talking about him moving to heavyweight to be first-time 3 weight class champion in UFC history. Do you think his power would translate to heavyweight? Do you think he would have success at heavyweight?
因为他从中量级打到轻重，打到重，现在你们好像让他去打重量级，
是吧？
你觉得他这个力量在重量级会有一定的优势还是劣势？
我感觉他有那个力量，他的拳有力量的。Yeah.
I think he has it. He has the power to transit to heavyweight.
Wow. And do you want to train with him more? Like, would there be other opportunities?
今后还会在一起训练或者互动吗？你俩？
但有机会的话，肯定会，我们在一起相互学习嘛，对吧？相互学习，相互进步，啊。
I'd love to welcome him to my camp. We learn from each other.
Are you a fan of MMA? Do you watch it just for fun?
平时喜欢看综合格斗吗？
也看，然后像佩雷拉，然后关注比较多一点，然后伟力的比赛，然后包括宋亚东，包括以前李景亮啊，然后中国的这些拳手，然后包括严小南呢，我都会关注一下呀。
Yeah, I watched in my spare time, especially Alex Pereira because I sparred with him, and like you mentioned, Willie and Yadong,
Zhang Yadong,
Xiaonan, and Jing Liang. They're all Chinese fighters and standing out really great.
Amazing. I think when you were younger, did your father say to you to either go down like maybe Taekwondo or boxing, and you chose boxing? Is that accurate?
好像隐约记得年轻的时候，父亲说让你去选体育项目，有这个跆拳道，有这种说法吗
？Yeah. 当时是选散打，散打和拳击，然后让我选，到最后我选择了拳击。
There was a choice between sanda, which is like a Chinese-style kickboxing.
Okay.
And boxing. I chose boxing.
Why did you pick boxing?
为什么？
因为我练的时候我腿上有伤，然后因为散打像要用腿。然后我说拳击不用腿，我说那就 OK， 那就用拳。
Because I injured my leg and I hate to kick. I couldn't kick. Say okay, let's stand up. Let's not use any legs.
Wow, I wonder what you would have been like as a kickboxer.
如果选了踢拳的话，可能又不一样了。
又不一样。但是我在练拳击期间，然后我和散打的朋友，然后也学过散打，也练过踢腿。
It's funny because I train when I was training boxing. I also train with kickboxers a lot, and we just kick back and forth.
Do you think they have the same type of striking as boxers, or is it a little bit different?
那散打的这个拳技和拳击的这个拳技差不多还是有区别？
可能说都差不多，都差不多。然后拳击和散打的拳都差不多，但是他们的拳好像没有拳击的那么细腻因为他们要是一个综合的，他们要用腿，要用拳，所有的都在里面要用摔，所以说可能说不像我们拳击一直在研究这个拳术啊。
I think it's all common when it comes to striking, similar things, but kickboxing is more like a sport of everything. You need to use everything, but for us, we can only use 2 hands, and that's all we have, and it has to be really precise.
We were talking about the fame that you have now back home in China, and I know unfortunately your parents are no longer around. Is it hard for you? How do you deal with the emotions of having this great success and fame, but unfortunately not being able to celebrate it with them and have them see it?
现在呢，你在中国有很多的追随者啊，非常好。但是呢，很遗憾的是，父母就没有看见这一天。你觉得这个对你来说是一个遗憾吗？
应该是一个遗憾吧，应该是一个遗憾。然后，但是我知道他们在天上看着我呢，啊
，Yeah, it's really bad feeling, but you know, I believe that they're watching me from the heaven and they know everything.
I saw a nice scene when you came home. I think you were eating dinner with your siblings, and your sister was talking about how proud she was of you, and she stayed up to watch you fight. I think it was after maybe the second Joy's fight, or maybe the first as well. And so it seems like you get a lot of support from your family, from your siblings as well now, right?
因为你的姐姐在一个影片里面说对你很骄傲，这来自于家庭，来自于这个兄弟姐妹他们的支持也非常多吧？
对，非常多，因为从练拳击，包括在业余时期，然后哥哥姐姐对我都非常关注，然后一直告诉我，就是首先就是在训练的时间尽量的不要受伤啊，如果有伤病的话，先把身体养好，然后再去训练。对。
Since I started boxing as an amateur, my older brother and older sister have always been there for me. And what they care is not how I perform, is they care about is if I have injuries. So always treat your body well and don't get hurt.
所以说，你像包括家里面的哥哥姐姐，包括我们这一个团队，所以我们这一个团队也像一个大的家庭，然后包括肖恩乔治，包括 Leon Brother， 然后科尔利，然后 Scott， 然后 Scooter， 然后我们这一个团队，然后大家他们都非常也非常支持我，非常关心我，也像一个大家庭一样。
Well, family has always been around me. I feel like even though I'm here, I have my family around. My family is my trainer, Sean George, Terry and Tommy Lane, Kurt Lee, and Scooter, strength conditioning trainer, and Scott Schaefer, my attorney. Everybody care about me, and I feel like I have family around here as well.
That is great. That is very important. And I think that one thing that kind of helped your popularity, especially here in North America and Europe, was when you started to kind of lean into your sense of humor and the Big Bang Zhang stuff and all that. Who came up with all of that? Who was that? Just you, over time, or did you kind of, with your team, come together and say, okay, we need to maybe like show a little bit more of our personality?
因为你在英美很受欢迎的还有一个原因就是你幽默，那个 Big Bang 啊，你扮天天扮着，这个是怎么来的？这怎么想出来的这个
？Big Bang， 然后 Big Bang 就是大爆炸嘛，对，起源于就是大爆炸，然后我就想在，因为美国这边是职业拳击的中心，我想在这个中心然后报一下，然后当时在一个和乔伊斯打比赛的时候，然后他说他是红坦克 ，OK， 我是炸弹 ，OK 啊，办有，到现在一直按 Big Bang 办呗。
It just came randomly because I believe that the name Big Bang came with a meaning. It's big, obviously, but it's the beginning of the universe. And I feel like since I had that catchphrase when I fought Joyce, he said he's a juggernaut, and I said I'm Big Bang, I'll bang you. Ever since then, it's just becoming everywhere, and I keep saying it.
It's amazing.
所以像以前乔伊斯是红坦克，然后沃尔德是轰炸机 ，OK， I bang.
It's like I fought Juggernaut, I fought Bronze Bomber. I banged both of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
And even when you fought, I think it was before the Parker fight. Yes, I was there. I heard it. Like your song was made for that fight. Like the guy singing mentions Parker. So I tried to find the song online on YouTube and stuff. I couldn't find it anywhere. Who's singing that custom Big Bang Zhang song?
你出场的时候，包括跟帕克的时候，有一首歌，这首歌里面是你的名字，但是找不到谁写的。你知道谁写的吗
？I don't know.
You don't know?
对 ，I don't know. 然后，但是这个歌是在就包括和帕克比赛和沃尔德比赛，因为我在上场我在听的，因为当时那个音乐听着，然后中间插了2句话，然后I bang you，然后我当时想，谁把这句话给加到里面了。
Yeah, because I was walking to the ring, listening to that music. I was walking to the press conference, had that music in my ear, and they even at one point they put my they put my voice in there saying I ban you. I said, what is this?
Do you like it?
Yeah, I like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you never found out who made that song?
都不知道谁写的吗？
I don't know.
Wow. Did they make one for the Wilder fight too?
那维尔德比赛的时候也有
也有
歌。
这首歌。
Same song, same song.
Same song.
Yeah.
We need to find out. I can't find it anywhere. Did you find it? Like, is it on? Can you find it on YouTube or on the internet? I can't find it anywhere.
他找不到，反正
Yeah.
你去找过吗？
我没有找过，但是这个好像就是在沙特那边，他们出版音乐，他们是加进去的。
I think the first time they ever used it was in Saudi Arabia.
Okay. I need to find this song. It's very good.
Yeah, very good.
It's very catchy.
Yeah, I like.
By the way, I saw that you did something at Google recently. You were speaking there. What was that about?
最近去 Google 了。
Yeah.
去干嘛去了？
去做一个活动，然后因为 Google 很多拳迷，然后和拳迷去见面，聊聊天啊。
It was an event. It's like I was not like the keynote speaker, but I was there to greet the fans because I know there are a lot of fans in Google. They reached out and they want to do a meet and greet session, so I went there.
Wow.
Nice.
Was it in California or was it here?
加州还是？
Yeah, in New York.
Okay. Amazing. And so they're big fans of you there.
喜欢你哈。
Yeah, 很多。
Yeah, a lot of people.
Amazing. And a few months back, you met Shaquille O'Neal, right? That's one of the few times where you were probably smaller than someone that you were meeting.
那
What
好
was
几
that
个月
like?
之前怎么去见奥尼尔去了？然后你比他矮哈。
前奥尼尔是当时我们在中国是广州亚运会，杭州亚运会，然后在期间正好奥尼尔也去中国，然后正好见个面了，我们聊一聊。Yeah.
I was in Hangzhou for the Asian game. So I was there to attend the boxing fights over there, and I learned that Shaquille was in town as well. So we just connected, and we met each other.
然后我给他站在一起，然后他比我还大一大块。
Yeah, he was so much bigger than me.
Yeah.
One of the few times where you're smaller than
这
someone,
种
right?
情景不多呀。
Yeah. 不多。然后
Hands too.
对，
手
也大。
Yeah, he got big hands too.
Yes. He likes to fight a little bit too. Have you ever seen him box?
而且他也喜欢打拳击。你见过他打拳击吗？
我见过他和德拉华亚他们两个比赛。Yeah.
Yeah, him and De La Hoya.
Yes.
Yeah, I've watched that.
Yes.
他打球的时候，我喜欢看他打球。他打球的时候，我还没有转职业。
I like his basketball too. When he was playing, I was still an amateur, and I watched his game.
Have you ever met Yao Ming?
Yeah, Yao Ming.
Nice.
Yao Ming is China boxer. Basketball very good.
Yeah. 高吗？见过吗？
见过。Yeah. Tall.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even taller than Shaq.
Yeah.
比奥尼尔还高。
比奥尼尔还高，因为包括易建联，我站在他们那边，哇。
Like Yi Jianlian, he was playing for the Bucks.
Yes.
And I was shorty compared to them.
Overall, you're happy with Frank Warren and Queensberry? You like the way they're promoting you and treating you?
现在满意这个沃伦和 Queensberry 现在对你做的这些工作吗？
满意，非常满意。然后我们合作的非常好，然后比赛一场接着一场，一场接着一场，然后一场比一场好。然后所以说，这就是我们需要的，就是我需要的就是比赛越来越好，规格越来越强，对手越来越强，对手越强我越喜欢。
Yeah, I'm very happy with them. If you see my fights under Queensberry banner, I have had better opponents, bigger and bigger fights. This is exactly what I like.
And Olympics are coming up. Will you be watching? And are there any boxers from China that we should look out for? Any start? You got silver in 2008. Obviously, you had the AJ fight in 2012. Any people that we should be looking out for? Future Zhilei Zhangs.
因为奥运会马上就要来了，
Yeah.
曾经你在奥运会上也是崭露头角的人，
Yes.
有没有什么苗子现在中国队出来的？你看大家可以提前观看一下。
中国现在这一次巴黎奥运会，中国男子就出现2名运动员，但是都是重量级的呀，所以说这在以前出现2个男子拳击都是重量级的，然后所以说现在中国的重量级也在崛起呀。
Well, if everybody pay attention, there are only 2 male fighters from China that's coming to Paris, but both of them are heavyweight. This is
一个是92公斤级的，一个是75吧。
Both of them are actually big guys. One is 92 kilos, which is the super heavyweight.
Wow.
One is 75 kilos, which is like a light heavyweight.
然后他们两个也是杭州亚运会的75的冠军和92的亚军。
And 75 kilo guy is the gold medal of Asian Games, and 92 kilo guy is the silver medal. So they're both good.
Okay. All right, we will look out for them.
我们也期待他们在巴黎奥运上能够取得更好的成绩。
We'll hope them get the job done.
Okay. I look forward to it. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
Very, very nice to have you here. A huge honor. We were very, very excited when this happened, and I look forward to your next fight. Maybe in China, maybe not.
Yeah.
Against a big name.
这来这是他的荣幸，希望下一场比赛在中国。
Yeah.
在这。
Yeah. 在哪都可以。然后我也很高兴今天来到这里，然后与大家分享我的和大家聊聊天。Yeah.
Anywhere in the world, you're invited.
Yes. Oh,
and also, I'm happy to be here. It's an honor for me to be here today and share my experience with everyone.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. And we need to see that AJ fight again. We have to before it's done. We'll.
AJ 呢必须得。
I'm going to call Eddie and make it happen.
他跟何恩打电话。
Okay.
I'm going to tell him. Come on.
Yeah.
Let's
他跟何恩打电话。
Yeah.
More than the Tyson fight, I want to see this now. The way you talked about it, I have to see.
跟泰森弗里都算了，跟你刚才这么一说呢 ，AJ 必须得弄一下。
我都等着 AJ 的合同发过来。
I'm waiting for the contract. Tell them.
Okay. All right. Great. There he is, the big man, Big Bang Zhang, Zhilei Zhang. What a great honor. Thank you so much to him for coming in. We're going to take a quick break. Speaking of heavyweights, Tom Aspinall on Monday. Here's that conversation. We'll be back with more show. Don't go anywhere. The champ at heavyweight. Yeah. Na 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 na. Tommy Aspinall, Tommy Aspinall. Na 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 na. Nothing. You're not giving me anything here. You're looking.
I didn't know I was on. I didn't even know I was on yet.
This is it. This is it. Less than.
That was just the intro.
I know. I get it. First, commiserations. I'm sorry. I'd hoped that this would be the big, it's coming home party, yesterday after what happened. So I'm sorry to you and the country. If I could give you a virtual hug, this would be.
That's all right, mate. Doesn't mean anything to me anyway.
You know what? I don't believe this. You say this all the time. It doesn't mean anything. You can't. Where's your love of country? Those were your boys. Those were your boys out there fighting for your nation.
Nah, it's just a game of football, mate. Doesn't mean anything to me. By the way, sorry I'm late. I'm trying to get this new setup going, but I tried to get my mic going. The mic wasn't working, so now we're just on the old iPhone.
Well, if I'm being honest, I saw you do it, but I actually asked you like a while ago once this fight was announced. You said, I got a setup. It's going to be great. And I saw you do some other interviews. I was like, fair play, Tom. Nice setup. And now here we are on the iPhone with the echo, no microphone. It feels like we've been pushed down a few pegs.
I'm going to show. Look at this. This is the microphone. Look, I've got the whole thing in here, but I even had this thing clipped on. Over here, but it's just not working. So there's nothing I can do, mate. This is the only chance. Better than the car, though, isn't it? It's better than the car.
It's way better. It's way better. Thank you so much. It's a nice room. This is a different room than last time. What are those shoes over there above your right shoulder? What is special about that?
Well, this is in the process of becoming like a little office/memorabilia room.
Oh.
And I've got these are the shoes that somebody made me. They're like Jordans, and they're all sprayed. They got the UFC logo on. They got 295 on. They got the champ thing on the side. They got the England flag. Pretty cool, mate. Someone made them for me. I've got all kinds of stuff in here. Look what this I've got. I've got just behind you, actually. Have a look at this. You'll love this one. You'll love this.
Let's see it. Oh yeah, there's the famous one. There it is. What number is it?
Big 99. I don't know who that is, though.
That's Aaron Judge. He's only the most famous guy.
Big Yankees guy now, mate. I've been to a game and everything.
Oh, yeah, I saw you. My favorite part was when they had you there and then you saw the other champion, Damian Priest, and you totally blew him off like he was a fan. It was great. And I saw that in the blog. It was awesome.
Yeah. Well, I'm not a big WWE.
Come on.
I'm a big Yankees.
He's a massive guy. You didn't. He's got crazy hair, dreadlocks. You didn't think he was someone special.
I should have known better. I know. You know what? I was just, I was walking and there was a lot of people around and everyone's trying to get my attention and stuff. I was just trying to be polite, but get to where I was going. And it was. I dropped the ball on that one, mate. I dropped the ball. I'm not gonna lie.
He was so excited. I saw the look on his face. He was so excited to see you. Yes. What a lovely chat with Tom Aspinall on Monday. And how great was that? What a lovely, lovely man, Zhilei Zhang. I love this. That was great. Love the Jared Anderson interview, and I mean, we didn't plan that, but he talks about, and then Zhang confirms it. He wasn't interested. He wants a big name. Maybe a Parker rematch could make sense. Tremendous stuff there. Enjoyed it very much. Appreciate him and his team stopping by and learning more about him. And he's doing big things. And at 41, he would become the third oldest heavyweight, by the way, to win a title. If he does, in fact, win a title, he would become the third oldest heavyweight. According to our crack researcher, the great Alan Murphy, he tells me that Foreman, of course, George Foreman, 45, number one. Vitaly Klitschko, number two, at 42 years, 2 months. Currently, Big Bang Zhang is 41. So let's see. Let's see what happens. Great stuff there. Thank you very much to him for stopping by. And thank you very much to our good friends over at Shopify for their support. Shopify is the global commerce platform, flexible enough to help your business sell at every stage of growth, from the launch of your own online shop stage to the first real-life store stage, all the way to the holy cow, did we just hit 1 million order stage? Shopify is there to help you grow. And I could tell you right now, I've got some breaking news. In the midst of the ad read, breaking news, I am currently using Shopify as we speak. Who, me? Yeah, to launch the very first Helwani merch store. It's coming within the month. So stay tuned. Big things coming. Lots of big things coming. So how about this? We love Shopify. And whether you're auctioning autographed apparel or selling sleek skis, Shopify helps you sell everywhere, from their all-in-one e-commerce platform to their in-person POS system. Wherever and whatever you're selling, Shopify's got you covered. Shopify powers 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S., and Shopify is the global force behind Allbirds, Rothy's, and Brooklinen, and millions of other entrepreneurs of every size across 175 countries, including me. Plus, Shopify's extensive help resources are there to support your success every step of the way, because businesses that grow with Shopify. You can sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/MMAR. All lowercase. Go to shopify.com/MMAR now to grow your business, no matter what stage you're in. Shopify.com/MMA. Tremendous service, tremendous people. Thank you very much to them for their support. Back to the questions we go. A couple more questions, then we'll get to the picks, and then we'll call it a day. How about that? Here's Mason. Hello, MMA crew. Requesting some fatherly advice. There's this girl that I've been spending time with and might be developing some feelings for. I feel it's mutual from some of our conversations, but I'm not sure and don't want to make the situation awkward by making any moves. So, question for the crew. How should I go about advancing things? Should I send a long-winded text or a message?
What the fuck is that?
That might be the response. Should I throw caution to the wind and go for a cheeky kiss? Would love to hear your input. Thank you all for your work you put in. Mason from Maryland. What do you say, Frank? I mean, what kind of advice could we give young
I'm
Mason?
defer to New York Rick on this one.
Oh, okay.
Right to me.
Just feel like you're the love guru of the group.
Am I? All right. I'll take it.
See how humble he is?
I'll take that. Definitely not the cheeky kiss.
Yeah, that.
If you're at the stage where you can't even read the signs yet, yeah, that's maybe a little too forward. Don't overthink it. You're overthinking it. If the chemistry's there, the chemistry's there.
Do not send a long-winded text. If you're going to approach her about it,
He's
already
dead. Here's my advice. Act normal and don't treat women like they are mythical creatures that you can't interact with. They're human beings. Like, be a normal person and you'll be fine.
Now, maybe not a lengthy text, but a text, a medium size or a small, or is this the type of thing that should be done in person?
In my opinion, it should be done in person. In my opinion, doing it over text is showing a fear of wanting to do it in person.
But also, what are we even talking about? Is he saying, like, do you want to be my girlfriend?
He said, like, broach the subject of feelings about her. Like, I feel like What are you gonna do? Everything's just normal, and I guess you're flirtatious when you're around each other, and then like, what, you guys go home or something, and then you just get a random text professing your love to her.
Yeah, this is
I
the
feel
real
like you
angle.
just naturally let it come up in person.
Is to see if the feelings are reciprocated, right? Like,
Yeah, but he's saying, how do I find out that?
no, you ghost her.
Oh, stop.
And then after a few
I
days,
feel
when
like
she
you, I
reaches
feel like
out,
you
"Well,
just
what
know,
happened?"
right?
Then you know.
I feel like you just know.
Well, also the other
there or you don't.
the other thing is,
I mean, right? Like, how old is he? Is he 17? Then it can get foggy. But if he's in his 20s, like if he's in his 30s, especially, I feel like you just know.
the other thing is, if they're quote unquote spending time together, as he's saying, like that's kind of a sign in its own right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No one's
especially
spending.
if we're spending one-on-one time.
Yeah.
But you could be like friend zoned easily with that.
That's
like, yeah,
true.
we've been spending a lot of time because you're my friend. And then she's like,
Who the fuck is we?
Yeah. So good. I like that you are now setting yourself
You're
up.
setting yourself up.
It's so good.
I'm doing it when I'm not even here.
By the way, luckily for us, we actually have a real life woman on the team. So what would you prefer in this situation, Andy? What do you tell? You should be the one to answer this, not us. We're the adults.
It's been fascinating watching you guys talk about this.
Yes. She's like, excuse me, I'm the one that he's talking about, technically. You know what I mean?
I'm actually with GC here. I feel like talking about this in person is like, especially if they've been hanging out one-on-one, like, why do you got to be so weird about it? Just talk about it in person. We're people, right?
Yeah.
Like, don't make it a huge deal. A long text is kind of strange, especially if they've been hanging out.
Yeah.
Just talk about it in person. It's okay. What's the worst that could happen? She says no and you move on, right?
Exactly. Okay.
I can already tell from the fact that this question was asked that we're heading to bad territory here.
He's already dead. What do you mean?
It's not going to be good.
Oh, with him?
Just like if you are overthinking this to the degree that you're soliciting advice to like figure out if somebody is compatible with you, we're in bad territory here. So get over it and figure it out and hang out and have a conversation like a human.
That Veronica Vaughn is one fine piece of
ass.
Yeah. No, I say that because this next person's name is Veronica Vaughn.
I was like, why are we doing this?
The next person's name is Veronica Vaughn. I'm assuming that's not their real name, but I do appreciate the nod to which movie?
What if that's Billy Madison?
Yeah.
But what if that was their name?
No,
You
no,
really
Happy
have
Gilmore.
Veronica Vaughn.
I never reference Happy Gilmore. It's always Billy Madison.
Is that Big Daddy?
Great,
Wedding
great.
50 First Dates?
All like top fivers for me. Happy Gilmore actually
Top fiver of all movies or Sandler movies?
I mean, for me, it's one and the same, really.
Above or below
Is your
Back to
top
the Future
five all
3?
Sandler movies?
It's Happy Gilmore is not a favorite of mine for Sandler. Like 50 First Dates, 100%. Big Daddy, 100%. Billy Madison, of course.
Wedding Singer?
Wedding Singer's up there.
How though? How is it not?
I just didn't like.
I love
Too
Happy
lowbrow
Gilmore.
for me.
I liked it. Don't get me wrong. Trust me, I'm choosing
From
it
the
over.
opening credits, it's amazing.
Let me
What
see
is
your
it?
Adam Sandler card. I'm ripping it up.
What is it missing that the
It's not
others
missing, but
have?
you have to have a ranking, and Billy Madison is up there.
You blew it.
I'm sorry, we can't have Big Daddy above Happy Gilmore.
Yeah, that's
Big
It's
Daddy
just
was
not
great.
possible.
I love Big Daddy.
It's
a
just not-
different.
it's
We got
just
to
not
see a different
possible.
side of him, a more compassionate side,
No,
a
the
grown-up
different side of him is like Punch Drunk Love, like the real
Punch Drunk Love's a
actory-
great one. By the way,
Yeah.
haven't seen Punch Drunk Love in a That one
Bulletproof.
doesn't get played a lot. I don't see that
Great,
one.
great movie. I mean,
I feel like
Bulletproof.
50 First Dates is seeing another side of him as well.
Yeah, I think that one's too. on the
I like
nose.
that movie. But the Dirty Little Secret is Adam Sandler is actually like a tremendous actor.
Little Nicky,
Like, it's
hands
not
down.
just.
Is that dirty? Is that like a secret? I don't.
I mean, most people think of him as like
Bro,
comedy
Doesn't he have like
actor.
4 Razzie Awards too?
Yeah, and like Jack and Jill and
Wait, isn't a
garbage
Razzie
like
a bad thing?
yeah. That's
Yeah, Razzie is, like,
GC's
worst
point
actor.
is that he's
Nah.
not considered like
He's
a
done a
top tier
lot.
actor.
So he's got a couple of little Nickies in there and all those. But I mean, come on. This dude, Punch Drunk Love's a great one, a very
Great movie.
underrated one. You know what's an underrated one? for me?
Uncut Gems. Like he's got
Uncut
some
Gems.
real like serious acting.
Click. Have you seen Click?
Click
Get outta here.
Click will
don't
make you
think I've ever
cry.
seen-
Bro, I cried at the end of Click. I cried like a baby. Like a baby.
How
Stop.
bad it
When he-
was? I'm
When
sorry.
he
to
No,
falls
say.
down
stop.
in the puddle and like,
Yes.
his kids are leaving.
Yes.
All right, don't ruin it. I haven't seen it.
Yo,
I
you
might
haven't
watch
seen
it.
Click?
I might
Click's-
watch it.
Clicks.
Is this the one with the remote?
Yes.
The remote. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I wrote
Click's
that one off
solid.
based on the poster.
Frank, should me and you watch it together?
I don't think I'm gonna watch.
No.
that.
Frank will never watch any.
What's
of your
another movie you cried
recommendations,
at,
but he'll shove
Helwani?
recommendations.
Oh,
around
I
his
cry.
throat.
I cry at everything.
That's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
like, this isn't like a badge. Like,
No, I just enjoyed it.
No, but
I'm
GC
sorry.
just
No,
vouched for it too.
It is
Alright.
incredibly sad at the end. It's like shockingly sad. Actually,
should
Frank,
I be
this is
eager
a-
to go
this is a-
poke
if you
myself in the
know,
eye?
you know its moment.
Hustle.
Yeah.
Hustle was great.
Bulletproof.
I don't know about great, but it was good.
Can I tell you something? It's actually crazy that we're talking about this right now. When we went on a little trip, July 4th weekend, and my daughter wasn't feeling well. And if you have a young kid and you're staying in a hotel, there's not really much to do. You have to close the lights. Like, you can't watch TV. It's too bright. Blah blah blah. So I thought my wife also shares the same affinity for Adam Sandler, and I thought she had not seen Hustle. So I put it on the phone on Netflix, and then she's like, "Oh, I saw this," and she's like, "What's the one? We haven't seen that other one, the other basketball one." I was like, "Oh yes, I've not seen Uncut Gems. Can you believe that?" And then I started playing it, and then all this other crap, and then all the fights were happening. It was that night with all the fights, the Masvidal and Diaz and all that. Never really got into it, unfortunately. The food came. I've not seen Uncut Gems.
I can't believe that.
Isn't that crazy?
The convergence of Sandler and basketball.
Oh, it's right up my alley. I need to see it.
And betting, and it's high.
Francesa, isn't Francesa in it?
Gets blown up.
Yeah, very briefly, Francesa is.
KG, isn't KG in it?
Oh yeah,
he's
KG
prominent.
I mean, he's essentially like the co-star of it. Yeah, it's great. So, all right, I pulled up a top 5 list of actually it's every Sandler movie ranked. There's like 50 of them. Top 5 on Vulture. This was the first article that came up. Number 5, Big Daddy. Number 4, Billy Madison. Number 3, Punch Drunk Love. Number 2, The Wedding Singer.
Nice.
If you tell me Happy Gilmore is number 1, that's insanity. Is it?
No.
Oh.
Click.
Serious? Wow.
I swear. All it says under it is the best Adam Sandler movie to come out.
I gotta wonder about these rankings.
By the way, crazy. Happy Gilmore's not in the top 5.
Now you're insulted that it's not in the top.
No. I feel validated.
Waterboy is 6. I actually love Waterboy.
Who wrote this article?
Waterboy over Happy Gilmore? Oh, come on.
Is this
man.
article written by AH? Like, look in the notes.
Here.
The Week Of by 7 is at 7. Funny People at 8.
All right, no, we're throwing this in the garbage.
Wait, Happy Gilmore at 9.
Jeez.
The last thing I have to say
is 10.
I recently found a subreddit where people were just collecting pictures of people who look like Adam Sandler. And
that's a great subreddit.
It's hilarious because a lot of them are very convincing. Like, are you sure that wasn't him?
Wait,
you don't mess with the Zohan number 13.
What's the Week Of? By the way, Don't Mess with Zohan is actually a fun
that's
one.
my favorite.
But wait, what is the Week Of?
The Week Of? I don't know. Came out in 2018. Sandler masters Dad Adam in one of his most ambitious pictures ever. Another great Sandler movie, Grown Ups. I mean, you got to throw out there.
Are these like the straight to Netflix ones?
Some of these are.
Right? It actually looks like The Week Of was a straight to Netflix with Chris Rock.
Great.
Yeah, there was a stretch.
The weakest of is what they mean.
5.2 on IMDb, 26% on Rotten Tomatoes. Two fathers with opposing personalities come together to celebrate the wedding of their children. They're forced to spend the longest week of their lives together. And the big day can't come
But
soon
I'm supposed to
enough.
believe all these are better than Happy Gilmore. Get out of here.
Coming to Netflix, April 27, 2018, The Week Of, starring Adam Sandler and Chris Rock.
Wow.
Pass.
By the way, could we just talk quickly about Big Bang going in on AJ there?
He had some heat for AJ.
That was great. I loved it. I was like, oh shit.
Mark my words.
Yeah, yeah.
He will never fight me.
Wow. That was fun.
He knows what happened after the Olympics.
Yeah.
Look at who he's fighting. Francis Ngannou, Helenius. He doesn't want it. I mean, he was.
I loved it.
I didn't expect that. I did not expect that.
What a lovely guy. And shout out to you for Soup to Nuts, the booking. This is great. I mean, it was so enjoyable. I'd like to do it more. Can we do more of that?
Nope.
It's possible. I just showed I'm like, wait a second. Like, I don't have to do anything. I don't have to text anyone. I don't have to check in. I don't have to send them the address.
It will never happen again.
This is what every other host.
Thank you, Frank. Those are my feelings.
Good day to you and the guys from Frankie. Non-MMA question here. With the Olympics looming, I'd love to know which events you and the crew are most excited to watch this year. There are certain sports that get me pumped up when I flick on the TV and they're on, with table tennis, archery, diving being in my top 3. What are y'all's? I could get into really anything when it comes to the Olympics. I enjoy the more obscure, the better. and this is exciting because it feels like the first time since 2016 that it's like a real, like the one in Tokyo, the summer one at least, which ended up being in 2021 and was supposed to be in 2020, was quite depressing because at that point, if you recall, like the world was starting to open up a little bit. Like the NBA finals had just wrapped and fans were allowed, but then we get to the Olympics and there are no fans allowed. And so it just felt very dark and depressing. And so this feels like it will hopefully be a celebration of sports and athletes and dreams and life. So I'm very excited about that. I'm a fan of the skateboarding. I enjoyed that. The surfing is cool. I'm trying to think of the obscure ones because obviously,
the gunslinging.
Yeah, everyone loves the track and field, 100 meters, 200 meters. The relay is very fun. Swimming,
Shot put.
yeah. Swimming is always fun. Basketball is obviously probably the highest on my list given the NBA involvement.
I'm pretty excited for the boxing this year.
The boxing, yeah, the boxing is going to be good.
I'm going to tune in.
The wrestling is always great, of course. The taekwondo, judo's fantastic. Did you guys know that my uncle was in the 1976 Olympics in judo? Did you guys know this?
You mentioned it recently,
like
so
I
I was
did,
aware.
yeah.
On the anniversary, I believe. Didn't you?
1976 Montreal Summer Olympic Games. He represented Lebanon in judo. In fact, the final Jewish athlete to ever be on Team Lebanon. That is his distinction. But unfortunately, it didn't go very well for him. He got injured in his first match and had to withdraw. But yeah, the Olympics are great. Can't wait to experience it all. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a very good time. Anyway, you know what? I never read Veronica Vaughn's question. We went down that whole Billy Madison path. I never actually. I always hear you mention the joy of being a dad. It's truly second to none. So with baby number 2 on the way, I look forward to the naming process. It is something I didn't truly experience the first time around, as my firstborn son is the 6th. Wow. Curious to hear how you guys landed on your kids' names and if it was a long, drawn-out process or if it was seamless with not much overthinking put into it. It's a fun but tantalizing process, as I tend to not want to settle on a name, prolonging the enjoyment and continuing the search for the perfect name. Well, I can speak for myself. We didn't know the sex of our kids until they were born. So there was kind of like this, if it's a boy, if it's a girl scenario. We always had the girl name, Claire, which we both liked, and also my wife's grandmother. We didn't have a girl the first time. We didn't have a girl the second time. And I would have bet my life we never actually spoke once about the possibility of having a girl. We were so convinced that the third one would be a boy that we never actually even spoke about girl. And then once she surprised us, we had the name ready to go. The first one wasn't that hard. Oliver, we liked. No real special meaning behind it. And then the second one was a little tricky. And we went through a whole bunch of names and somehow landed on the great Walter. But they weren't too tough. For us. What about you?
They're great names, but this is so boring.
Yeah, there's not a great story.
No, but there's no debate. There's no conversation. There's
wasn't
I
that-
like this name better. This is so boring.
Why? You had a big debate?
No, because I won, so I don't.
Wow.
Like, I just kind
was
of
a directive.
I kind of steamrolled.
You
her.
picked
I got
all
what
3
I
names?
wanted. I picked 2. I got 2, and then for one of them, I got my second choice. So I mean, I'll take it.
Did you know the sex before?
Oh yeah, we knew every time.
Okay. So there's no big surprise.
Yeah, I named my first daughter and I named my son, and that was it. Like,
Did you guys do a gender reveal?
No, not one of no.
I'm not a big gender reveal guy.
Not my style.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, the you can get into the trenches there with the baby names. Like I had to scratch and claw. What I'm lucky about is that my wife is extremely indecisive, whereas I am very assertive and decisive. And I exploited this by saying, this is the name. This will always be the name. And no matter what you say, this will be the name. And then come time, she hasn't made a decision yet. So then she kind of has to be like, all right, I'm out of time. That name's pretty good. Let's use the name. And so I
you
win.
said it with conviction. She's
Always.
indecisive. Some say
Always.
she is still trying to figure out what the name should be. But since you said it with conviction, she's adopted it. Yeah.
If it was up to her, they would not have names still.
Yeah. Maybe like an empty catalog number, like number 1, number 2. I get it.
Yeah.
My kid, well, I don't know if you guys know this. I was named after my grandfather.
Okay.
So my nickname actually growing up was Pappy, which none of you have ever called me that, or Papa or whatever.
Well, now we will.
By the way, wait, like Poppy, like Papi?
Yeah, like, Poppy.
Jeez, Louise, 3 years in, we've been sitting on
Yeah.
Poppy. We didn't know about this.
Granddaddy, that one works too.
Wait,
I
what's the
answer
other
by
one?
all of them.
What?
So there's Pappy.
Yeah.
There's Poppy. There's Granddaddy, Papa. Like I go by all of them.
This
named after
for
my
you-
grandfather.
Your friends call you that?
Growing up, yeah, that's how I was always
Your
like.
friends called
Hey,
you
Papa, and I'm like,
Granddaddy?
oh, what's up?
Wait, I can't believe
Granddaddy.
3
So
years
to
into knowing each other.
continue
Wait,
passing
and
that
by the way,
baton.
Is it
You guys haven't even heard
Pappy?
the story.
Is it Pappy or is it Poppy?
P-A-P-I,
Both.
but with the
Both.
But
the
can I call
accent
you
mark
like
over
Big
the
Poppy? Like you're Big
I mean,
Poppy, mysterious Poppy.
No one is Big Poppy except for Big Poppy. I am Pappy.
This
No,
is
you're
by the way,
Granddaddy.
this is a massive.
Granddaddy works too.
I just want to let you know this is a massive turning point in our lives because we will
Well,
go
I finally
back to
decided
this
to
day.
let you in.
Yeah, this is great.
I'm also offended that you
Poppy.
guys were like, oh, Frankie this, Franklin that. I'm like, why not Pappy? Like, that's what I grew
You've
up
never
with.
said that, by the way.
Never asked us.
Yeah.
Well, because I can't
Listen,
hear it over the
Granddaddy.
laughter of like how chuckled you are. But, oh, Frankie, look how he's turning red. You know, like he doesn't
Wow.
like it.
Okay.
All right,
wow.
so-
Jeez.
What a day. What a day.
It's incredible.
So my kid is named after my great-grandfather's nickname.
Which
So my
is?
great-grandfather's name was Hugo. Keegan is like a nickname for Hugo. And then his middle name comes from my dad's name.
I didn't
Which
know that.
is?
Yeah.
Keegan was
What's his middle name?
Kind of mysterious, obviously.
Wow.
What's
I can't
his
believe you
middle
just revealed
name?
all that info, but you stopped short at the middle name.
Yeah, what do you want, his social security number? I mean, come on.
He doesn't
His
want to
blood
say the
type?
middle name because he named it after a Comedy Central sketch show.
Okay, now I have so many questions. Was your
Keegan.
Pokemon?
Wait, Pokemon?
Did you name your son after an anime character?
No.
Oh,
Why
okay.
are you
No,
asking
Comedy
this?
Central sketch
He just
show.
said it's after the great grandfather.
No, the middle name.
Was your grandfather called Granddaddy before he was a grandfather? Where did all his
Well,
nicknames
that-
come from?
No, you're talking about Hugo? That was my great-grandfather.
No, your grandfather.
Oh, no, he was just always Poppy and Granddaddy and
But
Papa.
Why
when
did your
he became a
friends call
grandfather,
you that?
No, I think he was also named after his grandfather.
he was also named after his grandfather.
I-
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, now it's making more sense. I get
Why
it.
does it always skip a generation? Why is no one named
Yeah,
after
why
their
is it
It's just a
father?
weird thing that the mysterious family does.
Granddaddy, I'm in. All right, Granddaddy.
I love this. I can't believe that we have been sitting on Poppy and Granddaddy and all
it
this
pays
stuff.
to listen every now and then.
You
never
never
said
said
that.
any of
No,
this.
you've never
Yeah,
said this. Why
says
would
the people
anyone
who
call
don't
you
listen.
Poppy
Yeah.
before you were a father?
Yes.
I love it. We move along. Taco
I asked
enthusiast.
why, and you said yes.
Hi, Ariel. I can't imagine how enraged Nate Diaz is after putting his body on the line July 6th and not getting paid what was expected. Excuse me. You and the boys have touched on fighter pay a lot. In general, I think it's pretty cut and dry that UFC fighters are underpaid across the board. However, I also think there is some truth to the talking points that Dana White reiterates all the damn time about boxing. Every boxing event is going out of business or is a going out of business sale. They never reinvest money in the sport. When something like this week's Nate Diaz news comes out revealing a fighter can't even get paid what they believe they were contractually obligated to receive, do you think it gives additional credence to both Dana's talking points and the UFC's handling of fighter pay? While we should certainly wait for this lawsuit to play out in court, I'm flabbergasted that Fanmio would even pull or allow this situation to escalate to this point, particularly after what was a seemingly successful event in Anaheim. Much love to you guys. So there's a lot there. And I would just say, I don't feel like it is fair to put Fanmio in the boxing bucket. Fanmio isn't a boxing promoter. If you want to take shots at boxing or poke holes in boxing, like look at the top ranks, look at the Matchrooms, look at the Queensberries of the world, look at them. They are boxing promoters and they are ones who put on events almost every week around the world, Golden Boy, et cetera, et cetera. Fanmio is putting a one-off. The last boxing event that Fanmio put on was a 2019 fight between Logan Paul and Floyd Mayweather. And so there were reservations off the jump. The first red flag for me was them going head-to-head with the UFC 302, the Dustin Poirier-Islam fight. Like, that was a huge red flag. And it's extremely unfortunate. It's extremely unfortunate. What has transpired here. And I think this is going to get ugly and I think it's going to drag out. And I think that there's, as they texted me in the middle of the show on Monday, two sides to the story and you hate to see it, because like I was getting into arguments with people before the fight, you know, with the likes of Ant Evans regarding this fight, and he was calling it a grift and all this stuff. And, you know, my stance is I'm happy to see a Diaz and a Masvidal get paid because I don't think that they got paid what they were worth throughout their career. And you know, I actually spoke to him about this earlier today, and his stance is it's like, yeah, cool, but that's a UFC issue. That's not a fan issue. Just because they didn't get paid doesn't mean the fans should pay $50, $60 to watch them at this stage of their career as box. And there's something to be said for that. I understand that. My view is basically like the world is correcting itself. The universe is correcting itself, and it's back pay. Now, yeah, I'd love for that money to come from the promoters that they fought for and not from the fans. The fans always showed up. They bought the tickets. They bought the pay-per-views. They supported. They bought the shirts and all that. So yes, the fans don't necessarily owe them anything other than, okay, you want to support, you want to show a debt of gratitude, you want to buy whatever they're a part of. But yes, it's not on the fans to pay them back. It's not on the fans to make up for whatever money they didn't get earlier in their career when they were truly in their primes. But I just kind of view it as, you know, the world correcting itself. And then so you see a situation like this, and it's heartbreaking. And I don't know if he's going to get his money. And I reached out to Jorge's team, and I did not fully hear back on their pay situation, but I don't think it looks great. But let's see. Let's see if over time everything is corrected. And I think there's a lesson to be learned here, especially from Nate's perspective. When Nate beat Tony Ferguson and all that played out the way in which it did, there was a feeling, and I said it on this show, that the MMA gods were smiling down upon Nate, one of the good guys, one of our own, one of the beloved soldiers of the game, and he wasn't getting screwed by fighting this guy that he shouldn't have been matched up against, and the only reason he was matched up against him was because he was on the way out. If he wasn't on the way out, they would have never made that fight, and he ended up getting a more suitable fight, and he won that fight, and so he had all the momentum and all the leverage coming out of the UFC. And so then he takes the Jake Paul fight, and there was risk involved there, right, on a couple fronts. Jake had been boxing longer. Nate is beloved. Nate is tough. Nate is, you know, a figure that people just adore. And a loss to Jake Paul would obviously hurt his brand and stock to a degree. And that's why the UFC brass afterwards said, like, yeah, we're not interested anymore. We told you not to take this fight, and it wasn't a great showing, and we're not interested. But the good news is he had this opportunity. And as you heard on Monday, there was a lot of money being offered to him. And so I don't begrudge him for taking it. But there's a part of me that now thinks back and says, all right, you guys didn't take the PFL offer to fight Jake Paul for around the same type of money, at least to get in the door. We'll see what the upside was as far as like pay-per-view buys and whatnot. But like to get in the door, they were talking 10 to 15. You heard Don Davis on this show talk about it. That's a win. That's Nate Diaz and Jake Paul. Nate Diaz should smoke Jake Paul in an MMA fight. And now, I mean, I would like to think the PFL money is, you know, safe. No one's accused PFL of not paying. I know there's the Mousasi thing, the Lima thing, but as we've come to learn, there was more to those situations. The Aubin Merciers of the world, the Dakota DeChavas of the world, the Brendan Loughnans of the world, the Anthony Pettises of the world, the Cedric Doumbé. No one's accused PFL of not paying them like this situation. And so in retrospect, if he did go down the Jake Paul path, should he have just fought Jake Paul in MMA and taken that $10 to $15 million? Because that, I think, would have been easy money. And even after the fact, after this Masvidal fight, he calls out Jake Paul. So what I would love to know is, why didn't you just take that fight? Why did you choose Fan Mio over PFL? One's a lot more established and reliable as opposed to another. And so I really hope that this doesn't happen to anyone ever again. And I really hope he gets paid every single cent that he is owed. But I unfortunately think that there's a lesson here. And the other lesson to this question is, say what you will about the UFC, and we say a lot and people say a lot and whatnot, but no one will ever accuse them of not paying and what they are saying that they're going to pay. And no one will ever accuse them of being unprofessional in terms of like when they're owed money and things like that. There's obviously things that you can complain like, oh, when a fight falls through, they don't pay this, that. But like, you fought on that night, and they tell you, you're like, that money's in your bank account Monday, Tuesday. And there's something to be said for that. And there's also something to be said for being anti-establishment when you're in the establishment and being anti-establishment when you are the establishment. And so I think, despite all the troubles, despite all the headaches, despite all the roadblocks, maybe a lesson in all of this has been like, hey, maybe being anti-establishment within the establishment ain't too bad. Being the establishment brings upon a lot of headaches and a lot of issues, and you're working with people who are lacking experience, unprofessional, whatever it is. And so it's very unfortunate. It's extremely unfortunate. I wish this didn't happen, and I hope that it gets rectified and that he gets every cent, and that we can, everyone involved can learn from this. But back to Taco, this is not a shot at boxing. No one accuses Frank Warren of not paying, or Eddie Hearn of not paying, or I don't know, Bob Arum of not paying. I know there's stuff with Golden Boy and stuff, and not every boxing, trust me, not every boxing promoter is 100% kosher, but the big dogs don't get accused of that. Dana White likes to talk a lot about boxing being broken, but it's doing just fine. It's doing just fine. And we're talking about a sport compared to an organization. How's the MMA business doing right now? How is PFL doing? How is ONE doing? The UFC is on fire. The UFC is killing it. But we can't compare an organization to a sport, and we can't do it vice versa as well. He's comparing the UFC as an organization to an entire sport and lumping everyone together. Well, let's compare, how's Matchroom doing compared to ONE? How's, Top Rank doing compared to PFL? You know what I mean? It's like they're all apples and oranges, and you see a lot of these big-time boxers making a lot of money. We'll see how long that lasts. We'll see what happens with Saudi Arabia and Turkey, but the bottom line is you can't blame boxing for what Fan Mio has done. Supposedly, allegedly, I should say. Matchy Wee-Wees, Ariel Helwani, 2 quick questions, 1 football soccer question for you. We all know you are a diehard Canadian. However, should in the future Canada ever play Israel, who would you support? That is a tough one. Can I decide if they ever play each other, which I don't think they will anytime soon? But yes, love Soccer Canada. Love what Jesse Marsh has been doing. He's all over Canada over the past week. He was in Toronto. He's in Hamilton. He's in Montreal. We are so lucky to have him leading the charge. Everything he says, the way he refers to Canada as we, as us, it all goes a long way. It all really does. And so the difference in the excitement in Canada compared to the U.S. and Mexico going into 2026, and then compared to where we all were 2 months ago when Canada didn't have a coach, and those other 2 entities were rolling. It's wild. So yeah, can't wait for 2026. When you eventually get round to doing High Road to Helwani, it's actually Highway to Helwani. Will you be reading the audiobook? Being dyslexic, I prefer audio. Sure, we need to get there, but for sure. A couple more. Mike Saladino. Good evening, Ariel. How many Oreos do you eat in one sitting? I can't recall the last time I had actual Oreos. I do love a good cookies and cream, but sit down eating Oreos, it has been a long time. I do want to give a shout out to our good friend, Bill Steinmetz, the legend, the mensch of all menches. He sent me on my birthday Oreos and cupcakes and ice cream. I opted for some. My wife opted for some. My daughter opted for some others. But these were the birthday Oreos. And I think there's actually, did I see Mountain Dew Oreo? No, Gummy Bear Oreos recently or something like that?
There's Swedish Fish Oreo.
Oh, this is crazy. Are you a big Oreo guy?
No.
Anyone else have Oreo recently?
Yeah, not
Respect
recently,
them.
but I love Oreos. I mean, I'm a big Oreo guy.
Yeah.
I can put them back. There's no limit on it.
By the
Give me a glass of
sleeves,
milk,
by the
dunk.
package.
Yeah, by the sleeve for sure. I mean, if I'm getting a package and it has the 3 rows, I'm taking out at least a row if I'm going to open them up.
Whole damn row, huh? In one sitting?
Oh, for sure. Especially if we're getting special flavors. Their tiramisu flavor is unbelievable.
Swedish Fish.
I haven't had the Swedish Fish one. I've had a lot though. There's a lot of good ones out there.
That just seems bizarre to me. Swedish fish Oreo seems really weird. Adriano, Paul versus Perry face-off. Thoughts from you and the team. Anyone watch it?
I did not watch it.
I saw one clip.
I've only seen the clips on social. Yeah,
one clip of Mike and Jake. Like,
The pro wrestler,
Yeah.
pro wrestler thing. I saw that, but I did not watch the full thing.
Where are we at as far as excitement, interest? Here we are. What is it? 17.
Pretty excited for it.
3 days.
I'm pretty excited for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of those for me that like the interest isn't building for me. I'm not like I don't care about the lead up. Like I'm not like it's not one of those where it's like, oh, let's see how this plays out. Like it's gonna get me interested or not interested. I'm like, they're gonna do the media, the open workout, the press conference, all this stuff. I'm like, okay, like I'm in. I'll watch it. I'm 12 out of 10 for the fight. I just want the fight to be here. I don't care about the pageantry of it. I just want to see the fight. 12 out of 10.
GC?
I don't know about a 12 out of 10. I'm at like an 8 out of 10. I'm excited and I'll be watching for sure.
Can the festivities this week get you more excited?
Probably not. No.
Yeah,
no,
see,
I'm just
it's not
excited.
going to get me anymore. But I'm here.
I'm
already.
excited. I'm probably not even going to watch any of the festivities. I'm probably.
Wow.
just gonna
I
tune
mean,
in
I'm
on
hosting
Saturday
the
night.
presser tomorrow. I'm like flying in early.
Oh yeah. I'll have to set up a VPN and
What VPN?
get everything going
Fucking
for that.
YouTube, bro.
No,
Weigh-ins?
you tried to
gotta
sell
get
him a
this-
bill of goods.
Gotta get
on
this.
the,
Gotta
Whoa,
get
whoa,
the CBC out.
Whoa,
and
wait,
all
wait.
that.
What do you want me to do? Freaking set up a satellite for you?
It wouldn't hurt. It would help the chances.
What the fuck is that?
I'm doing the presser. I have to say, I have to say, like,
Let it down.
maybe I shouldn't say it. Maybe I shouldn't. say it.
No.
Well, you gotta say it now, man. You gotta say.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to say it. It's stupid. We're too late. I'm gonna, I talk a lot about the pressers. I'm going to try to bring some change. Okay.
Oh.
Well, what does that mean?
Well, I don't want to stand up there and be like, oh, on and on and on and on. No one wants to hear from me at these things. It's not about me.
I will say, to the credit of perhaps this is a Nikisa Jake thing. I don't know. Their pressers tend to be less
yeah.
boxing and closer to an MMA,
Yeah.
which is
This is
way
where he's
better.
from. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
We actually ask the media for questions.
Yeah.
Why is it called a
For
press
one.
conference if media doesn't ask questions? There's no questions from the press.
Yeah.
It's crazy to me.
But also, we don't have 7 different levels of addresses about thanks for
No.
coming here to the venue. Here's the guy from the
No, thank
governing
God.
body.
No,
It's
I'd
just
walk off. I'd walk
4
off.
hours of nonsense before we hear from them, and then they're on for 4 minutes and then face off. All right, so you don't want to reveal what the change is, but you're
No, I'm not promising. I
This
actually,
is a great tease. Now I'll be tuned in. Now I'll
okay,
be
all
there.
right. There it is. Perfect.
You got him.
It
You
worked.
got GC
That
to,
was good
tune in.
stuff.
Yeah, that was his
You
intent.
hooked me. Hook, line, and sinker.
There's also a chance that I've not had any conversations with anyone. I'm just telling you how I'm feeling going into this.
Oh, like that's even
Well, I
better.
already-
You're going
I already
in
subscribed
like a
to
Trojan
VPN.
horse.
I'm already locked in.
So now you're advertising that it could be a disaster, and now more people are going to watch. This is
Right.
amazing.
Any good restaurants in Tampa? Anything to look forward to over there? I mean, I was there once,
for
but
sure.
it was like the height of Omicron last time. I
I
was
think
there.
there's a sweet tomatoes.
Did you say Buca de Beppo?
What is that?
Yeah, a little
A little
Buca de
Italian
Beppos.
restaurant.
Buca de Beppo.
Is it really good?
No, it's like a chain. It's
Oh.
Shout out.
What is it like?
Little BDB. Buca de Beps.
Cracker
Gotta
Barrel?
hit it up when you're in Tampa.
Cracker
Yeah,
Barrel,
it's a-
shout
it's a
out.
chain like
Golden
that.
Corral.
It's not like a Cracker Barrel. It's like a Buca de Beppos.
What kind of food?
Italian.
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 Well, according to
It's like
Andy
a
over
couple-
here, no, it's not Italian.
It's like an Olive Garden.
Couple pieces.
Yeah,
No,
but more,
It's a Buca de Beppos.
It's better
man.
than that, but it's still a chain.
sweet tomatoes, super
Remember,
salad.
it's double P on the back end. Buca de Beppos.
All right.
Don't forget
I've been
that.
there.
Connor, question from Tip. Have you played NCAA 25 yet?
No, I haven't. So I don't have any gaming console with me other than the Switch, and it didn't come out on the Switch. But I mean, all the clips I'm seeing, it looks amazing. I'm very excited to get it once I got consoles again.
He claims that they have a Powhatan celebration. Press RS after scoring a touchdown. You get the bow and arrow, although maybe tough getting a TD if playing as Georgia. Roll Tide. Tip.
Yeah, I mean, back to back national champs, no big deal.
And by the way, as much as we love Powhatan, not the only guy to do the bow and arrow.
Yeah, no,
celebration.
I'm gonna guess that's not actually Powhatan. But yeah, the game looks amazing. I'm so hyped that it's back. I haven't made one since NCAA football 14. It looks sick. So yeah, I'm excited to play it.
Brandon Johnson, by the way, was the first to do the Nottingham. Robin
First
Hood.
one ever.
Yeah.
First one ever.
Oh wow, we haven't heard that one in a while. Come on, you Reds. Henry, by the way, shout out to Frank for even knowing Brennan was for us. Well done. Good afternoon, gents, and a very happy birthday to the one and only Connor Big Money Burks. Yeah.
Wow, thank you.
I like that you're being called Big Money Burks and not Alec Burks, who's the other Big Money Burks, because he left and went to Miami. A question for the whole crew. Going into my second year of college in about a month, so I was wondering if the crew had any specific must-haves for living the dorm life. Hope 31 treats you wonderfully, and just so you know, I would also get stoked if I got a tea kettle for my birthday, so don't feel old. Go Heels.
Nice.
Yeah.
Tea kettle's sick. Used it twice this morning.
Any big tips for Henry?
Mini fridge. Get a mini fridge. That's my biggest tip. If he's going to be in a dorm, get the mini fridge. Yeah, throw the hot pot on top of the mini fridge. Yeah, do it up. Water filter. Get a nice Brita filter.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get a
heater.
Don't get the reusable water bottle. Get mini fridge. That's my best. And an eye mask. Get an eye mask, especially if you're going to be sharing the place with someone, so you don't have to worry about the blackout curtains if they get up before you.
And a nice turntable.
Turntable like.
Yeah, to play music on, you know?
If my random roommate walked in with a turntable, I would...
next to your Underwood typewriter for doing your homework.
Oh, yeah.
Sensing a theme here, Frank.
Yeah, I'm imagining...
he loves out-of-date technology.
Did all three of you go to the dorms in college?
Yep.
I was a dorm liver year one, and then off
campus somewhere.
I was South Campus, which was like quasi dorm, but both years had the freaking communal bathroom experience, which was awful.
Oh, I got lucky. I only had to share mine with one person.
Oh, you had your own bathroom in freshman year.
Yeah, the dorms. It was like a new dorm, and me and one kid had to share a bathroom.
I
was nice.
made what some might say is a critical mistake. I asked. So my freshman year was technically my sophomore year because, long story short, in Quebec, you graduate 11th grade, then you go 2 years to something called CEGEP, which is sort of like a junior college, and then 3 years university. And so they took the second of those 2 years and used that as my freshman credits. So technically my first year there, I was a year older than the freshman, if that makes sense. But I was on a floor with a bunch of freshmen. So they get there and they're all acting a fool and they're all like drinking and doing stupid shit. Before that,
but did you, before you finish that, did you only go to Syracuse for the 3 years then?
Yeah.
Did you come in? Okay, got it.
Yeah, and initially they didn't want to honor those credits, but I was a year older than everyone.
Yeah.
Anyway, I requested a single room dorm, meaning just like single occupancy, so I was by myself. There was two of those on every floor, and they were touching each other, but the rest were, and in retrospect, I felt like that made me a bit of an outcast. Now, I did a great job of making myself an outcast as well. But it did, like off the jump, you don't have that immediate buddy, right?
Who, me?
Yeah. But, sometimes the buddy could be a disaster. I just wanted my space to do my own thing and pretty much watch my sports, my wrestling and all that stuff by myself in peace. But I do think in retrospect that kind of created some sort of like, I don't know. Divide. And one thing I'll never forget, there's a song that I'll never forget until the day I die. My next door neighbor was from Jamaica. He was also in a single room, and he would play the same song over and over. I could sing it to you right now. I can't remember what I listened to this morning, but I could sing you that song because he would play it until 4 a.m. over.
Never a different song.
It was the same fucking song. I feel so rich, 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 rich. I don't even know what the song is, but it would play over and over, and it was strong bass. And there were times where I contemplated what's the thing that I could do to end this. To
Buy him
myself.
another record.
It was awful. It was absolutely awful. One thing I also remember.
Was it a Jamaican song?
I don't know if it was a Jamaican song, but he was definitely from Jamaica and very proud. And we never really hung out, believe it or not. But I would hear that song. I would hear that song quite often.
Maybe he was trying to, as a conversation starter, you're supposed to knock on the door.
No, there was nothing of that sort going on. And then by the end, like
I bet you loved the shared bathrooms.
Dude, not only did I despise, I know you're kidding. I think I've talked about this. Like I would legit wait till like 2, 3 a.m. until I didn't hear anyone in the hallways just to go brush my teeth. That's how miserable I was. That's how much anxiety I had about interacting with these people who I did not like at all. So I would wait, I would listen, like I would look through the peephole, coast is clear, I would run to the bathroom, brush my teeth, and then run back or take a shower. It was awful. I'm getting like sweaty palms just thinking about it. It was awful. And then of course, like a month in, 9/11 happened. And like in the immediate aftermath, like you would hear helicopters. They were bringing people to the hospital in Syracuse because they ran out of space. I'll never forget waking up the day after 9/11, and I was interning at the radio station on campus and turning on CNN, and it was the first time I ever noticed the scroll. They introduced the scroll, and they were live from Ground Zero, and I had to wake up at 4 a.m. to be there by like 4:30 to do this 3-hour shift where I would just write news reports, and they would never air. It was just like to do it internally, and some jabroni would like listen to it and tell me that I'm not pronouncing against correctly and all this crap. And I remember turning it on, like I could smell the room, I could see the room. I had a tiny TV and just thinking like the world was going to end. Like they were from Ground Zero and everything was still smoky. And I was like a month in, or less than a month in, I think I came like late August, and I was thinking, what the fuck am I doing here? What am I doing in Syracuse, New York? And should I just go home? That's how miserable I was off the jump. So anyway, not sure how we got down that path, but I hope you have a great time at school, Henry. And in the end,
you're gonna love it, Henry. I loved school.
It all
School's
worked
amazing.
out. It all worked out, and I have fond memories.
I went to a school in the city and commuted in and never had a dorm experience. It's the one thing I really do wish I had.
Nah, you're good. You're good.
Oh man, my random roommate in my freshman year, I ended up living with again later in college. Very very good friend to this day.
I would have liked it, I think.
Ryan, Ariel, here's a list of people Action Bronson name dropped on his new album, Johann Sebastian Baklava, the Doctor, Baklava. Francis Ngannou, Tyson Fury, Shavkat Rakhmonov, Conor McGregor, Dustin Poirier, the Honky Tonk Man, Jake the Snake, like Honky Tonk did to Jake Snake, Roddy Piper, Goldust, Shawn Michaels, and Hulk Hogan. Is Action Bronson the biggest combat sports fan in hip-hop history? Might be. There's a guy, and it's a great album, and I suggest everyone listens to it. It's really, really fun. There's a guy named Mike who put together a playlist of every single like interview that I've ever done as a guest. I'm seeing this here, and it's legit. And he entitled the playlist Broken Kayfabe. This is kind of wild. There's 74 interviews in this playlist. Thanks. I appreciate it. Okay, 2 more. Jordan, Ariel and the crew. I actually need some help from you guys. Imagine this. I'm from Birmingham, England. I grew up and continue to live not 10 minutes from where Leon Edwards calls home. Massive pay-per-view July 27th, as we all know. And instead of being in Manchester supporting Leon and Super Tommy Aspinall, I'll be in New York City. My question is, where would you guys recommend is a cool spot to watch UFC 304 in NYC? I'm pinning my hopes on GC to come through with a clutch suggestion for me here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I haven't watched a UFC card in New York City other than the watch parties in like 2 years. You could do Alamo Drafthouse, watch that in a movie theater.
I was gonna say, yeah.
I have always wanted to do that. I just obviously haven't been able to because of the watch parties. I think that would be really cool.
We should do the watch party from there.
Be sick. That'd be sick. Is that possible? Probably not. I mean, they serve food, they serve alcohol, big screen TV, comfortable setting. There's my recommendation, Alamo Drafthouse.
All right. Last one. Korean Zombie. Hello, everyone. Listening to you guys on Mondays and Wednesdays has become a part of my routine. So I wanted to know some of your routines as well. How often does everyone get a haircut, get a car wash, go for a jog, cry, anything else you do habitually? Thanks for the great shows.
I like how crying is habitual. Crying is a habit. The other ones, I'm like, yeah, you know, you go once a month. Cry, it's like, yeah, I cry every Tuesday.
I'm a big crier, but it's not.
You're not scheduling. You have to schedule it. You have to schedule it. Car wash. I don't
Never
do
for
those
me.
that frequently.
Can I tell you something huge that I just did recently?
You wash your car for the first time.
No, I do the car wash time to time. I don't think my wife has ever taken any car to a car wash, so I have to. We have two cars.
Yeah.
And I take hers too. But about a month ago, I saw someone in a neighbor's driveway, a detailer, and they came to the house. And so I looked at this van and took down the number, and then scheduled this guy to come to our house. And the whole thing took like 4 hours. But holy crap! Holy crap!
It's like the best thing, right?
The
car's like brand new.
It was brand new. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. It was
Get a massage and a detailing the same day. You'll feel
I'm
like
telling you, that you can't do it every month. It's stupid. It's a waste of money. It's expensive.
Every 6 months.
I'd be down, especially.
It's a good gift for somebody.
It was now you can't use
That
your car
is a
for like
good
4 or
gift.
5 years, but it is nice. It was nice.
4 or 5 what?
Sorry, hours. Sorry, long day.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah. But
Oh,
it
that's
was.
all right.
It was
live 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, I
That's
know.
nothing.
No, I did it on a Sunday. It was fantastic. It was wow. But the car wash, 2, 3, 4 months. I don't know. It depends. Also, winter is worse than summer.
You got kids. They should be washing the cars.
Yeah, we'll do that. Haircut once a week for me. Jog. I like to do like 3 times a week. Maybe 4.
Cool, man.
Yeah. Anyone else have anything that? Do you have a car, Frank?
No. I have had many cars.
Oh.
But they won't let me have them. Not since the incident.
Oh my God.
My favorite routine, no lie, is wrangling up all the compost, recycling, papered goods, and trash on Tuesdays. Get my twine, scissors. I wrestle the boxes. Get them all
Ariel,
nice.
do you remember that there was a time where I was the hipster? Do you remember this? Do you remember how
have to do
far
that
we've
for me?
come where we
Yeah.
have Frank talking about record players and shit like this? Like, it's
I'll have
not
you
even in
know,
the same universe
The
anymore.
city requires that you divide those 4. I could see you
When I lived in
above the
Brooklyn,
law.
I did not do any of that. I don't even think
You
I
were
recycled.
in Jersey. No, this is legit. The compost is required. They're not going to start ticketing.
Compost is
I didn't live in
required?
Brooklyn
Compost
for 2
is
years.
required.
I didn't live in Brooklyn for 2 years.
Yeah, but
We used to have memories in Brooklyn, Frank. I mean, you used to come to
the
my
fondest.
humble.
Yeah.
But once you
abode,
went
I
to
guess you
Jersey,
just
is like all that got
forgot.
erased. I was like, I don't know you anymore.
Yeah. I guess,
Anyway, no, the
I guess
compost is
so.
required. They are not ticketing until next year, but we already have the bin. We do that. Then the paper can't be mixed in with the plastic, and you're supposed to twine together all of your cardboard. And then the trash is the trash, which is the easiest one.
And you enjoy this. You enjoy the process of
Yes.
setting up your garbage and.
Can I tell you what I don't enjoy? Since you were asking, people come onto the patio and go through my recycling to pick out like cans and stuff, and like they can't wait till Tuesday
Five cents a
night to
pop,
do that
man.
when I put it
5 cents a
outside.
pop.
And sometimes I've come out while they're there, and they just like, "Hello," and they walk out the gate. I'm like,
That's the
Don't
most-
disrespect the hustle, man.
are we not going to acknowledge that you were just rummaging through that stuff?
That's the most New York City thing ever. You're
Yeah,
helping
don't
them out.
disrespect the hustle.
All right, well, I'll
5
just
cents a
send them the
pop.
invoice for the rent.
The 5 cents.
My wife has gotten really into the compost thing, and it's bizarre to me because I don't think she's doing it the right way, and I think like raccoons and stuff are.
What do you mean?
No. Like I see on our thing, like the ring, I see like a family of raccoons, and I'm like, it's because you're just throwing.
No.
You're like
That probably
the,
means she's doing it right.
Is she
No.
gardening as well?
you're
or
doing the weird thing where you're just throwing, freaking
compostable
banana
items
peels
Yeah,
out into
and
the
eggshells.
backyard. Like it doesn't work that way.
Wait, she's just throwing them in a
throws it all
pile?
straight into the backyard.
Yeah, she's just like, okay, here's the spot for the compost. And
Oh,
like,
that's not
She's
compost.
not-
Shut up. No,
That's-
she's
She's
not.
not mixing it with soil or
No,
anything.
there's no way
she's
she's
just
doing
throwing.
Bro,
When you
it's-
said I think she's not doing it right,
Stop.
I can confirm she is
Yeah.
not doing it correctly.
I
No,
have-
that's not even close.
luckily, she doesn't listen to the show, but she
No,
would be very
You
upset.
need a bin. You need an actual compost.
And you have to stir that
What?
shit up.
And you have to.
What are we
bin
talking
it.
about? We're putting a pile of edible food out in the backyard, wondering why raccoons are coming.
Just open the door.
Think of like
and throw it
it's like a barrel size. It's you have a
Telling
barrel
you, if
and
you guys
turn
can relay this message, it would
No,
be
call her
fantastic.
right now. This is
No,
absurd.
this is
You,
gonna.
this is you. This is a you thing, man.
Bro.
This is a
Oh,
you
there
thing.
goes Jacqueline just throwing banana peels in the backyard again.
Like, how
I'm
does it not
telling you.
smell
What happens when Macho gets
horrible?
out
Bro,
there? Does
I'm
the
telling telling
dog.
you,
Go for it.
I'm starting to get weird looks from the
Do the
freaking
raccoons have
neighbors.
flies in their mouth?
It's that high. The neighbors can see it.
It's weird, man. It's freaking
HOA
weird.
is probably like
I
writing
saw-
a letter to you right now.
I swear to God, I saw a bunch of freaking. I saw like legit 5 raccoons in the middle of the night,
Of
just
course,
like
you're putting a
travel in
full course
packs,
buffet
everyone.
out there for them, and you're wondering why they're coming.
Let me just confirm real quick because now it's bothering me.
Can
Yeah,
we get a
the
picture of the
house
pile?
right
Do you just throw
Can we
it
get a
out
picture of the
to
pile,
I
please?
feel like
No,
this is the
it's-
biggest misrepresentation.
No, it's really bad.
How big? How big?
4
feet?
No,
6
what
feet
4
tall.
feet? Oh, the bucket or the actual pile of
So
stuff?
there is a bucket.
Oh, so there is
The
a
pile of
container.
stuff.
The truth
No,
comes
there is
out.
no bucket.
Okay.
Oh.
So why did you suggest a bucket?
I don't
if there is
know.
no
You think it's a 4-foot pile of stuff? I don't know.
Yeah,
that might
that's
be a
what
little
you're-
high.
Is there a bin in the kitchen where it?
No, you
stays
know. You know
warm?
why it's not 4 feet? Because the fucking raccoons are coming and eating the shit.
Well, then it's serving its purpose. It's being
It's
reused.
disgusting.
Oh, this is great.
Thank God she didn't pick up.
No, we need to follow
This
up
is
on this.
great.
It's weird, man.
Listen, Frank is apparently like
I am
compost king,
triggered
so
right
all you
now.
need is him to just give her a lesson.
Doesn't the compost have to be in like a big, massive bucket that no one could reach?
You're supposed to use
You
it
do.
as soil. The city is saying, "Give us your compost. We'll take it and put it in the park." So that remains to be seen if they're actually going to do that part. It's all composting. Way to go. On your way to the record store to buy records. When you get home, you type out what you're doing on your typewriter and then throw the stuff in the compost bin.
We get it,
Frank
Frank.
is.
Typewriter. What the fuck are you talking about?
Listen, that's Graham Pappy.
This is that
right there.
listening thing
That's
I was
Graham
talking
Pappy.
about.
This is
You better
wild, man.
listen to Graham Pappy when he tells you something.
Thank you to everyone for the questions. Appreciate you guys very much. A reminder that you can bet on this weekend's Jake Paul fight over at DraftKings Sportsbook. Yes, we love DraftKings Sportsbook. You can get in on all the action with DraftKings Sportsbook. You going with Jake? You going with Platinum? What are we
Jake,
doing?
until
Yeah. You going with Virna? Is she going to come out?
Mosh till I die.
Yeah. Anyway, the place to be for all the action, of course, DraftKings Sportsbook. You could try betting on something simple like picking a fighter to win. Go to DraftKings Sportsbook app, select your fighter, place your first best, et voila. It's that simple. And if you're new to DraftKings, listen up. New customers can bet $5 to get 115 bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code TheMMAR. That's code TheMMAR for new customers to get 115 bonus bets when you bet just $5 only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Or in West Virginia, visit www.100gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPEN-WIRE. Text OPEN-WIRE. That's 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for Palm Gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino Resort in Kansas. 21 plus age reservation. Bonus picks are 160 yards. Issuance, deposit, eligibility restrictions apply. See terms and responsible gaming resources over at dkng.co/MMA. All right. One more thing to do, and it is to get the picks for this weekend.
Yeah, but breaking news here on the program. Juliana Pena has reached out to me, and she has changed her selection from
I like that.
Choi to the over 2.5 in Miranda Maverick versus Dione Barbosa.
Did she just do this right now?
She did it a couple hours ago.
I like this because I felt like she was kind of on the spot. I put her on the spot.
Yeah.
She didn't love the
Feels
pick.
like she got in the lab, went over the tape, figured out what she wanted to do, and now she gave us a confident pick, and we're just going to keep the winners rolling in.
I like that.
So I'll throw the names in the randomizer here. Frankie first. I will go second, and Rick will go third.
There's no tension here. Jake Paul.
Straight up.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
What are the
I had a
odds?
feeling. Minus 425. Mike Perry coming back plus 300.
Wow, minus 425, huh?
DK knows what I know.
Do you remember what were the odds Jake versus Nate? Was it more than minus 425 or less?
I want to say it was less. I can't fully remember what the odds were. Remember me and Rick bet on Anderson Silva pretty heavy at like minus 110, and then he closed at like plus 300 or something. We really,
yeah, you guys were.
And then
we
they were
botched that one.
losing tickets anyway, like chumps.
Yeah, didn't even matter what the price was. It was just a loser.
And you know what? I'm gonna make the same mistake again, and I'm
Yeah.
gonna bet on Mike Perry.
Wow. Wait, is that a thing?
Wait a minute.
Wait, you can't do that, right?
Yeah,
For the
what's going
parlay?
on?
No,
He's gonna do it
I'm not saying
separately
this
on
is
his
a
own.
pick. But I am gonna.
What
I
the
am gonna
fuck
bet
is
on
that?
Yeah. Okay, I'm in. I like that.
All right. My pick, same as Frankie. Absolutely no tension here. Iron Turtle moneyline minus 162.
Yeah. And the last one is?
Waiting for the music. There you go. I'm gonna take the over in the UFC main event, Limoges and Verna Jandiroba. I'm going over 1.5 alternate line.
Over 1.5. Classic. Absolute classic, which is minus 330. That gets us to plus
Bet the
235 as a parlay. Keep the streak rolling. This will get us to like 7 units if we hit this.
Damn.
When we hit this.
Yeah, what's this if business?
Yeah. All right. I just got 4 picks for this weekend. Going light on the UFC card. Apex 94 creeping ever closer to UFC Apex 100. First up, I'm going with Miranda Maverick. I like that she's been on a full camp. She's not taking this short notice. Like the experience advantage for her as well. I think she gets this one done likely by a unanimous decision. Next up, Stevie G, baby. Steve Garcia. I think someone's fallen in this matchup. I think they're going to come in here, swing them, and someone's going to go out. I've liked Steve Garcia's form much better of late. I like his toughness, and I like his knockout power. I think he gets it done. I think he puts the Sting out. Next up, co-main event, no-brainer. Come on, no breakdown needed. The title run starts here. It should have started 5 straight wins last fight, but we got robbed this time. We do not get robbed. Iron Turtle money line. No doubt. Iron Turtle money line. Title run starts now. Main event, I'm going to actually take Amanda Lemos. I'm going to go against Virna Jandiroba. I just think she has such a advantage on the feet. This is a 5-round fight. I think she can survive if it does go to the ground. And if it doesn't go to the ground, I think she's going to have a ton of success. I think she can actually finish Virna Jandiroba. And I like this matchup for her at dog odds. And those are the picks. UFC Apex 94.
Quick and easy. Frank, a little bit surprised you didn't go with Amanda Serrano.
At a minus 4,000,
Yeah, why not?
Be eligible.
Big risk.
Since when?
We had a stipulation that
forever.
nothing over minus 1,000.
Oh, I thought that was old.
I believe we called that the Hawani rule.
Yeah. In fact, it's I think why you were asked to
leave the
step
Yes,
aside.
that's fine.
And stand down.
That's fine. I forgot to give Big Bang a Parlay boys shirt.
He would have loved that. He would have worn it all around.
No chance he would. I think like the biggest one we have is XL. I don't think he would have fit in that.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
But what a
I
gent.
think he's burned the parlay boys before. Unfortunately,
Fuck, don't tell him that.
I'm not.
Thank
Going,
God it
I'm
didn't
not
come
telling
up.
him that. I'm just mentioning.
All the athletes who come out and are like, "Oh yeah, I busted your parlay," like I love.
Oh,
when they
yeah.
do that shit. I love when they're just like kicking the fans in the teeth for the stupid, like, you broke my parlay. I love that. I love every time an athlete says that.
Where does this one rank, GC, as far as FOMO is concerned?
Am I ranking? I'm ranking against the other guests.
Well, DP was probably number 1, right?
DP was 1 for sure, no doubt about it. Would have liked to see Pena. Always good to have all 4 of the parlay boys together.
Oh my God, we could have taken a picture.
Yeah.
We didn't. You know what?
yeah.
We didn't even take a 3-man picture. That was a botch on our part.
You're right.
Did Andy get her picture? The Venezuelans.
Did Andy
together.
get her picture?
No, I didn't.
I'm the only one that got a picture.
Yeah,
that's unbelievable. That's unbelievable because I even addressed it with Andy beforehand. I was like, you got to get a pic.
All right.
So I'd say Zhang was 3, Sky 4.
Yeah.
Both is coming.
A lot of people said I pulled a Izzy and on Alex Pereira with Sky, where like she beat me 3 straight, and then I beat her the 4th time, and then said, "All right, we're done." You know.
After you said it's a game of 5.
Did.
Yeah.
And she won the 3rd time. You were like, "No, we got to go again."
I just wanted to.
I have to admit, when she won that 3rd one, I was like, "Oh man,
yeah, it was
is
bad.
Hawani ever gonna win?"
I was
this?
going to
like,
take
He's
the
gonna do this for
start
10
part down.
times.
Yeah.
He's never gonna.
No, I got it. I didn't realize when we took the picture she was making that face with the shirt. You know, I wish I would have noticed that, but you know, these things happen. In any event, yeah, that's right. All right, well, we're off. I'll see you all down south. That's considered down south, right? Is Florida considered down south?
Oh, for sure, man.
The dirty
We enjoy
South,
Tampa.
I believe.
As south as it gets, I believe.
Well, I mean,
With
I'll give
Texas,
it to
is
you.
Texas?
Houston is further south.
Yeah, and isn't Tampa like more central Florida?
count. I mean, if it's in Florida, it's fine.
Western Florida.
We'll see.
Have you been?
Yeah, I told you I went for the freaking Tyron Woodley fight.
I was just trying out this whole not listening thing. See
Yeah.
how it works for me.
No. I also saw there was a UFC on Fox event there back in the day. Khabib fought. What was his name? Remember this one, Rick? Khabib fought after someone got into the car accident. Man.
I have no idea.
Yeah, it was the one right before.
Abel.
No. It was
Michael Johnson.
No. It was Daryl Horcher. Remember that?
Horcher. Yeah,
He was supposed to fight Tony Ferguson, and Ferguson got hurt. I think it was the ribs.
Wow, what a crazy moment.
He fought Daryl Horcher on like 2 weeks' notice. This was Glover Teixeira against Rashad Evans. Rose Namajunas against Tisha Torres in the co-main. Khabib, Daryl Horcher, Cub Swanson against Hakran Diaz. Michael Chiesa beat Beneil Dariush. Pennington beat Betch Correa. Santiago Ponzinibbio beat Court McGee. And Michael Graves beat Randy Brown. John Dodson on the early Fight Pass prelims. What a time it was. What a time it was. What a time today was. Thank you very much to all our guests. Thank you very much to Jasmine Jasudavicius. Yeah, it sounds exactly the same. Thank you very much to Jared Anderson. Thank you to Burt Watson. Get his book. And thank you to Zhilei Zhang, Big Bang Zhang. What a great honor that was. Back on Monday, same time, place.